Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
De ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Members' bills. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Certain Acts in Relation to Survivor Pension Benefits. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to introduce a bill to amend several acts that discriminate against seniors. The federal government currently denies surviving spouse pensions to the military, members of parliament, judges, employees of Crown corporations, public servants, and employees of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police if the retiree entered into a spousal relationship after age 60. The so-called gold digger legislation is archaic and unfair, especially given that these men and women have, in different capacities, devoted their lives to Canadian public service. This bill will eliminate legislation that denies surviving spouses a pension, and this legislation disproportionately affects women. The burden of caregiving most often falls on spouses and most often on women. It is disgraceful that after caring for their partners, some caregivers, when their failing partners die, are denied a pension. In the case of the Canadian Armed Forces Superannuation Act, legislation was enacted at the turn of the 20th century to prevent deathbed marriages or gold digging when women were accused of marrying veterans in order to get their pensions. The policy hasn't changed in 100 years and continues to have repercussions on families today. The amendment I wish to make concerns income equality, health issues, and women's issues. And with this current legislation, the families of veterans, judges, members of parliament, public servants, employees of Crown corporations, and RCMP are at risk of living in poverty. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to change all of that with this amendment. Thank you very much.
Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Whoops. No. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to present a petition signed by hundreds of Ontarians, many in my riding, and the petition is to call upon the House of Commons to permit Christians to robustly exercise their religious beliefs, both in their private and public acts, without coercion, constraint, or discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table petitions. The petitioners note that eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia have the highest mortality rate of all mental illnesses. Children as young as 7 are being diagnosed and hospitalized with eating disorders, and more than 1 million Canadians have been negatively affected by their own struggles with eating disorders or those of their loved ones. They want parliamentarians to understand that the sooner someone receives the treatment they need, the better chance they have for a good recovery. Monsieur le Président, c'est pour cette raison que...
Mr. Speaker, this is why that the petitioners ask the government to support the motion and to discuss with territorial and provincial health ministers in order to come up with an all-of-Canada plan to deal with these issues and to prevent diagnoses of anorexia and bulimia and to treat these conditions.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor this morning to rise and present a petition
constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands, Main Island, Saturna, Victoria area, North Saanich, call on the House assembled to take action to prevent the trade, distribution, and sale of shark fins. It's understood, I think, globally by scientific opinion universally that shark species around the world are endangered. This particular practice of finning a shark is not allowed in Canadian waters, but the sale and distribution of shark fins is. Petitioners would like the practice to end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, je suggère...
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand. Government Bill. Second reading of Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence. Standing in the name of the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. It is moved that this act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
It's a great privilege for me to speak in the House of Commons on this important legislation. You, sir, are a former Minister of Fisheries and Oceans yourself. You'll understand the significance of the Fisheries Act in communities like the ones you and I represent. So it's a privilege for me to have this opportunity to stand in the House. Canada is uniquely blessed with an abundance of freshwater and marine coastal areas that are both ecologically significant and linked to the economic prosperity of Canadians. Our government knows that we have a responsibility to steward these resources for future generations while maintaining economic opportunities for many people and communities who depend on them. Dans ma lettre de mandat,
in my mandate letter, the Prime Minister asked me to restore those protections that were removed and to bring in protection mechanisms, updated mechanisms, in the Fisheries Act. In 2012, the government took away several of the protections of fish habitat without supporting or engaging with Indigenous people, fishers, scientists, conservation groups, or coastal residents. This decision was all the more serious because the changes were hidden in an omnibus bill. I guess they were hoping that this would not be noticed. Well, Canadians did notice.
Environmental groups were especially concerned with changes made to the Act and rightly perceived these amendments as weakening what should be of shared concern for Canadians, the protection of fish and fish habitat. Industry partners were thrust into uncertainty with regard to their responsibilities under the Act. Our government, Madam Speaker, has worked and consulted with a broad range of Canadians, and we encouraged everyone to be part of this important conversation. Provinces, environmental groups, fishers associations, Indigenous groups, and thousands of Canadians helped shape these amendments currently before the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments in Bill C-68 are part of the government's broader strategy to review environmental and regulatory processes and cover several key themes, including partnership with Indigenous peoples, supporting planning and integrated management, enhancing regulation and enforcement, improving partnerships and collaboration, including with industry, and monitoring and reporting back to Canadians. Madame la Présidente, la loi...
Madam Speaker, the Fisheries Act is one of the oldest pieces of legislation in Canada. It was proclaimed shortly after Confederation. Since, it has rarely been amended and needs to be brought up to date and modernized. Therefore, Madam Speaker, Bill C-68 includes the addition of new provisions concerning certain objectives and certain things to be reviewed before making decisions under the Act. The objectives would provide a management framework and a monitoring framework that would be appropriate for the fishery, also a framework for conservation and protection of fish and fish habitat, including the prevention of pollution.
The amendments are designed to clearly guide the responsibility of a Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard when making decisions under the Act. Bill C-68 proposes amendments that restore protection for fish and fish habitat to ensure that these protections apply to all fish. We are reintroducing the prohibition against the harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat, as well as the prohibition against the death of fish by means other than fishing. We are also introducing measures to allow for the better management of projects that may be harmful to fish or fish habitat through a new permitting scheme for big projects and codes of practice for smaller ones, so that industry partners, as well as everyday Canadians, can be certain about their responsibilities, but not unreasonably burdened when undertaking small local projects. Dans le passé, une incertitude dans la loi.
In the past, uncertainty in the Act led to uncertainty for the proponents of projects with respect to their obligations and responsibilities. These proposed amendments would establish regulations that would allow for a list of designated projects having to do with how a permit would always be required.
Processes, and we will be engaging with provinces and territories, as well as Indigenous peoples and stakeholders, to decide which kinds of projects should be on the designated project list. Madam Speaker, we are also formalizing the creation of a proponent-led habitat banking regime. Habitat banking is an international best practice for offsetting project impacts where a freshwater or marine area is created, restored, or enhanced by working to improve fish habitat in advance of a project's impact. Habitat loss and degradation, changes to fish passage and flow are all contributing to the decline of freshwater and marine fish habitats in Canada today. It is imperative that Canada restores degraded fish habitats. That is why amendments to the Fisheries Act propose requiring the consideration of restoration as part of project decision-making. These amendments provide clearer, stronger, and easier rules to establish and manage ecologically significant areas and provide standalone regulations to protect sensitive or important fish habitats. Given the important ecological characteristics of sensitive areas, certain types of work and activities may be prohibited, and others may be identified as being subject to a special information gathering under a new authorization regime. Encore et encore, Madame la
Over and over again, Madam Speaker, as the 2012 amendments were reviewed, people talked about the need of better access to information on government activities related to the protection of fish and their habitat. Indigenous peoples, industry associations, environmental groups, universities, as well as colleagues across the way and on the committee all spoke of the importance of transparency in taking decisions under the Act.
Public confidence, we are proposing amendments to establish a public registry which will be available online. By enabling greater transparency, the registry will allow Canadians to hold the government to account in its federal decision-making with regard to fish and their habitat. Madam Speaker, fisheries resources and aquatic habitats have important social, cultural, and economic significance for many Indigenous peoples. The respect for the rights of Indigenous peoples, as well as taking into account their unique interests and aspirations in fisheries-related economic opportunities and the protection of fish and fish habitat, are important means of renewing our relationship with these Indigenous peoples. Notamment, la loi sur les pêches.
The Fisheries Act would be amended in order to require that the minister take into account any adverse effects that might be caused by decisions that it makes under the Act, any adverse effects on the rights of Indigenous peoples, and this is recognized and confirmed under Section 35 of the Constitution Act. Further, the present government recognizes the importance of the traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples with respect to fish and would take decisions in cooperation with them.
Canada and other Canadians from coast to coast to coast can rest assured that the government will act to protect the confidential traditional knowledge that Indigenous people will share with the government under the provisions of this Act. Madam Speaker, many Indigenous communities are in close proximity to the area where projects that may affect fish and fish habitat are proposed, and many communities see new roles for themselves in how these decisions are made. We have proposed long overdue amendments that will provide for the making of agreements with Indigenous governing bodies to further the purposes of the Act, as we have done in the past with provinces and territories as well. Madam Speaker, there are currently no legislative or regulatory requirements in place with respect to the rebuilding of depleted fish stocks. The Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development, as well as our colleagues on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, have recommended that any revision to the Fisheries Act should include direction for the restoration and recovery of fish habitat and fish stocks. Environmental groups have also called on the government to adopt measures aimed at the rebuilding of depleted fish stocks within the Fisheries Act. This is why we are proposing amendments that would require decisions affecting a stock in the critical zone to consider whether there are measures in place aimed at rebuilding that stock, and when a minister is of the opinion that habitat degradation is a cause of the decline of the stock, whether measures are in place to restore such habitat. This positive obligation on governments and greater transparency, we believe, are essential to strengthening the Fisheries Act. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, we have also listened to Canadians and heard what they had to say about other important issues related to the Fisheries Act. Although the number of cetacean aquariums and exhibitions has fallen overall, this still remains a very sensitive issue that the public is paying a great deal of attention to.
That it is now wrong to capture these magnificent creatures for public display. Consequently, we are proposing amendments to the Fisheries Act that would prohibit the capture of a cetacean when the intent is to bring it into captivity, except in circumstances where the cetacean is injured, in distress, or in need of rehabilitation. And Madam Speaker, the Senate, the other place, has done for a long time good work in respect to this important issue. I want to salute former Senator Wilfred Moore of Nova Scotia and others in the Senate who have continued to press this important issue in the minds of Canadians. Madam Speaker, some 72,000 Canadians make their living directly from fishing and fishing-related activities. Most of them, including self-employed inshore harvesters, are part of Canada's growing middle class. In many places across Atlantic Canada and Quebec, the fishery is the economic, social, and cultural heart of communities. As the Fisheries Minister, one of my duties is to ensure that these important traditions endure. However, there remain threats to this way of life. Fish harvesters, particularly in Atlantic Canada and Quebec, have told us time and time again they need greater protection for their economic security, and they need help to ensure their economic independence. It was clear to me that these important policies, like the owner-operator and fleet separation policies, were being circumvented by controlling agreements which threatened the independence of the inshore and midshore fleets by removing the control of licenses from individual harvesters to larger corporate interests. These amendments that we're proposing will entrench existing inshore policies into law with all the legal enforcement power required to protect small coastal communities and independent inshore harvesters. Madam Speaker, I stand firm in supporting the economic and cultural fabric of these coastal communities, and our government has recognized that a licensing regime that supports independent inshore harvesters is critical to the economic livelihood of these communities and the families and Canadians who depend on them. Comme je l'ai dit,
as I stated, we looked at how we could strengthen the independence of the coastal fishery and apply the law more rigorously. And that is why we have brought forward amendments for specific powers in the Fisheries Act rather than a policy in order to have regulations that support the independence of the commercial coastal fishery and their license holders. Amendments being brought forward today would provide in the Act for the ability to make regulations on policies regarding owner-operators and on the separation of the fleet in Atlantic Canada and in Quebec.
this Act helps to protect middle-class jobs in our coastal communities by ensuring that present and future fisheries and oceans ministers may consider the preservation and promotion of the independence of license holders in commercial inshore fisheries in the decision-making process. Madam Speaker, I want to thank a number of organizations that have played a key role in these amendments with respect to owner-operator and fleet separation. The FFAW, the Maritime Fishermen's Union, le Regroupement des pêcheurs professionnels du Sud de la Gaspésie, the Gulf Nova Scotia Fleet Planning Board, the Prince Edward Island Fishermen's Association, and the Canadian Independent Fish Harvesters Federation have been instrumental in this important work. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the fisheries sector can be a dangerous occupation. There are many risks for the fishers themselves and for the marine ecosystem.
North Atlantic right whales in the Gulf of St. Lawrence from June to September last year, we knew that Canadians expect prompt and urgent action by their government. This is why we are proposing amendments to the Fisheries Act that provide a new fisheries management order power to establish quick and targeted fisheries management measures. These measures will be used for 45-day increments where there is a recognizable threat to the conservation and protection of our marine ecosystems. The proposed fisheries management order power is meant to address emerging issues when a fishery is already underway and when time-sensitive and targeted measures are also paramount. Madam Speaker, in my mandate letter, I was asked by the Prime Minister to increase the proportion of Canada's marine and coastal areas that are protected by 5% by the end of 2017 and to 10% by 2020, which is the target we are now on track to achieve. I am pleased to report to the House that we've not only achieved our 2017 target, we will continue to work diligently to ensure that we not only achieve but surpass the 10% commitment through the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. To help us fulfill these international commitments and obligations, we are proposing amendments to the Fisheries Act that provide ministerial authority to make regulations to establish long-term spatial restrictions to fishing activities under the Act, specifically for the purpose of conserving and protecting marine biodiversity. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we are also proposing amendments in order to modernize the Act. In our public engagement process, Canadians told us clearly that they want to see more fisheries officers actively patrolling, and they want more offenders found and held responsible. In order to integrate modern protective measures into the Act, a certain number of amendments have been brought forward to clarify, strengthen, and modify the application powers. For example, giving fisheries officers the means to intercept any ships or vehicles and ask them to move in order to be inspected.
Seek to increase the authority of the courts with respect to seizure and forfeiture under the Act and allow the use of alternate measure agreements to address certain contraventions. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, as I said previously, the Fisheries Act is one of the oldest and most important pieces of environmental legislation in Canada. It was adopted in 1868, only 1 year after Confederation, and since then there have been few changes up until the end of the 1970s. And it was that time that habitat protection measures were added to the Act for the first time by one of my predecessors, who was Romeo Leblanc, my father.
The Act remains a model amongst Canada's environmental laws. That's why, Madam Speaker, we have ensured that the amendments we have introduced to the Fisheries Act include updated and modern tools that are the hallmarks found in other environmental legislations. We are proposing modern provisions such as the power to create advisory panels, fee-setting authorities, and provisions respecting the collection of information. Madam Speaker, I consider myself privileged to stand in this House, as my father did in 1977, to introduce amendments to the Fisheries Act that served his generation. Madam Speaker, I hope that this new modernized Act will live up to my father's legacy and do for our generation what he and the previous Parliament did for theirs. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you. In reverting to the old way of doing things under the old Fisheries Act, I went, as the Minister is doing, I want to remind the Minister of the 2009 Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development's report. She concluded that Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Environment Canada cannot demonstrate that fish habitat is being adequately protected as the Fisheries Act requires. So the Minister is clearly going back to a failed model. In response to the new Fisheries Act, the Canadian Electrical Association had this to say. In practical terms, this means that virtually any action without prior authorization could be construed as in contravention of this Act. Consequently, the reinstatement of these measures will result in greater uncertainty for existing and new facilities, and unduly delay and discourage investment in energy projects that directly support Canada's clean growth agenda. And as a result of all these things the Liberals are doing to lengthen and make our processes more complicated, Steve Williams, a Suncor CEO, said, quotes, Suncor to shun major new projects amid Canada's difficult regulatory environment. Why is the Minister using this Act to kill middle-class jobs?
L'honorable ministre des Pêches.
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and Coastal Guard. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It won't surprise anyone that I do not share the opinion of my honourable colleague that the purpose is to prevent the creation of jobs for the middle class.
These amendments will, in fact, support the Canadian economy by first of all, by protecting jobs dependent on inshore and midshore fisheries, as I indicated, in Atlantic Canada and Quebec, critical part of ensuring that the economy of that part of the country is protected. But with respect to the specific comments that my colleague made, Madam Speaker, precisely because we want to ensure that Canadians are able to fulfill their obligations under the Fisheries Act, we have decided to have a code of best practice policy where the kind of projects that my colleague referred to, the electrical associations, these Canadians have told us they want to comply with the Fisheries Act, they want to ensure that they're not damaging fish and fish habitat, but they want a regime that allows them to be compliant and doesn't overly burden them like some of the scare tactics that we've heard in the past. And Madam Speaker, our policy achieves exactly that balance.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech and for bringing this overdue legislation, the Fisheries Act, and for modernizing it, and certainly thank him and his team. One of the concerns that I do have is that this wasn't brought sooner. Now, that's something that was promised in the last election, that we wanted to see that as soon after the 2015 election. However, 2 years later, we're here. I am also very pleased to see that in this Act is a focus on rebuilding plans. So this is a very positive move forward. We hope that it's followed up with strong regulations to ensure that those plans have the teeth that's needed. Now, one thing that we're disappointed to see on the NDP side, Madam Speaker, is salmon aquaculture is still left with that conflicting mandate of conservation and promotion of that industry that's harming our wild salmon. And there's no focus on or no inclusion of environmental flows for fish. But my question, and the minister mentioned strengthening owner-operator for the inshore fleet on the East Coast and Quebec, but on the West Coast, was there any consideration for bringing that same focus on the West Coast of British Columbia and Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
So thanks, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for his comments. I also thank him for the work that he and colleagues did on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. The 32 recommendations they made, we think, are largely incorporated into the amendments that we're proposing in this legislation. We obviously look forward to working with him and other colleagues on the committee. I share his sense of impatience. I wish we were at this stage some months ago, but we thought it was important, Madam Speaker, to consult with Canadians, to listen carefully to what people had to say, to benefit from the best advice that we could get from partners, from provinces, Indigenous groups, environmental groups, associations representing fishers. That's why we took time, we think, to get it right. But I look forward to working with my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, and other members if they think there are ways to improve the legislation, to amend it, to strengthen it. Madam Speaker, we would obviously welcome those suggestions and look forward to that process. He referred to the owner-operator circumstance on his coast, on the West Coast. And Madam Speaker, we understand this is a permissive part of the legislation. In Atlantic Canada, these policies have existed successfully for a long time. I have heard people on the West Coast say that they want to have that conversation, and we would obviously be open to talk to the industry and harvesters on the West Coast to see how these successful policies could also benefit communities there as well.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this new Fishery Act has been well received on the East Coast by fishers, particularly the protection that it will afford to the owner-operator, which goes to the heart of our inshore fishery in Maritime Canada, Atlantic Canada. One of the issues that there is some concern on is there's a hint of rescinding or transferring licenses to new holders after a fixed period of time. Inshore fishers work for years to pay off the debt attached to their vessels, licenses, and gear. They rightly see those as assets, as their only pension plan for their future. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister is, could he elaborate on, is he anticipating any changes that would impact on the ability of those inshore fishers to transfer their license and receive remuneration for that?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I thank my colleague from Egmont for his question, but also for his understanding and his advocacy in this important work. The Prince Edward Island Fishermen's Association have spoken to me a number of times how lucky they are to have an advocate of his experience standing up for fishers and for that industry so important in his province and for Atlantic Canada, so it's a privilege to work with my colleague. Madam Speaker, I had made some comments at a speech in Nova Scotia last summer. Some particular interests have distorted those comments in the subsequent period. In no way, Madam Speaker, is there a plan or a desire on the part of the government to prevent the transfer of these licenses, as my colleague has noted, that have successfully allowed for retirement planning, for financial planning, for intergenerational transfers amongst harvesters. This is something we want to encourage. What I had said last summer, and I feel that we need to have this conversation, is how can we work with these harvesters and these communities to help, in fact, support this intergenerational transfer. The cost of these licenses in some cases is becoming prohibitive. Are there financing mechanisms that can be looked at where the independence of these harvesters can be preserved, but at the same time, Madam Speaker, we can encourage this important transfer that my colleague referred to, and I will do anything I can to work with harvesters to support that.
Questions and comments. A brief question from the member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister, particularly for him evoking the memory of Romeo LeBlanc. I'm proud to have his signature on my commission as an officer in the Canadian Forces in my office. He's welcome to come see it. And I had the privilege of serving on some fishery patrols when I was in the Air Force and on HMCS St. John's. So my question for the Minister is on fishery patrols. In light of the fact that Canada lost its auxiliary oiler replenishment vessels, the preserver and protector. We don't have the ability to replenish at sea for our Navy or our Coast Guard vessels involved in fishery. Fortunately, a plan to fix that gap was planned with the Asterix ship out of the Davie shipyard in Quebec. The minister's been rather silent with respect to the importance of this deal. The Asterix is now in sea trials. Could he speak about how important it is for us to replenish our Coast Guard and our Navy ships at sea to make sure we patrol the Flemish Cap and all our fishing zones in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Ocean has 1 minute to respond.
So thanks, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his kind comments, and particularly with respect to my father. That obviously you can understand is of significance for me, and I thank him for those comments. Madam Speaker, we recognize that Canadians expect a rigorous level of enforcement, both close to shore, on the wharf, on the rivers, but also on the high seas. I have been extraordinarily proud by the remarkable work done by the men and women of the Canadian Navy, of the Canadian Coast Guard, in this important endeavour. Global partners have told me, Madam Speaker, that they want Canada to be more present in global enforcement with respect to illegal, unreported fishing activities. We intend to invest, as we have done in the last 2 years, considerably in this effort. And, Madam Speaker, nobody should think for a minute that we won't be prepared to take our important responsibility in enforcing this legislation in every part of our coastal waters. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to stand in the House and speak about the new Fisheries Act. I want to thank the Minister for his speech. I've had numerous interactions with him over my time in Parliament, and I know his heart's in the right place. I do have some issues with the new Fisheries Act, however, and as you may know, Madam Speaker, my background is in fisheries. I have a graduate degree in fisheries biology and have been active in the field of fisheries science for over 20 years. And the Fisheries Act, and I sat on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee back in the previous government and for 2 years of this government, and was involved in the hearings regarding the new Fisheries Act. Just a bit of history about the Fisheries Act. It was written in 1868 and actually had 3 fundamental functions: the proper management and control of fisheries, the conservation and protection of fish, and the protection of fish habitat and the prevention of pollution. Now, it was considered one of the strongest pieces of environmental legislation that Canada had, but it evolved over the years to such a point that when we were in government, we had to make some changes to the old Fisheries Act. The courts had determined that what was considered fish habitat, it was expanded, so almost all of Canada became fish habitat. So the Act became quite unwieldy, and these were some of the problems with the Act. In fact, this is from a paper that I wrote back in 2001 for the Frontier Centre for Public Policy, where we looked at the current Fisheries Act, and that was about the time when the what we call back home the fish cops descended on Prairie Canada and wanted to inspect every drainage ditch that every producer had put in place. So the old Fisheries Act created a lot of uncertainty, created more uncertainty into the development process in Prairie Canada especially for rural communities. And it was very unclear as to who had jurisdiction over natural resource development. It had a wide scope. The definition of fish habitat now, under the old Act, includes entire watershed and extended the reach of the federal government into policy areas such as watershed and land use planning, areas that DFO clearly lacked expertise. And again, we're going back to this old regime. The lack of discretion. The program removed any regulatory discretion since all fish habitat is considered important. There was no ranking of significant fish habitat versus habitats that were less significant. Lack of knowledge. Canada is a very large place. My own province of Manitoba, for example, we have 100,000 lakes, and no one can know everything about all these water bodies. I think Ontario has 250,000 lakes, and we look at our coastline, the amount of course, fish habitat and fisheries water in Canada is absolutely enormous. And most fish populations are fairly poorly studied, and because of that, all water bodies are assumed to be fish habitat until proven otherwise. High compliance costs. Under the old Act and again with the new Act, the costs of compliance are not considered. And for poorer rural municipalities, the costs of compliance under the old Act and probably under the new Act will add a major burden. It also adds to the regulatory burden, and the new Act is layered on top of other regulations, and I'm going to return to this very important point later on. And ironically, the old Fisheries Act actually threatened existing conservation programs. There's many angling groups, for example, that work very hard to enhance and improve fish habitat. Well, when you enhance and improve fish habitat, I guess that's an alteration. For example, in my own constituency, the walleye is considered the most valuable fish. One way you can enhance walleye populations is to, in the middle of winter, you take trucks on the ice, put gravel on the ice, and when the ice melts, the gravel sinks, of course, and voila, you have a new walleye spawning area, and you increase the population of walleye there. One wonders, is that an alteration of fish habitat? I guess it is. But again, this will inhibit very important conservation programs. And again, we think that the new Act will have these same attributes to it. As I said in my question to the Minister, in 2009, the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development conducted an audit under the old Fisheries Act. And again, this is the regime we're going back to. And what the auditor found in 2009, Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Environment Canada cannot demonstrate that fish habitat is being adequately protected as the Fisheries Act requires. In the 23 years since the habitat policy was adopted, many parts of the policy have been implemented only partially by Fisheries and Oceans Canada or not at all. The department did not measure habitat loss or gain. It has limited information on the state of fish habitat. That is on fish stocks and the amount and quality of fish habitats, contaminated fish, and overall water quality. Fisheries and Oceans Canada still cannot determine the extent to which it is progressing towards the policy's long-term objective of a net gain in fish habitat. And the auditor went on to point there has been little progress since 2001 when we last reported on this matter. So the old way of doing business clearly failed. And we're going back to the old definition of fish habitat. So fish habitat means spawning grounds, nursery, rearing, food supply, and migration areas on which fish depend directly or indirectly in order to carry out their life's processes. The key word is indirectly. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, every drop of water, unless it's evapotranspirated, flows into a smaller waterway, then to a larger waterway, and then eventually flows into an area where fish exist. Well, the word indirectly means basically all of Canada becomes fish habitat. The lawn at Parliament Hill is fish habitat. So clearly, such a wide definition of fish habitat gives great license to, quote-unquote, fisheries officers, or as we call them back home, fish cops, and really can cause some grave difficulties for communities and municipalities, of course. Now, this wide definition of fish habitat was emphasized over and over and over again by witnesses at the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, of which I was a part of. I sat through every single meeting during the revisions to the Fisheries Act that this government was proposing. And I'd like to quote from Mr. Ron Bonnet, President of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. And this is this is the largest farm group in Canada, and Mr. Bonnet is the president. He's also an active farmer in Ontario. And his comments regarding the pre-2012 Fisheries Act. The experience that many farmers had with the Fisheries Act, unfortunately, was not a positive one. It was characterized by lengthy bureaucratic applications for permitting and authorizations and a focus on enforcement and compliance measures taken by officials. Many farmers were then relieved when the changes that were made just a few years ago, made by the government that I was a part of, drastically improved the timeliness and cost of conducting regular maintenance and improvement activities to their farms, as well as lifting the threat of being deemed out of compliance. Mr. Bonnet went on to point out, there are also many accounts of inconsistency in enforcement, monitoring, and compliance across Canada with different empowered organizations, which led to a confusion and indiscriminate approaches to enforcement and implementation. Even at the individual level, there were different interpretations of the Act based on one's familiarity with agriculture. It is CFA's position that a complete revert to reinstate all provisions of the Fisheries Act as they were would be unproductive and would reestablish the same problems for farmers and would provide little improvement in outcome for the protection and improvement of fish habitat. Human-made water bodies such as drainage ditches simply should not be treated as fish habitat. And he went on to talk about the Fisheries Act 2012 that we put in. The current streamlined approach is working far better for all, and efforts should continue in this approach. Overall, any changes to the current Fisheries Act, meaning Fisheries Act 2012, should be considered as to how they will support outcomes-based conservation rather than a process-oriented approach. This is a very important point, Madam Speaker. So here's a farmer saying, the old Fisheries Act actually inhibited conservation projects that the agricultural community wanted to implement on their own land. The old Act, and obviously it sounds like the new Act, process, enforcement. If you really want to improve fish habitat, you get out there and improve fish habitat, and it's going to be very problematic whether projects like these will be allowed to continue. So again, regarding the changes that we made, he said there are still some challenges when you have multiple jurisdictions working on things. But again, our Act, Fisheries Act 2012, has improved dramatically from what it was. And regarding the old Act, we saw a lot of inconsistency depending on the DFO office. One would come in and say, no, there's no problem, go ahead. Another one would come in, and it would be a whole bureaucratic process that you had to go through. I guess that would be the caution about just putting HAD back in place without having some clear and enforceable guidelines that spell out how you treat a municipal drain. I think it was very important, Madam Speaker, to go through at some length, and talk about the issues that agriculture had with the old Fisheries Act. I and many others on this side of the House represent agricultural communities, and I saw firsthand, prior to my becoming a member of Parliament, the problems that the Act occurred. So what did we do to modify the former Fisheries Act? So the old Fisheries Act, and again, we're going back to the old Fisheries Act, there's equal consideration for all fish species and for all fish habitat. What we did is we focused on sustainability and ongoing productivity of commercial recreation and Aboriginal fisheries and effective management of key threats, such as aquatic invasive species. The old Act, and again we're going back to the old Act, reviewing all projects for impacts to fish and fish habitat and providing advice on a project-by-project basis. And we went to effective management of projects linked to fisheries of commercial recreational and Aboriginal importance through the adoption of tools. The old Act, and again we're going back to the old Act, there's duplication and overlap between federal and provincial review processes, and our Act, Fisheries Act 2012, we relied on best place delivery and partnerships with third parties. So, as I said, it goes back to the old way of doing business. Interestingly, in 1986, the department wrote the policy for the management of fish habitat. And I gather that is still the fish habitat policy of DFO. It's a great piece of work done in 1986 when Mr. Tom Siddon was the minister. And again, the current policy, the 1986 Fish Habitat Policy, it talks about the national application of the Fisheries Act, or Fish Habitat Policy. This is what it says. The policy applies to those habitats directly or indirectly, supporting those fish stocks or populations that sustain commercial, recreational, or native fishing activities. Of course, that was the vernacular in 1986, of benefit to Canadians. Fisheries and Oceans recognize its responsibility to protect and increase fish stocks. Interesting, that first sentence, our Act, Fisheries 2012, was directly in line with the Fish Habitat Policy in 1986, which talked about specific fisheries being protected through the protection of their habitat. And it goes on. DFO recognizes its responsibility to protect and increase fish stocks and their habitats, here, again, that have either a demonstrated potential themselves to sustain fishing activities or a demonstrated ecological support function for the fisheries resources. In accordance with this philosophy, the policy will not necessarily be applied to all places where fish are found in Canada, but it will be applied as required in support of fisheries resource conservation. So our Fishery Act 2012 actually was in line with the current departmental policy. And this is why the Act, as we wrote it, was well received by industry groups, rural communities, farm groups, and many, and of course the angling groups across the country. When we held our hearings at the Department of at the Fisheries Committee, we asked a very clear question of many of the interveners or witnesses who were obviously not in support of Fisheries Act 2012. We asked them all a very straightforward question. Can you prove that there were any impacts on fish populations in Canada as a result of the changes we made to the Fisheries Act, or because of Fisheries Act 2012? Naturally, there was a lot of hemming and hawing, and we don't have enough information, and there isn't enough time, and on and on and on. But not a single witness could point to any fish population in Canada that was negatively affected by the changes we made to 2012, the changes that were embedded in Fisheries Act 2012. Even more importantly, and again, I'm going to talk about the conservative approach to fisheries conservation, we much prefer the direct approach to enhance fish habitat. We created a program that was actually enabled by Fisheries Act 2012 called the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnerships Program, where we partnered with fisheries conservation groups across the country. They provided half the funds or the work, and the RFCPP provided the other half. And well over 800 fisheries enhancement projects were undertaken and successfully completed across the country. I would note that the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnerships Program is being sunsetted by the current Liberal government. Isn't sunset a nice word? It implies sitting on the beach with a cool one, watching the sun go down. Actually, this program has been shot down, is going down in flames. And there are hundreds of angling groups across Canada, whose mission is to do direct conservation and enhancement of fisheries across the country, who will now not be provided with support. I would point out about the Atlantic salmon, a fish that obviously is near and dear to the minister's heart. I would hope our Fisheries and Oceans Committee did a major study on Atlantic salmon, and not a single recommendation from that study has been implemented. We recommended a seal reduction program, we recommended a significant increase in the striped bass harvest, and we recommended that diplomatic action be taken against Greenland for overfishing of our Atlantic salmon. Nothing has been done. So here's a clear case where the minister talks up a good game about caring for fish, but there's a fish right in his backyard, the Atlantic salmon, of importance to thousands of anglers and businesses in his region there, and nothing is being done to help that particular fish species. But there's over $200, maybe $300 million going to the fish cops. You know what? I would rather see direct programming that will help Atlantic salmon stocks and other stocks across the country to rebuild. I am pleased that there is a provision in the new Act to talk about rebuilding of stocks, like the habitat banking proportion. Hopefully the government will be open to some amendments on that score, and open to some ideas on how that can be done, because a number of us have a few thoughts on that. But again, all that money going to enforcement when there are groups like the Miramichi Salmon Association that I belong to, the Atlantic Salmon Foundation, who do things like create cold water refugia for Atlantic salmon so the fish can summer better and survive the summer better than they would otherwise. We would hope that projects like that would go on. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? 2 minutes. 2 minutes, okay. In my view, C-68 is part of the Liberal plan to kill development. The Prime Minister's Principal Secretary, Mr. Gerald Butts, once said, "We don't think there should be a carbon-based energy industry by the middle of the century. The real alternative is not an alternative route, it's an alternative economy." I'm sure that the thousands and thousands of middle-class Canadians who work in the energy industry will be very disappointed to know that that is the thinking in the Prime Minister's office. The ultimate agenda is to severely restrict Canada's energy industry. And again, I want to quote what the Canadian Electrical Association said, and it's headed by the Honourable Sergio Marchi. In practical terms, this means that virtually any action without prior authorization could be construed as being in contravention of this Act. Consequently, the reinstatement of these measures will result in greater uncertainties for existing and new facilities and unduly delay and or discourage investment in energy projects that directly support Canada's clean growth agenda and realize its climate change objectives. And of course, the other shoe to drop is how investment is leaving Canada. The Suncor CEO, Steve Williams, said, the headline that reported on what Suncor's activities will be, Suncor to shun major new projects amid Canada's difficult regulatory environment. I had the honour, Madam Speaker, in 2009-2010 of working in the oil sands. I lived at a camp in the oil sands on a project. There were people from all walks of life. People talk about industry as if it's some kind of bad word. Industry are workers and people. There was a young dad saving for his child's education, a young couple saving for a down payment on a house, a senior couple saving for a dignified retirement. These are the kinds of people that work in the energy industry, and these are the kinds of people who will be hurt by this excess of regulatory process that is killing energy and natural resources jobs across the country, and I'm afraid the new Fisheries Act is just part of that, and so I will be unable to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments with respect to these amendments. This is an important discussion for the House to have. I look forward to hearing from, I hope, many colleagues in this important debate, and then to working with colleagues in the Senate, obviously, but our colleagues in the House of Commons Standing Committee as well. Madam Speaker, it won't surprise you or colleagues in the House that I don't necessarily share the pessimistic view that my colleague advanced in terms of how these improvements and strengthening of the Fisheries Act will in fact allow, for example, farmers, small community work projects, small municipalities across the country, many of whom in constituencies like mine and colleagues from all around the House of Commons have told us the importance of being in compliance with the Fisheries Act. Canadians want to know that the practices they're undertaking are not harming or altering or damaging fish or fish habitat, but I think there was a reasonable sense in the past that perhaps the burden had become such that people didn't know if they were in compliance or what their obligations were. So we think that one way to answer the very real concern of agricultural community people, for example, was to have these codes of practice, which would say if you follow a code of practice that's well understood, you are in compliance with the Act. And I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, in terms of a question, if my colleague would offer a view on whether he supports the strengthening of the owner-operator and fleet separation policies in Atlantic Canada and Quebec, important for the jobs that he talked about earlier for middle-class Canadians.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
I feel very inadequate about discussing marine fisheries coming from the prairies as I do, but I understand it's an issue. I would like to focus on the Minister's comments on codes of practice. I like codes of practice a lot. I remember as a regional fisheries biologist up at the PA, I saw some horrific examples of culverts that were placed too high on logging roads. People just slap a culvert in. So I don't want the Minister to misconstrue anything that I said, that I don't care about fish habitat. I've been involved with monitoring fish habitat for a long time. So if one takes the point about culverts in fish-bearing streams, a code of practice where the bottom of the culvert is below the stream bed, where water velocities are the right thing, I would welcome that approach, codes of practice and standards. But for heaven's sakes, we do not need the fish cops coming around every second week, what's going on here, because the level of uncertainty that develops causes great difficulty. I would suspect as well that industry would welcome standards and codes of practice as well, and I would be very pleased to work with the Minister and the Department on helping develop codes of practice for some aspects of fisheries management.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague from Manitoba's intervention and his comments. We certainly have been on the Fisheries and Oceans Standing Committee for a number of years until his recent departure. But As we know, the Fisheries Act does not address salmon aquaculture and the dual mandate that it shares. I wonder if my colleague could comment about how, if the industry was to modernize, was to move to a new technology, for instance, closed containment, which is the leading technology in the world, RAS, how that would affect the prairies, and could, for instance, the prairies be a player in that type of industry if it was to modernize?
The member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Thank you very much. I appreciate my colleague's question. I very much appreciate working with him on areas of fish conservation. His knowledge is almost unsurpassed. In terms of Prairie Canada, I've actually done a little informal study myself and looking at the potential for closed containment aquaculture in Prairie Canada, and it's really quite significant. Manitoba, for example, has groundwater resources that the rest of the world simply does not have. We have access to markets in the Midwestern U.S. I'm not going to comment on the environmental conservation aspects of marine net pen aquaculture. I just know, however, that an expansion of closed containment aquaculture in inland areas could be a real potential for rural economic development. So that's something that I will be following up over the next little while.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend, the MP from Dauphin Swan River Nipawin. There's perhaps nobody in this House that has a track record personally and knowledge of conservation, and I've learned a lot from the member. He referenced the Recreational Fisheries Community Partnership Program, which was an initiative of the Harper government that I saw the benefit of in my riding in Durham, in the streams and in and around Lake Ontario, Madam Speaker. And I think the changes the minister introduced today, contrasted with the approach the Conservative government made, shows the philosophical differences. And Ottawa knows best paternalistic office tower mentality from Ottawa, or partnering with conservation groups, recreational fisheries, Indigenous peoples on the ground who know their communities and their water sources, streams and oceans better. Could the member talk about the benefit of partnerships as opposed to an Ottawa knows best approach that tends to be the Liberal way?
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much appreciate my colleague from Durham, his question there. As an avid angler myself, I'm a fly fisherman. Of course, we fly fishermen say the fly fishing is not a matter of life and death. It's more important than that. But so we anglers have a passion for conservation, and there are few feelings as good as looking at a degraded stream or a river that is dirty and filthy and full of debris, or a lake shore where the trees are falling in, degrading fish habitat, than to roll up your sleeves and actually get in there and fix the problems. Humans are capable of some great things in conservation, and our angling groups are not only knowledgeable, they know fishery science well, they're keen, they're motivated, and they want to see the world a better place. And our Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnerships Program provided some means to catalyze that kind of action by Canada's angling groups. Some 2 million square meters of spawning habitat were improved, about 200 kilometers of river were improved. I go back to the project in the Miramichi where springs were dug out to cool the water down and improve summering habitat for Atlantic salmon. I talked to the proponents of those projects. The deep satisfaction that one gets from helping nature out in a very gentle way cannot be overestimated. And I know that DFO itself, the staff liked being part of this program because instead of sending emails to each other, they were actually out there with client groups doing good and positive conservation work. So that's the Conservative approach.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the honourable member from Dauphin Swan River Nipawin. I remember clearly the debates that we used to have here as Bill C-38 barreled towards us, the Omnibus Budget Bill of spring 2012. Interesting to hear him reference Tom Siddon in his speech. Recall clearly the former Fisheries Minister Tom Siddon, Progressive Conservative, joined with former Fisheries Minister John Fraser, also Conservative, as well as two former Liberal Fisheries Ministers, David Anderson and Herb Dhaliwal, in condemning what Harper was doing to the Fisheries Act. In fact, Tom Siddon was quoted in the Globe as saying they are totally watering down and emasculating the Fisheries Act. They are really taking the guts out of the Fisheries Act, close quote. said Thompson, I want to thank the Minister of Fisheries from the bottom of my heart. It's the first chance I get to take the floor on this debate. Thank the Minister of Fisheries from the bottom of my heart for restoring lost protections, restoring habitat, and putting a focus back on fish and its habitat, as the Fisheries Act must do. And I ask the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa how he ended up so far away from the great conservative fisheries ministers of the past.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Of course, when I refer to the previous Prime Minister, I say Prime Minister Stephen Harper, because I deeply respected him and his government, and would recommend that the member do so also. I, as an elected official and a rural resident, even before I became an elected official, saw the problems of the old Fisheries Act. Municipalities forced into a compliance mode that cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars for very little benefit to fisheries. The issues across the wide swath of Canada are very different than on the coasts. The habitat definition under the old Act meant that all of Canada was considered fisheries habitat. And what we did, and as I quoted from the farm community, the leader of Canada's largest farm organization, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands may want to put farmers and rural communities out of business, and the way she operates, it looks like that's what she wants to do. But on this side of the House, and this member of Parliament, I care deeply about the future and fate of rural communities. And by the way, I might add, the conservation work that's done by farmers and ranchers and hunters and trappers in my constituency, my communities, is second to none, and I would stack that up against any that she would ever do. Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak in favour of Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence. I'd like to point out at the onset that we welcome the legislation to restore HAD, harmful alteration, disruption, and destruction, to the Act. We believe the Liberals should have done this immediately following the last federal election. There's no excuse for waiting. Back in 2012, when the Conservative government gutted habitat protection from the Act, 600 scientists and 4 former fisheries ministers, including 2 Conservatives, wrote the government stating that the changes in the Act were, quote, a most unwise action which would jeopardize many important fish stocks and the lakes, estuaries, and rivers that support them, unquote. They were right. Over the past 6 years since these changes, the number of charges relating to a violation of the new Section 35 under the Weakened Fisheries Act legislation was 0. That meant since 2012 there has been no charges. This despite the fact that, according to documents obtained by the Vancouver Sun in 2016, there were almost 1,900 complaints.
Wow.
The vague language in the Conservatives' bill made it impossible to prove that a project would kill fish. Once habitat protections were restored to the Act, we believe a thorough review to improve and modernize the Fisheries Act would engage Canadians, was based on science, Indigenous and community knowledge, and the precautionary principle would have been undertaken immediately after the 2015 election. That would have been the responsible thing to do, but here we are today, 2 years later. Finally, we have this legislation. The Fisheries Act is the key federal law for fish habitat protection and one of the key laws for marine biodiversity, and is an essential part of Canada's environmental safety net. When announcing this legislation, the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard said that he is open to amendments that strengthen the bill, so we will be proposing amendments for consideration. In Bill C-68, the definition of fish habitat is improved by referring to the water fish need for survival. However, the proposed amendments do not include explicit legal protection for environmental flows, the amount of and type of water needed for fish and aquatic ecosystems to flourish. So what are environmental flows? The Brisbane Declaration provides the most widely accepted and applied definition, and it says, quote, environmental flows describe the quantity, timing, and quality of water flows required to sustain freshwater and estuarine ecosystems and the human livelihoods and well-being that depend on these ecosystems. Environmental flows are essential for providing both direct and indirect benefits on which current and future generations rely." End quote. We heard from Linda Nowlin of West Coast Environmental Law about the importance of protecting environmental flows at Fisheries Committee, who testified, quote, "The Act must protect key elements of fish habitat, including environmental flows. The Fisheries Act should provide a legally binding natural flow standard to conserve the quantity, timing, and quality of water flows, also known as environmental flows." Canadian Science Advisory Secretariat, CSAS, scientists point to this issue as a deficiency in the current regime and say that a national standard is needed. The Act should define conditions of flow alteration that constitute HAD, which we already identified as harmful alteration, disruption, and destruction of fish habitat, based on science advice from the Canadian Science Advisory Secretariat used by DFO. Our brief contains more information on that. These are key changes, and if enacted, they will demonstrate the government's commitment to modernize the Act, unquote. I certainly agree with her, and on this would encourage the government to review West Coast Environmental Law Association's brief Habitat 2.0, a new approach to Canada's Fisheries Act, which includes an entire section on the importance of environmental flows. One of the greatest disappointments of this legislation is that it does not remove the promotion of unsafe salmon farming practices and farm salmon as a product from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans mandate, which in turn would lower impacts to wild salmon. The government should be commended, however, for its commitment to the precautionary principle, but they need to show it with action. Mr. Speaker, the precautionary principle recognizes that in the absence of scientific certainty, conservation measures can and should be taken when there is a lack of knowledge of a risk of a serious or irreversible harm to the environment and/or resources using the best available information. Under this principle, the trigger for government action to protect wild salmon is for science to demonstrate the existence of more than a minimal risk. In my province of British Columbia, the evidence has been piling up. Graphic videos have surfaced of virus-laden bloody discharge from farmed salmon processors spewing directly into the ocean where wild salmon migrate. Blood which has been confirmed to be infected with the highly infectious virus Piscine reovirus, so PRV. The CTV's W5 covered First Nations occupation of open net salmon farms on the West Coast, as the minister knows. They showed footage which contained graphic images of deformed farmed salmon, and they spoke about the disastrous effects of spreading disease on the industrial scale, which on the industrial scale has an impact on our wild salmon population. The documentary relayed the struggle of environmental activists to remove open net salmon farms from wild salmon migration routes. It highlighted how the farms are spreading dangerous viruses like PRV to wild salmon and how their expansion has correlated to the dramatic decline of BC's wild salmon fishery. Further, the documentary showed how the salmon farm industry colludes with government to deny what DFO already has confirmed. PRV is present in farmed salmon and is spreading to wild salmon. In British Columbia, Gary Marty, the head scientist veterinarian in charge of testing for disease, also co-authors industry-boosting papers with Marine Harvest, the largest player in the BC industry. Clearly, the federal government is in conflict because the department's mandate contains a provision to promote salmon aquaculture industry. This goes against the Cohen Commission recommendations, specifically Recommendation 3, which says the Government of Canada should remove from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans mandate the promotion of salmon farming as an industry and farmed salmon as a product. In the W5 documentary, the minister said the government is committed to not expanding the industry until the science is settled. Madam Speaker, even the department's own scientists have shown PRV and HSMI have entered the wild Pacific Ocean. How much more risk do we need to demonstrate before they take action? Clearly, this industry presents more than a minimal risk. It's time to get this disease-ridden farms off the wild salmon migration routes. Last week, I was CC'd on a letter to the Prime Minister from Chief Ernest Alfred Swanson of the Namgis First Nation. He wants the Prime Minister to know why they walked out of his town hall meeting in Nanaimo. It's an important message that everyone in government needs to hear. I'd like to read it onto the record. It reads, "Open letter to the Government of Canada, dear Mr. Prime Minister. I've been asked to provide an explanation as to why our people walked out of the town hall in Nanaimo. Important statements needed to be made to your government, and on behalf of our people, I'd like to strongly express our total frustration for not getting the chance to address our serious concerns. Representatives of numerous First Nations can be clearly seen seated in front of the giant Canadian flag. I am dressed in a peace dance headdress, one that we use to show our peaceful welcome and resolve. I am also wearing a woven cedar bark tunic used in war. My peace headdress was quickly removed after we left the building, a symbolic act to show the total lack of respect being shown our nations. In our territorial waters off the Broughton Archipelago, war has been declared against us and the livelihoods of our coastal people. 168 days ago, we started occupations of the fish farms in our territories. Our mission has been to peacefully record, report, and protest the illegal practices in our waters. This mission is not a new one. Our people have been demanding the removal of these feedlots for over 30 years. Until now, we have never had an investigation into fish farm operations in this manner before. This self-regulated industry cannot be trusted with such important information. To be frank, we have become more than frustrated and impatient. During the last 168 days, we've seen fisheries officers only twice. There is no problem with Piscine reovirus, and that is because the Department of Fisheries and Oceans has been trying to hide it. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has teamed up with Marine Harvest and is fighting us in court. It seems to me that the Government of Canada is attempting to reconcile with Norway, but using our territory to do that. This is wrong. Our waters have never been surrendered. Neither has our lands and our hereditary rights to oversee them. The very status of fish farms in the Broughton Archipelago have come into serious question. A Norwegian invasion has taken place in our waters, and we have been forced to act to defend the investments in wild salmon. Eviction notices have been given, heavy RCMP involvement, arrests in BC. Supreme Court proceedings, lost aquaculture industry status and reputation. Government reviews and investigations have had little or no influence on the reckless practices of the aquaculture industry within our territories. In fact, the companies have restocked almost all the fish farms in our waters against numerous warnings of serious consequences. We've had enough. First Nation people, environmental groups, ecotourism organizations, and countless wild salmon economy contributors from one end of the province to the other have shown us their full support and solidarity. Emails of support continue to pour in from all over the world. It seems as if British Columbia's fish farm industry has the world's attention. Meanwhile, I find it troubling and sad and embarrassing that we do not have the attention of the federal government of Canada. We are all saying the same thing. Our wild salmon economy must be protected. The jobs that fish farms provide will still be there when the farms are moved to shore using closed containment technology. The economy that is so important to your government will return along the West Coast. Fish farms do not create jobs. Fish farms have killed jobs along our coast. The federal government must remove the open net fish farms in the Broughton Archipelago that have remained in the territories of 6 allied nations without the consent of consultation for over 30 years. Immediate action is required if federal government has any hopes of reconciliation in our territories. With all due respect, stand with us. Sincerely, and I'm going to probably butcher his name, but Kwakwambables, Ernest Alfred, Chief Ernest Alfred Swanson Island Occupation, Namgis First Nation. Clearly, Madam Speaker, First Nations have had enough. How can a government who purports a true nation-to-nation government relationship with First Nations ignore these pleas for action? It's shameful. I implore the government to listen. No more studies, no more words. It's time for action. Please meet with them. In 2017, the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans studied the Fisheries Act, and the New Democrat Party of Canada submitted recommendations to be incorporated into the Fisheries Act in order to fully modernize the Act. We recommend that in order to advance the nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations, a new modernized Fisheries Act should, 1, recognize Indigenous rights in the Act, 2, move beyond delegation to work with First Nations as full partners in fisheries management, 3, recognize First Nations' right to commercial trade and barter opportunities, 4, include guiding principles of reconciliation that allow for and promote consent-based shared decision-making processes, for example, co-management or co-governance with First Nations, and that have the flexibility to reconcile pre-existing sovereignty and First Nations jurisdictional authority. 5, expand factors considered in decision-making to include principles of sustainability, including ecological integrity and cultural sustainability, Indigenous law, protection of inherent Aboriginal rights, and the principles found in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and finally, ensure meaningful consultation, accommodation, and a consent-seeking process with First Nations to build new regulations. Madam Speaker, I hope these recommendations can be incorporated into C-68 at the committee stage. Another concern we have in Bill C-68 gives the minister too much arbitrary power to authorize harmful development and industrial projects. I hope the government will consider amendments to update language in the bill to require decisions based on scientific evidence rather than the minister's opinion. Let's put science in and keep the politics out. Martin Olinsky, an assistant professor in law at the University of Calgary, an expert in fishery law, agrees. He is quoted in DSMOG Canada saying, quote, "There's an unfortunate use of discretionary language, meaning that many components of the proposed legislation are basically up to the opinion of the minister and requiring no specific evidence," unquote. He goes on to say, for example, there's a section about implementing measures to manage the decline of fish stocks. The newly amended legislation includes the phrase, if the minister is of the opinion that a fish stock has declined to its limit reference point, or that it is below that point, would be impacted. That's not satisfactory for some, he says. In the same article, Brett Favero, research scientist at the Fisheries and Marine Institute of Memorial University, says, quote, "I was hoping for a line that was not if the minister is of the opinion that a fish stock has declined, but if the fish stocks has declined, as determined by the best available evidence, then there should be measures in place aimed at rebuilding the stock," unquote. I'm hopeful that we will be able to clean up some of these language issues in committee. C-68 also enacts the NDP recommendation to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans on rebuilding. We recommended that in order to prioritize the protection of fish and fish habitat, a new modernized Fisheries Act should mandate rebuilding fish stocks when they have fallen below healthy levels, and mandate a report annually to Parliament on the status of Canada's fish stocks and the management decisions made for stocks in critical zones. In October 2017, Oceana Canada released a comprehensive review of the state of Canada's fisheries and the first annual assessment of how the government is managing them, and the results were alarming. They revealed the Canadian fisheries are in serious trouble, with only 1/3 of stocks considered healthy and 13% of those in critical condition. Further, 36% could not be determined due to insufficient information. Although the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada reported 19 Canadian marine stocks in critical condition, Oceana found 26 in their analysis using the same sources of information. At the time of the report, Dr. Robert Rangeley, Director of Science from Oceana Canada, stated, quote, "What's more concerning is that there are only 3 plans in place to rebuild these 26 dangerously depleted populations," end quote. It's shameful that Canada lags behind international standards of sustainable fisheries management. In countries where governments are legally obligated to rebuild, fish populations have bounced back. The numbers are impressive. Mandatory rebuilding in the United States has meant that in the last 20 years, 43 stocks have been rebuilt. Those stocks now generate on average 50% more revenue than when they were overfished. This is the first time rebuilding of depleted fish stocks has been included in Canada's Fisheries Act. However, details on rebuilding will be in the regulations. This does concern me, but if those regulations are strong with timelines and targets, and they consider the impacts of climate change and species interactions, we will be on the path to success. Madam Speaker, I just want to finish with a quote from Susanna Fuller from the Ecology Action Centre, who agrees. She stated, quote, "We will continue to advocate that the regulations require timelines and targets, as well as an ecosystem approach to rebuilding, taking into account impacts of climate change and species interactions," end quote. Madam Speaker,
Unfortunately, I did allow for a little bit more time to finish that quote, and I'm sure that the member will be able to add to the question and comment period. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for his comments, but also for the New Democratic Party's support of this legislation. I take their comments that they don't think it's perfect. We don't pretend that it is. We think it's a significant improvement, and we would be happy to work with him and other colleagues in the House of Commons at the committee process. Obviously, if there are ways we can strengthen it. I took note of his comments with respect to the issue of environmental flow. He's right. The West Coast Environmental Law Group has done terrific work on this. They inspired some of our thinking on this important issue, but I would work happily with him and other colleagues on that important issue, ways to strengthen that. I take his comments with respect to regulations as well. That's something that has to be done in a rigorous and a transparent way, and we would again welcome suggestions to make sure that we get that part right. Madam Speaker, my question for my colleague, he referred to it in a question following my remarks. He's from the province of British Columbia. He, I think, may have an interesting insight into how policies like owner-operator and fleet separation could in fact improve the economic security of the harvesters on the West Coast. And I'm wondering if he has suggestions of how we could take some of the benefit of these policies and see an improvement in the economic circumstances of people that he would represent and my colleagues represent also on the West Coast.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister's comments and his question. And certainly, I know it's a very difficult challenge to try to bring what's now entrenched in Atlantic Canada and Quebec over to the West Coast, which has a very different regime and has been developed over years. But I think with consultation, working with the industry, working with a commitment to see things differently, looking at how do we benefit coastal communities that are impacted by modernization, by changes. We have dramatically seen a change over the years of losing our fish processors. So we have to find a better way to include, to ensure that our coastal communities are benefit, to look at adjacency policies, to look at how do we incorporate what has worked in Atlantic Canada and Quebec and incorporate that into West Coast and the West Coast approach, which is definitely far advanced in terms of ITQs, but we need to look at what's best and how we can incorporate best practices, obviously with the fish unions, those that are involved in processing and with fishing, the commercial fishing sector, hearing about how that can change. And Madam Speaker, I know you're going to come up and cut me off soon, but I really want to implore that the Minister meet with Chief Ernest Alfred, listen to the contents of that letter, and take that to heart. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his very important speech and his comments towards the government that really doesn't listen. I was wondering if he could comment on a statement by the Canadian Electricity Association, the Honourable Sergio Marchi, who he knows was a Liberal cabinet minister, basically says that Bill C-68 represents one step forward but two steps back. It says in practical terms this means that virtually any action without prior authorization could be construed as being in contravention of this Act, will result in greater uncertainties for existing and new facilities, and unduly delay and or discourage investment in energy projects that directly support Canada's clean growth agenda and realize its climate change objectives. So here we have a government, Madam Speaker, who's not listening to the conservation side of things, First Nations, not listening to the business side of things. And I was wondering if the member could comment on how much work actually has to be done in committee to actually get this bill right.
Honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions. I will say that in this instance on the Fisheries Act, I do believe the government did listen. They heard very clearly from Canadians in the 2015 election that they wanted these environmental protections like the Fisheries Act restored. I believe the government did listen. I think through the Fisheries and Oceans Standing Committee, we've provided input. In fact, the NDP provided a dissenting report, and we feel because some of those didn't make it into the Standing Committee's report, and many of those recommendations we found were actually in the Fisheries Act. So we do feel that the government listened to the NDP on this. We commend the government for making those changes. Our concern was that it wasn't implemented quick enough. That was a promise made in the last election. And it's clear that the Fisheries Act was gutted in 2012. And that's what Canadians spoke out. They did not want to see that happen. The Conservative government went too far in their amendments to the Fisheries Act. Scientists and many, including former Conservative fisheries minister, spoke out against those changes.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roy.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roy. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. They were very enlightening, and it also concerned me somewhat because he spoke about the salmon industry, in which there are companies who are disregarding protections and whose salmon has viruses. They seem to be self-regulated, and there doesn't seem to be much action on the part of the department. So what impact would this have on marine diversity, on fisheries in general, on human health? And why is it that there hasn't been any intervention, regardless of the fact that there are recommendations in the Cohen report? I'm very concerned about this. And it's my impression that not much has been done on the part of the federal government when it should be part of the department's mandate, that is to say, to protect marine diversity. Could you please expand on this?
For Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec, who is a very diligent and passionate member of Parliament, and I know is very concerned about the environment, including the impact on marine ecosystems like our fisheries. And I think has raised an excellent point. Obviously, on the West Coast, salmon aquaculture is a major concern. It was a big part of my speech and my presentation to this place, to the House. And she raises an excellent point about the department knowing about the impacts of viruses and disease that are in our waters. As you know, Madam Speaker, we raise Atlantic salmon, farming them in open net pens, where all the feces and materials associated with farms can go directly into the ocean. As farmers know, disease is directly related to waste management, and how you deal with that waste and how you contain disease is critical. If you compound that in oceans, in the waters, it's very, very difficult. The department has been studying this. They know that the viruses and the disease exist. They know the impacts are there. Once that's let out into the open ocean, it is so difficult to get that genie back in the bottle. That's what we have to prevent. That's what the Fisheries Act needs to prevent, is pollution and disease from entering wild fishery habitat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank the member for Port Moody Coquitlam, who's been a tireless champion of fighting what I don't want to call them fish farms. Let's call them what they are, toxic fish factories. There's nothing friendly or nice, the way the word farm would imply, about these facilities that are found along our coastline, destroying our wild salmon, as he accurately has described. But there's another aspect, and I do want to see the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the Minister turn their attention to tight regulation and ending the conflict of interest here. I'm also wondering if the honourable member has any views on the need to regulate seismic testing. We do not in this country regulate seismic testing, and offshore boards have approved seismic testing in the habitat of endangered whales.
Brief answer from the member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate my colleague from the Green Party, her intervention and question about not only salmon aquaculture, but our resident, southern resident killer whales, which is related. Not only seismic activity, ship noise, other impacts to salmon or to the West Coast are critically important that we study. More science is needed so that we get the protection of these whales right, but we also have to protect their food, and that's the Chinook that they feed on, the Chinook salmon. So we have to look at more science and look at the impacts of fish farms on Chinook and on wild sockeye, but we also definitely need to investigate how we can avoid impacts like noise on whales.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to share with you that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon. Today, I'm very proud to take my spot in the House of Commons to bring the voice of my constituents to Ottawa and speak to the proposed amendments to the Fisheries Act. There's several substantive reforms, and I would like to take an opportunity to speak about many of them. But realistically, in the time allotted, I'd like to spend my time on one major issue, and that's the protection of the independent and inshore fishery that's contained in the proposed revisions to this piece of legislation. In particular, I'd like to share some of my thoughts on the economic security that this measure will be able to provide to rural communities like the ones that I grew up in. And Madam Speaker, I hope you'll afford me a little bit of latitude to provide context that I believe is very necessary to explain the significance of this bill to my constituents at home in Central Nova. I'm from a community called Marigamish. It's a small community on the Northumberland Strait in Nova Scotia. I grew up in a family with 6 kids, 5 sisters, and 2 of my parents were teachers. My parents stressed that we should get an education so we can bolster our career in the future, and I'm happy that my sisters and I all took advantage of their advice and made that investment. That investment in time and resources is something that I was very pleased and prepared to make. What I don't think I was adequately prepared for, and I'd suggest the same would be true for my family members, was the fact that on the back end of our education, when we were looking to join the workforce, we weren't necessarily prepared to leave the place where we were raised to make a living. If I rewind the clock just a year before I made the decision to run for office at what my family was doing, I had 2 sisters, both professionals in the medical industry, moved to Ontario to find work. I became a lawyer and found a job that I absolutely loved in Calgary, Alberta. I've got two younger sisters who both became teachers, one of whom moved from Nova Scotia to New Brunswick to find a job at a private school. The other who was raising her daughter full-time while her husband flew in and out of the Middle East so he could make a living for their household. And my youngest sister was finishing up her studies at St. FX and has since moved to the city in Halifax to find a job with a great accounting firm there. If you had asked us 10 years before, what do you guys want to do with your life? I don't know that we would have had the answer, but I expect we would have said we want it to be around home. The reality in many small towns and rural communities is that that's not an option. I'm thankful for the mobility that we have as young people and professionals in Canada, but the opportunity to make a living in the community where you were raised is just not a reality for far too many people. But there's a glowing example of an industry that allows people from the community that I was raised to stay in the community where they grew up and make a good living there, and that's the fishery. If I look at my community now and I go down to the wharf in Lismore, I can find Kelly, a classmate of mine from grade 2, who's still working in the fishery today. A former baseball teammate, Ryan, is a fisherman on the Northumberland Strait as well. I was engaged in a back and forth with a constituent recently whose husband is the owner and operator of a lobster fishing vessel. And what she told me demonstrates to me the importance of the fishery to local communities. Annually, his expenditures before he catches a single fish was $82,000, and 90% of the expenses that he incurred were spent just in Pictou County alone, which is a small part of Nova Scotia, and the remaining 10% were incurred with other businesses within the province. If fishermen are guilty of anything, it's of spending money in their own communities and supporting their neighbours so they can stay in their communities as well. The economic benefits of the fishery are perhaps obvious, but worth stating. We now export over 100 different species in seafood alone. Last year, we had a record-setting $6.6 billion in seafood exports. We're pursuing trade deals with Europe, for example, through CETA that has knocked down tariffs for the seafood sector, particularly shellfish, which will help drive the price up for seafood. 72,000 Canadians make a living in the fisheries or fishing-related activities. And it's one thing to share these stats and talk in terms of contribution to GDP and billions of dollars, but what's more difficult is to ensure that the benefits of this growth accrues not only to the wealthiest Canadians who may have some sort of a corporate interest in the fishery, but to people who are actually doing work on the ground, or in this case, in our waters. This is why this bill before the House of Commons is so important, because it's going to help bolster the economic security, not just of fishermen, but of rural communities, and allow them to stay alive. If I look at measures that are actually contained in the bill that are going to help protect the economic security of rural communities, I have a lot of hope. And my hope comes not just from the words in the legislation, but from my conversations with the minister, because this is a project that I have been working on and advocating for 2 years. This is a project that I've been seeking advice from local fishermen on to ensure that their voices are not just represented in the House of Commons, but embedded in the legislation that we're able to look at today. Upon the passage of this bill, the minister will have the authority to consider economic, social, and cultural factors when making decisions about licensing. The minister will specifically have the authority to consider the need to protect and preserve an independent inshore fishery. It's incredibly important for the communities that I represent that the license holder retains the benefit of their license. It's incredibly important for the communities that I represent that the license holder is the one actually fishing. The bill also contains measures that prohibit certain kinds of corporations from owning a fishing license. And this is not some sort of anti-corporate tirade. There's a very real danger that's posed to rural communities by some of the commercial relationships that exist in the fishery today. There are large corporations who have the ability to snap up a number of different licenses, so to speak. And what they might try to do is buy 50 fishermen and say, you can still fish, but you know what, the benefits of your license are going to come to me, and I've got a large facility where I can add value to the product, which can be a good thing. But over time, the practical implication is that it could become possible that the captain of a fishing vessel, who's been supporting his family and perhaps his parents before him were supporting their family, the captain who's making a good living today could become a minimum wage employee in the future. And that simply doesn't sit well with me. Now, it's one thing, Madam Speaker, to take my word for it. But in speaking with my constituents, they had something to say. I'd like to share with you a statement from the Northumberland Fishermen's Association, from somebody that I have incredible respect for, Ronnie Heighton, who's a strong advocate not just for the fishery, but for the rural economies more generally. What this letter says is that it is vital to the core industry that individual fishermen be required to fish their license personally. The fleet separation policy is crucial to ensure that those that generate an income from fishing are not a processor, but instead an individual license holder. The importance of supporting middle-class jobs by keeping these benefits from individual fishing within our communities is essential to the local economy. Ronnie, thank you for sharing this information with me. Thank you for the education. Thank you for being somebody that I can lean on when I need advice on how to best represent the interests of fishing communities here in the House of Commons. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister, who's been a fabulous partner to work with on this file. His father, perhaps decades before, has started a project, and his son, the Honourable Minister, is now finishing the job. I'm proud to see this legislation go forward, and I'm proud to be a representative for my communities. I campaigned in 2015 to be a voice for my constituents in Ottawa and not the other way around. And by seeing the words that my constituents have spoken to me embedded into the legislation, knowing it's going to enhance the economic security of rural communities, rural coastal communities throughout Atlantic Canada, makes me extraordinarily proud to stand in this House today. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's intervention and his comments. The member spoke about the economic impact to the fishery. He also spoke about the importance of protecting a way of life that he described. As you know, Madam Speaker, Canada's fishery industry employs more than 72,000 Canadians and exports more than $6 billion worth of seafood a year, which the member touched on. One critical thing that this Act does is rebuilding fish stocks. It sets in motion the importance of ensuring that rebuilding fish stocks is included in the Fisheries Act. But we know what is critical is that these regulations, that there be strong regulations with timelines and targets that ensure that these rebuilding plans will be taken seriously by the department. Can I ask my colleague if he will commit to ensure that these regulations will be, strong regulations will follow with timelines and targets with these rebuilding plans?
Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you kindly, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the important question. Before addressing the question, I'd like to say that there is important work already happening under this government to restore fish stocks. I note projects in my own riding to rebuild salmon populations in the West River in Sheet Harbour and the St. Mary's River in Sherbrooke. Of course, it's extraordinarily important that Canadians have faith that when we talk about rebuilding fish stocks, it's not simply an opportunity to have niceties, but we have to have a process in place that they're going to have faith in. We have to have a rigorous and very transparent consultation when we're developing regulations to demonstrate that on a timeline we're going to be able to provide the work that we need to do to ensure that the fish are going to be there, so the rural communities that I wanted to defend today have an opportunity to fish not just today, but for generations to come.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I'm actually fairly encouraged in the sense that we have before us a legislation that's really going to have an impact going forward on fish habitat. And I know the Atlantic Caucus, BC Caucus, are fairly excited about the fact that we do have legislation that we've been waiting for. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just share his thoughts in regards to just the importance of today bringing forward legislation, because we know that there has been a great deal of discussion amongst caucus members wanting to see action on this front, and we have a minister responsible that has really kind of led the charge in ensuring that we are in fact protecting fish habitat, looking at ways in which we can expand protection and the quality of fish and quantity of fish going forward.
The honourable member for Central Nova.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I'll take it a step further than to say the importance of the legislation is not just something that the caucuses care deeply about, but in fact the people that we represent care deeply about. The movement towards this legislation has been an incredible exercise in democracy. What I've seen in our Atlantic caucus is people speaking passionately about conversations they've actually had with constituents. Constituents who said in December 5th, 2012, we were disheartened to see that all of the protections that we were afforded for Canadian rivers, lakes, and waterways had been reduced to a limited number, 159, I believe, that were on the schedule to be protected. When I see the measures that are restoring the lost protections that were erased in a 2012 omnibus budget bill, I know that our Atlantic Caucus colleagues are thrilled because they've been listened to, but more importantly because we're able to stand here, take our place, and bring the voices of our constituents to the House of Commons.
Time for a very brief question. Une courte question. L'honorable député de Salaberry-Sirois.
The honourable member for de Salaberry-Sirois. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know whether my colleague feels that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans should not have too many discretionary powers, because any decisions should be based on facts and science. In another parliament, scientists were muzzled, and this government likes to say it listens to scientists, but in the bill, nowhere does it say that evidence and science should be taken into account when decisions are made. It says that the minister may make decisions based on his own opinions. I believe that should be changed. And what does my colleague think?
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to that question.
Extraordinarily important. The measures that the minister takes should be based on facts, science, and evidence in all cases. I am of the view that discretion in certain aspects of decision-making can be a positive thing. So long as the public has faith that the decisions being made when that discretion is exercised is done so in a very public and transparent way. It can't be done to cater to some sort of private interest. It has to be done in the public interest. Of course, when science is available, we should use it for the decision-making process. But when there's a unique, particularly social or economic concern, discretion is not always a bad thing.
Reprise au débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to support the proposed changes to the Fisheries Act, which would restore lost protections and modernize safeguard to protect fish and fish habitat. The proposed amendments are the results of extensive consultation over the past 2 years. Canadians have spoken, and this government has listened, and now we're acting. I would like to review elements of the proposed act that address monitoring and enforcement. Two areas that were seriously affected after the previous changes in 2012 and 2013. Let me begin with the area of monitoring. Throughout consultation for the proposed amendments, Indigenous groups, stakeholders expressed interest in better monitoring on several levels. For example, they want to see increased reporting and transparency regarding the habitat protection provisions of the Act that are being reintroduced. I'm pleased to say that the government has responded to this call for action. In line with our commitment to transparency, the Act would allow for developing online registry. This would provide information on permit and authorization decisions, as well as codes to practice and standards. Significantly, the registry would also improve the department's ability to monitor compliance with the Act. Indigenous peoples and stakeholders also want to see clear standards for how proponents monitor the impact of a project on fish and fish habitat. The proposed amendments would address these concerns by making monitoring information more accessible via the public registry. Let me turn now to the question of improved enforcement. As you know, fisheries officers are responsible for ensuring compliance with all aspects of Fisheries Act, introducing provision to protect fish and their habitat. The Fisheries Act in 2012 reduced habitat protections, and it is no surprise that inhabitat-related enforcement dropped by 80% between 2004 and 2016. The proposed Fisheries Act before the House today would be going beyond restoring lost protections. It would also strengthen and modernize and enforcement powers of fishery officers. I would like to highlight the specific changes. Throughout consultation and public engagement sessions for this bill, Canadians have been very clear. They want to see more fishery officers on patrol and more offenders caught and held accountable. I'm pleased to say that amendments are proposed to clarify, strengthen, and modernize enforcement to act. For example, fishery officers would be granted 3 new powers. First, they could require that any vessel or vehicle to be stopped and removed to a place that is suitable for inspection. This would enable an officer to order a vessel back to port or order a vehicle to safe inspection location site. Second, fishery officers could exercise their powers in relation to any Canadian fishing vessel in the waters and territories of other countries, provided country agrees. Third, fishery officers would not be liable for conservations of the act if done in the performance of their duties. And this exception from liability would also apply to any person accompanying them. Other amendments under the new act would modernize the power of courts with 4 new elements. First, certificates signed by an analyst could be used in court as evidence that the substance, product, or fish have been analyzed or tested by an analyst. The evidence of the results of those tests, as well as the evidence of the accuracy of instrument used by fishery officers. Second, courts could authorize the forfeiture of illegal fishing gears found in Canadian fisheries waters. Third, courts could authorize further extension of seizure beyond the initial 90 days period. And fourth, courts could authorize forfeiture of fish or things that would be illegal to possess, even if no charges were laid. Another enforcement-related amendment would provide authority for the minister to suspend or cancel a license where license holder is in default of payment of a fine related to fishery violations. Mr. Speaker, not all offenders should end up in courts, which can be costly for all parties and time-consuming. Amendments would be enabled to use the Alternative Measures Agreement. These agreements focus on problem solving and addressing the root cause of the conservation. They are cost-effective, alternative to the criminal justice system, and have been shown to reduce relapse. The proposed amendments would extend the use of alternative measures for some offenders related to fish and their fish habitat when offenders has recognized its responsibility. To sum up, Mr. Speaker, the proposed Fisheries Act would introduce measures to strengthen monitoring and to modernize safeguard to fish and fish habitat. The department has also identified the need for more strategic planning and monitoring activities. With respect to the enforcement, the amendments would strengthen and modernize the enforcement powers of the fishery officers, and it would give courts the new powers while expanding the new use of alternative measures. I'm proud to get behind this bill, Mr. Speaker. These measures would restore loss protection and modernize our approach of safeguarding our fisheries. At the same time, they will go a long way to restoring public faith in the department's conservation and restoration efforts. I call on all honorable members to support the proposed amendment and give it a speedy passage to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to know if my colleague believes that according to Recommendation 3 by Commissioner Cohen in his report, do you believe that the industry, given that there are viruses that contaminate fish and then contaminate wild salmon, and then that contaminates the whole food chain, and that this should not be part of the mandate of Fisheries Canada to promote this kind of fish?
Fraser Canyon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the great question from the other side of the bench. But one thing we need to understand, we have consulted Canadians on all aspects of change. As 2,063 Canadians registered online, almost 5,500 completed workbook questionnaire. So I'm very confident that changes, according to the concern the member has brought, are taken into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today. And you know, at the heart of this, what this government is attempting to do is to repair the damaged legislation that was brought forward by the previous government, because there is a real strong sense of our environmental responsibilities, and in particular as it relates to our fisheries and oceans in this matter. I'm wondering if the member can expand on, you know, where we were with the previous government, what they did in 2012, compared to where we are now, and what that is doing exactly to further strengthen our commitment to the environment.
The Honourable Member for Mission Metzke, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague here. Give me the opportunity to expand on this, Mr. Speaker. Our government promised to not just return to the previous version of the Fisheries Act, but to make the law even better than before. Our government is delivering on its important promise we made to the Canadians. We're introducing the amendment to the Fisheries Act. When it passed, will restore and protect our fish and fish habitats that were lost under the previous Conservative government. The proposed changes to the Fishery Act would contribute to the advancing of reconciliation with the First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people, and a renewal nation-to-nation relationship, which is a priority for our government. These amendments would make it a requirement to consider and protect the indigenous traditional knowledge when making certain decisions under the Fishery Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted just to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. First of all, I'd just like to highlight a comment made by my colleague from the Lower Mainland just before I start. He said, and I quote, he said, they want to make the act even better than it was before. And I'd agree with him. It was actually pretty good. Back in 2012, the changes that we made under our previous government were substantive. And I guess being the Parliament Outdoor Caucus co-chair, we deal a lot with fishing, recreational fishing specifically, and if people are lucky enough to get out last weekend and do some ice fishing, good for you. I didn't have time, but we support a lot of the times we have as families together to do exactly that. But you know, I guess it always seems a little bit disingenuous by the Liberals across the way when they can't just say they're doing something good for fisheries or doing something in C68 positive without giving us a shot. Well, I'd like to argue about that and defend our record a little bit before. We started a very substantive program, the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnership Program, and we provided millions and millions of dollars to basically local organizations, Mr. Speaker, to help local people that are interested in seeing their own rivers and tributaries and all that have a sustainable fishery for recreational fishers. So one instance I have here, this is an article from 2015. It references the OFAH, which is a nonpartisan group, so I'll give them that. Largest nonprofit charitable fish and wildlife conservation organization in Ontario applauds the federal government, this is previous Conservative government, decisions to substantively increase the funding to a highly successful recreational fisheries conservation partnership program by providing an additional $15 million over 2 years. And this is just one announcement of many. It goes on to say that ours, being the program I just referenced, was one of 96 projects from across Canada funded in the first year of the program. We're talking millions and millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. And just a little reference to what recreational fishing actually brings to Canadians. I think, there's some people think that just the odd person goes out and fishes on a weekend. But recreational fishing in Canada generates over $8 billion in annual economic activity. And that's not million, Mr. Speaker, that's $8 billion. We saw that, frankly, we like the heritage part of it. I personally like going out and fishing myself. But also just the economic activity is something to support, and that's what we did in a previous government. So for the Liberals across the way to say, C68 is this great savior of fishing, recreational fishing in Canada, I think is a stretch. A lot was done before. Can a lot be done? Absolutely. I think we all in Canada are concerned about numbers of fish that we see in certain tributaries and off the West Coast and East Coast. And we want to do all we can. I think that's what Conservatives and Liberals can agree upon. But to say that the previous government didn't do anything is just frankly not true. I just wanted to speak a little bit about C68, I guess, and what it seeks to do. And I think this is where I think we had it right previously in a previous government. And the Liberals, again, they seem to be always desiring to increase bureaucracy. And, they're talking about funding different study groups to study what normally is being done by volunteers right now, Mr. Speaker. I have a group that's in Valemount that does a great job of establishing salmon habitat and fish habitat in the rivers and doing what they can to build fish ladders, etc., and do all that. A lot of it's done voluntarily because it's done by local people that are interested in just either fishing themselves or just want to see a healthy fish habitat in the local community of Valemount. But now what this government is seeking to do is dump a bunch of money into funding different target groups and study groups and spend a whole bunch of money, spending money what's already been done by volunteers today. So, again, I would just question their logic of funding things that are working quite well on their own right now and being driven by volunteers are actually a good thing. They're there because they're interested and they want to make our rivers and streams a better place for fish. So, again, I guess questioning the current Liberal logic of just throwing more money at a situation doesn't always make it better. You know, again, we do see that there are a number of challenges with returning stocks depending on the rivers referred to. So we do see things and efforts are needing to be made, but I just think the current Liberal government with C-68 is, you know, it's maybe trying to do something that's better, but it's, again, building a bigger bureaucracy is not going to help one fish in one river, especially in my home province of British Columbia. I just would like to speak a little bit more just about, you know, what we support, I guess, on this side is a strong conservation effort generally. You know, I know the member that's going to speak after me is an avid fisherman himself, and most of our speakers actually do grab a rod and reel. So we really do care about preserving the numbers, especially the returning fish, and absolutely support any efforts that will actually substantively increase the numbers returning and substantially help recreational fishers still access particular lands. I guess one item of concern that's not really related to C-68, but it does relate to recreational fishing in Canada, is marine protection areas that this current government is seeking to challenge certain access to recreational fishers in the province of BC. And I guess I'm concerned again from this Liberal government. They say that they're for, you know, for fisheries, etc. But fisheries are meant to be used by the people, and any kind of restriction of that fishery is a concern for Conservative members on this side of the House. Definitely concerned for the long-term future of recreational fishing in our country and that history that it brings, and all that great experiences as a family that you have. I mean, we fished a couple years ago with my kids, and they all caught a fish, and it was a great experience. It's one of those memorable moments of our summer of 2016. But I guess, Mr. Speaker, I won't be too much longer. I know I don't have much time, but I guess I just would wish that this particular government would really spend money where money is well received by the fish, literally in streams. I had the pleasure to work as a carpenter back in the mid-90s on a fish ladder in a Fish Creek area behind where I live, to the north of where I live. And to see all the effort that went into that by people that really cared about the stream and cared about, again, having a sustainable fishery, and all the hearts that go, and, you know, and a lot of that effort was done by people that, you know, frankly, were volunteering, and again, we're doing it out of their goodness of their heart, and we're just doing it for a paycheck. And again, I think that what this government should look at is look at what works in the current system with conservation groups in British Columbia, like my home province, Atlantic Canada, really all across the prairies, wherever there's a province, there's people that like to fish. And I would look at what's already working and just do more of that, as opposed to try and change the whole regime. I don't think that's a great way to spend money, and it's not a great way to have a real sustained fishery in our country. And again, the goal for, I think, everybody that's in here, that really we should try and achieve a sustainable fishery that, again, our kids and our grandkids and our great-grandkids will be fishing well into the future. And that's what our goal should be in this place. And again, from members on this side of the House, I know that's our goal, and I know that's the goal of some across the way. But again, we just want to make sure the government, when it spends taxpayer dollars, that they're spending it wisely and not just throwing it at a problem, expecting it to stick and somehow fix it. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think that you know, what this really comes down to, and I appreciate the member's comment with respect to fishing within his family and with his children. I mean, my son and our next door neighbor picks up their fishing rods, walks down the street to the lake, and fish in the summertime as well. But that's exactly what this legislation is about. It's about protecting the ability to be able to do that into future generations. And sometimes you need regulation around different activities so that we can make sure that into the future we still have the ability for our children and grandchildren and their children to continue this activity that so many of us have come to love. I'm wondering if he can comment on, whether or not he doesn't see that some legislation and some regulations are necessary to make sure that we have the ability to continue to do this into the future.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member too that is, kids went down and fished, and that there's again a great example of why we actually want to keep fishing a viable thing in Canada and make sure that we can have it for our generations in the future. I think the key part to this conversation, the C-68, and the discussion that it's this great legislation is going to be a fix-all of all the problems. I think, reading multiple articles on my desk here, but one article said it wasn't a matter of legislation, it was a matter of implementation. So if we need to fix our implementation to make sure that the deliverable is going to be better results are going to ensue, I think we need to look a little bit closer at what that would look like, rather than, again, throw money at a completely different group and do something completely different expecting to have a great result. And again, implementation, I think, is the issue here, and we need to get to the bottom of how to implement a good process in Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan's Milkmead Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's contribution to this debate, also his work as the BC Caucus Chair. And I'd like just to ask the member, as he raised a very good point, that regulations are important, but also you have to have measures that send a signal to the wider audience, particularly in British Columbia, that they're important and that the government is thinking of them. Now, this government gave $400 million in last year's budget to the East Coast for innovation in agriculture and other, actually, I think it was innovations for fishing off the shore of the East Coast. In British Columbia, what did they do? They tried to cancel a popular salmon process fund to restock our rivers and streams with salmon. Does the member believe that this government is treating British Columbia on the issues of fisheries fairly, number one? And number two, does he think that this legislation does anything to change the image that I have in my mind?
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the member for that great question, actually. Absolutely. Again, this previous government that the member was a part of, as I was as a member of British Columbia Caucus, saw great rollouts in Salmon Foundation, different other initiatives that were really great initiatives. And then we see, again, where politics enters into the foray. Instead of having something, if it's understood to work, we have volunteers on the ground that are making this thing work in British Columbia. You think, again, C-68 and the rationale behind C-68 would be, well, let's fund it some more because it's going to work, and let's keep it going. Well, we've seen the opposite happen with this particular government and them retract funding for things that do work. And it's a strange thing to understand. I think for British Columbians in general to understand, too, that this current government understands what recreational fishing, and not just recreational fishing, preserving fish so nobody can fish ever again, because, again, we're getting into concern with MPAs and marine protection areas, that actually protecting areas from people fishing, well, that's not what our goal should be. Our goal should be to protect the fish so we can go fishing, not the opposite. So thank the member for his question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure for me to be able to rise on Bill C-68 today to talk about the changes to the Fisheries Act. And people are probably wondering, what's a prairie boy from Manitoba doing getting up to talk about fisheries? Well, I want to remind everyone here that as the representative and the proud representative of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, that's home to Lake Winnipeg, Lake Manitoba, the Winnipeg River, as well as Lake St. Martin and the communities around it. I represent over 1,000 commercial fishers, fishing families that make their living off that freshwater fishery. And Lake Winnipeg's a 3-season fishery, on the ice, in the spring and in the fall. And those families depend upon the fishery. There's 23 small craft harbors on Lake Winnipeg alone. So this is a great natural resource and one that deserves protection. And that's why, as conservatives, and myself in particular, we support protecting fish habitat. We support protecting the commercial fishery and the recreational fishery, which is also very important to our riding. We have people that come from all over the world to come and enjoy, the walleye fishing that we have, catching trophy walleye, going after northern pike. And in the North Red River, some of the best channel cat fishing in the world takes place right in my riding. So it is an area that we're quite proud of and a fishery that we want to protect. But I've got grave concerns with what the Liberal government has been proposing. What they have done is gone back to the future. The old days where they're going to use a stick to hammer on users of the land, hammer on communities, to hammer down and whack the mole, so to say, if you want to take it to the game, whack-a-mole, any farmer, any municipality that are trying to do any improvements or developments. And they're also going to penalize clean energy, like hydroelectric power, where we've already been dealing with for some time, since my 15 years, almost 15 years now as a parliamentarian, having to deal with the impact on protecting fish habitat and actually doing hydroelectric generation, the development of those dams, and the impact of federal regulations on them. So it's a stick here rather than a carrot. When we were government, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives were proud to work with stakeholders, to work with recreational fishers, commercial fishers, work alongside municipalities to adopt best practices and to provide the enhancement dollars to protect fish habitat. That's where we saw the greatest benefits, using a carrot rather than the stick to reward good behavior, to enhance fishery protection, and to protect natural ecosystems. That generated results. Now, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, Mr. Speaker, announced $284 million for enforcement, for putting more fisheries and oceans inspectors out running across the prairies, telling municipalities you can't do this, to stop farmers from draining their flooded fields, and to try to protect supposed fish habitat down in the bottom of a ditch. That didn't work back in the 90s. It didn't work in the early 2000s. That's why when we were government, we put those resources, those enforcement officers where they're needed most, where we saw overfishing, where we saw destruction of habitat, especially in British Columbia, where they went and enforced the legislation the way it should have been, not to go out there and harass municipalities, farmers, and other resource users. We don't need more bureaucratic red tape, Mr. Speaker. What we need is a government that understands the needs of all stakeholders, that want to work together collaboratively to provide the best habitat and the best environment to protect our fishery. They may have introduced more dollars for bureaucratic red tape, but they cut spending from existing habitat protection programs. The member from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin, and others in our caucus worked long and hard to bring about the Recreational Fish Habitat Protection Program. And that program provided dollars to little wildlife organizations to protect habitat, mainly for angling. And a lot of it would happen in our little lakes and estuaries along the bigger waterways. But it benefited the commercial fishery as well and the Aboriginal fishery. They were all able to capitalize on the increase in fish stocks and the habitat protection that happened, the natural groins going into our lakes, rivers, and oceans that allow that nutrient loads to be soaked up through the marshlands and the swamps. The Liberal government killed, Mr. Speaker, the wetland conservation program, which was really important, not just from the standpoint of fish habitat protection, and protecting habitat for upland game birds and wetland game birds like geese and ducks and prairie chickens. But it also doesn't provide the dollars to encourage land use owners to keep those wetlands, because they're also not just the kidneys, but they're the main reciprocals for aquifers across this country to feed that groundwater and build it up. So I think it is shameful that the government is virtue signaling, telling people we're going to do more to protect fish habitat, when in actuality they have killed programs, they have reduced dollars available to actually enhance and protect fish habitat. And really are spending more taxpayers' dollars on more red tape and more bureaucracy. And really, I encourage the government, because there is, regulations here, but we don't know what those regulations are going to look like yet. We have a case, Mr. Speaker, where they are going to have more rules and regulations placed upon our municipalities, our rural communities, on First Nations, on resource users, including clean energy producers like hydroelectric power in Manitoba. It's Manitoba Hydro. And rather than adopt best practices. And that's what we encouraged when we were government, that municipalities, if they're going to have to clean a ditch, well, this is the time of year you do it, and this is how you do it. You don't have to file a whole bunch of paperwork, hire engineers, hire environmental consultants, and do these environmental assessments to get through the DFO checklist. We also know that there's going to be more costs on our municipalities. Every project they have to do now, they're going to have to do duplicative work and providing background documentation to the federal government and to the provincial government. There's no clarity in this bill as to how we get rid of the redundancy and all the costs that are going to be borne by municipalities, cash-strapped municipalities trying to serve their ratepayers. We also know that farmers, and I am an agriculture producer myself, and my son-in-law is a grain farmer, and one of the greatest things that we deal with in our riding, the Selkirk Inner Lake Eastman, is flooding, excess precipitation, whether it's from snow runoff, whether it's from excessive rain, or whether it's downstream flooding coming down the Red and Assiniboine rivers from the United States and Western Canada. We're at the bottom of the Lake Winnipeg Basin, Mr. Speaker, and so we have to deal with all this excessive moisture. Farmers have to have the ability to drain their lands, to do flood mitigation, and to stop the harm and damage that happens. And now for them to go out, and we lived through this in the 90s under the Chrétien government. In the 90s, when farmers went out and tried to dig a drain to get excess moisture off their fields that was drowning out their crops and their livelihoods and possibly could bankrupt them, and get that water off their fields, DFO was over there to hammer them over the head with a big stick saying you can't do that. And they'd be fined and penalized and their project stopped. We got to adopt best practices and ensure that people can live on the land. I'm scared that this is just another Liberal policy that is anti-rural. It's anti-farmer and it's anti-rural municipalities. And finally, fishers haven't asked for these changes. And we already know that under the old system, we saw no results, the system that the Liberals had back in the 90s and early 2000s. And here we are going back to the future where this doesn't result. And as my friend just said, there is no metrics here on how we get to manage the actual results. So if there's no results, then how does this benefit our commercial fishers? How does this benefit our Aboriginal fishers? And how does that benefit the commercial fishers that are out there enjoying angling and our waterways? Mr. Speaker, I ask the government to look at this in detail to ensure that they're not being overly bureaucratic, adding more red tape to an already very onerous system, and that we are ensuring that rural Canadians, that rural communities, whether it be Aboriginal, agriculture producers, or fishers, are all able to benefit from this, and we're not putting extra costs layered upon our municipalities and provincial governments so that we can have drainage, we can have flood mitigation and flood protection without being hampered by an overzealous federal government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In good part, the legislation that we have today is here to reflect some of the changes that were required because of the previous administration's changes that they had brought in. I believe it was during a budget debate, budget legislation. And we're looking in terms of restoring the lost protection, for example, to fish habitat. It also provided the government to modernize the legislation even a little bit more by bringing in some additional protections. And along with this, there's a substantial amount of financial resources that are going to be made available. Looking at the importance of the industry, not only for today, but also into the future. I'm wondering if my colleague would not agree that investing in fish habitat and protecting fish habitat is the right thing to do. It enables us to continue. My friend and colleague talked about how wonderful the industry is in our home province of Manitoba, and I concur. There is so much potential. But we do need to recognize, and there is an expectation, that we do what we can in terms of the protection of habitat, as an example. And this legislation is going to go a long way in giving the power to the minister to take such actions that in the long run we will have a healthier fish stock, healthier environment.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Winnipeg North for his question, but unfortunately he's misinformed because there is no call for this legislation, that this will not actually increase protection. All it does is increase regulatory barriers. All it does is provide more enforcement and more fisheries and ocean officers running around the province of Manitoba and anywhere else in this country, stopping farmers and fishers and industry from moving ahead. The big problem with this, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals just don't seem to understand that we had the right mechanisms in place already. You know, they may want to virtue signal that they're trying to do something to protect fish habitat and for environmental purposes, but they're actually undermining rural communities and industry and fishers that have been working so hard for so long to enhance habitat, to make sure that we protect our wetlands and that we actually increase fish stocks. And by just working in a collaborative approach, we can do more in adapting best practices to ensure that projects such as building new ditches, repairing a bridge, or putting in place a new culvert is done without having to go through all the red tape that the Liberals want to force upon our municipalities and our citizens.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his contribution today. As a former Penticton City Councillor, I experienced this firsthand. There was a developer who had put aside several tens of thousands of dollars to have access through a new stairway to the Campbell Mountain, something that was highly desirable by the area. Our planners ended up asking for clarification from Department of Fisheries and Oceans because it was within a certain proximity to a creek. And the reason why we were told that we couldn't go ahead was because there was a body of water adjacent to the proposed stairs. Mr. Speaker, that was an old water hole of a golf course. And so when this member cites that the people here in Ottawa or that are in far-reaching areas that are pushing buttons and demanding, for people to do something in the rural areas, he's exactly right. In my area, British Columbia, I've met with stakeholders. They are specifically asking for action on the Cohen Commission, not for this kind of legislation. Does the member agree that the government should be focused more on the priorities of stakeholders, whether it be in my area or in his own?
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman in 45 seconds or less, please.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia for his comment because as a municipal councillor, they have lived through the horrors and the costs and the headaches of having to deal with the DFO over things such as ridiculous as a water hole on a golf course. I experienced that myself, Mr. Speaker, in our riding, where farmers who get flooded all of a sudden have carp swimming out of Lake Manitoba across their fields. Now, is that fish habitat? It's got fish on it. And then the legislation actually gives the power to the government to say, that's fish habitat, you can't touch it. We have white mullet, sucker fish we call them back home, that swim up the ditches every spring in the runoff to spawn. Well, does that stop that ditch from getting cleaned out in the fall when there's no fish in it? I don't think it should, but the powers that have been given to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans gives him that type of capabilities to stop regular planning and resource use on the prairies.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
And Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege for me to speak in the House on two important elements of the proposed Fisheries Act amendments. Both of these new elements would support conservation of marine biodiversity and address threats to the conservation and protection of our marine resources and to proper management and control of our fisheries in a nimble and flexible way. To develop our proposed amendments to the Fisheries Act, we have closely considered recommendations from the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. We consulted broadly with Canadians, partners, Indigenous groups, and stakeholders. In a parallel to this important work, we have been advancing efforts to achieve Canada's marine conservation targets, surpassing our government's commitment to protect 5% of our marine areas by 2017 and moving forward to protect 10% by 2020. The first of the new proposals under the amended Fisheries Act that I will speak about today responds directly to a need that we identified as part of our Marine Conservation Targets engagement session, while simultaneously contributing to the modernization of the Fisheries Act. As you know, our government announced on December 21st, 2017, that we have conserved 7.75% of Canada's marine space. We work very closely with our partners at Parks Canada and Environment and Climate Change Canada, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous governments, and other Indigenous partners and stakeholders to achieve the significant marine conservation milestone. And we continue to do so as work under our ambitious 5-point plan to meet the marine conservation targets as they continue. This plan includes completing marine protected areas, establishment processes that were already underway before Canada established its interim 5% targets and reaffirmed its 10% objective. 2, protecting large offshore areas. 3, protecting areas under pressure. 4, pursuing legislative amendments that are now known as Bill C-55. And 5, of most relevance to the discussion at hand, advancing other affected area-based conservation measures. The term other effective area-based conservation measures may sound complicated and even hard to say, but the concept is simple and it is well recognized and used in international forums. The term refers to managed areas, other than marine protected areas that offer real protection to marine biodiversity. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans developed rigorous science-based criteria for identifying these areas and have used these criteria to evaluate existing fisheries area closures for their contributions to marine biodiversity conservation. Fisheries and Oceans managers and scientists also adhered closely to this criteria when establishing new fisheries area closures that contribute to biodiversity conservation. Using this approach, I proudly recognize the current 51 fisheries area closures as marine refuge that play an important role in conserving Canada's precious marine biodiversity from coast to coast to coast. Canada's marine refuge include the recent announced offshore Pacific seamounts and vents closure, which protects hydrothermal vents and rare and regionally unique seamounts on Canada's west coast. Off the coast of Nova Scotia, the Emerald Basin and Sandpro Bank sponge conservation areas protect globally unique concentrations of species of glass sponge known as Russian hat sponges. In Canada's eastern Arctic, the Disco Fan Conservation Area protects overwintering habitat for narwhal and concentrations of corals. The coral species found there include the bamboo coral, which is one of the slowest growing and longest lived corals species in Canada, and which has not been found anywhere else in the world to date. This is just a small sampling of the marine refuge that help to safeguard our unique and valuable marine ecosystems on all 3 of Canada's oceans. Currently, marine refuges are established through license conditions and variation orders made under the Fisheries Act. These tools have an important place in fisheries management, but also they can for long-term periods. They are not specifically designed to address long-term biodiversity objectives. As we have engaged with our partners and stakeholders on our approach to meeting Canada's marine conservation targets, they have raised this concern and we have listened. Under the amended Fisheries Act, a new authority has been proposed, which would allow for regulations to be put in place to restrict specified fishing activities for the purposes of conserving and protecting marine biodiversity. This regulatory tool would be complementary to our Marine Protected Area tool under the Oceans Act legislation. Both tools are used to protect important species, habitats, and features. The main difference between the two tools is that the new regulatory authority under the Fisheries Act would be used in cases where fishing activities pose a specific threat to the important elements of biodiversity that have been identified in an area, whereas a marine protected area under the Oceans Act can be applied to a variety of human uses as needed. The new proposed authority would provide us with additional flexibility to develop prohibitions that are tailor-made to address the protection needs of a particular area. The government would apply this new regulation, making authority to our existing marine refuge, and in doing so would replace the current approach of outlining these fishing-related prohibitions or restrictions in license conditions and variation orders. This new approach would secure the biodiversity protections afforded by these marine refuges over the long term. These regulations could also be developed for any new marine refuge moving forward. We take our 2020 marine conservation commitment very seriously, but this new regulation tool would do much more than help us meet our 10% target. Marine refuges established under this authority would support our broader marine conservation work, ensuring that our oceans continue to be rich in marine biodiversity and support sustainable use for future generations of Canadians. Marine refuges will play an important role in the marine protected networks which are being developed on all three of Canada's coasts. Their establishment will also support the implementation of the policy for managing the impact of fishing on sensitive benthic areas over the long term. This targeted regulatory tool is to establish marine refuges for the purpose of biodiversity protection and would help modernize the Fisheries Act. It would make it very clear which management measures are contributing to long-term biodiversity protection, and in doing so, would enhance transparency and effectiveness of fisheries management. I would now like to talk to you about the purpose of another proposed provision that it could be used to, in other things, enhance biodiversity protection. This other amendment would enable my staff to respond quickly and effectively to urgent and unexpected threats to the conservation and protection of fish that may arise in our oceans and put some of our most treasured marine life in jeopardy. Top of mind for me and many Canadians when they think about our ocean conservation needs is the unexpected movement of the North Atlantic right whale population into the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the unexpected and unprecedented losses of those endangered species that have occurred over the past year. A new proposed tool under the Fisheries Act would allow the Minister to put in place targeted short-term fisheries management measures quickly and effectively to respond to the urgent threats such as those being faced now by the North Atlantic right whale. When a threat to the conservation and protection of fish arises during the fishing season, we currently issue amendments to license conditions and make variation orders. But just as these tools are ill-suited to address long-term biodiversity objectives, they are not well designed. They are not designed to put in place for immediate actions to address all urgent and unanticipated threats. These tools are meant to address issues related to the sustainable use and proper management of the fisheries resources. Also, the process to implement a change in license condition is burdensome and often takes time, and variation orders are limited in scope by regulations. Changes to the Act would allow us to introduce targeted restrictions to the fishing activities in urgent situations. For example, some of the threats the North Atlantic right whale faced in 2017 are examples of urgent issues that could be addressed by this tool. I will conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the new proposed tools under the amended Fisheries Act would allow us to respond effectively and flexibly to our long-term marine conservation needs, as well as to the unexpected short-term and urgent threats. These two pieces of the broader Fisheries Act amendments that I have had the pleasure to support today. This is a concrete way to incorporate modern safeguards into a strengthened Fisheries Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back to a question which was raised earlier by one of my colleagues and the member for Central Nova responded on the discretionary powers of the minister. In the bill, the minister can take any decision based on his opinion and not necessarily on scientific evidence. And the response from the MP for Central Nova was that as long as Canadians trust what the minister says, as long as there's transparency, it's fine. But what if the party changes? What if the minister changes? What if the personality of the minister changes with the next minister and Canadians don't trust the new minister as much? Doesn't the member believe that it should be clearly stated in the bill that decisions must strictly be taken on scientific evidence?
Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I can say, representing a coastal and rural riding, that many of the stakeholders on the fisheries side have been very supportive of the Fisheries Act and the changes that are being proposed. So, for example, Melanie Sonnenberg, the president of the Canadian Independent Fish Harvesters Federation, said, "This is quite pivotal for all of us, and it means stability for our community as we go forward." We are a government that firmly puts science and evidence in every decision that we make, and we think that that's absolutely critical. And even when there's a change of government, it's expected, and Canadians expect, that all government would make policy decisions based on scientific evidence, but also in deep collaboration with key stakeholders, whether it's Indigenous stakeholders, it's the fishers, it's municipalities, it's members in coastal communities. And that is what has been done in the development of this Fisheries Act, because I've actually heard that from so many people, not only in my riding of New Brunswick Southwest, but at different annual general meetings. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What this legislation really is about a balancing act. Respecting the fact that we want to encourage and promote activities such as fishing, but at the same time making sure that we have legislation in place to protect the environment and to protect future generations to be able to continue to use this environment that we have now. I'm wondering if the member can speak to how important it is to make that balance and where we've come from what the Conservatives did in 2012 to where we are today with this legislation.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I can say from the comments that I've heard in my riding, certainly the cuts made by the Harper government were not supported. And it was one of the campaign promises that we did have, was to relook at the Fisheries Act. I've had, recently I've been blessed with a new granddaughter, and I do believe that there has to be a balance between the environment and the economy, and also working closely with stakeholders. And I can say that I'm very proud of so many of the fisheries groups in New Brunswick Southwest and elsewhere that do so much work on their own to actually work at maintaining and respecting the long-term resource of our marine protected areas. I also would like to comment on the North Atlantic right whale in terms of a balance. Clearly, after 17 deaths that we saw in 2017 with the North Atlantic right whale, there is an imbalance there. And Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and in fact, citizens around the world are looking for us to show leadership on the prevention, the protection, and recovery of North Atlantic right whales. That is a balance, and that's something that we have to be to take into consideration very, very seriously. And I know from the work that's been done through the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, through the minister, much work has been done with roundtables regarding the North Atlantic right whale. And at those discussions, there has been the topic of the Fisheries Act and the importance of it for protecting the long-term recovery of the North Atlantic right whale, where we only have less than 450 surviving today. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since being elected as a Member of Parliament for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, I've had the opportunity to meet with many organizations and individuals that the Fisheries Act directly impacts. This includes organizations such as Watershed Watch, Alouette River Management Society, Kanaka Educational, Environmental and Partnership Society, the Katzie First Nation, local stream keepers, municipal governments in both Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, Individuals such as Jack Emberley, who's a local author and environmentalist, and Julie Porter, who studied ecological restoration at Simon Fraser University. Mr. Speaker, my riding is a watershed community that is home to many passionate, hard-working people who are trying to protect our environment and water systems. They were all eager to educate me on fish and fish habitats in various instances, such as the many roundtables that I hosted, cleaning up the Catesy Slough, or counting fish with stream keepers. I'll never forget trying to canoe in our local waters where the invasive species of plants and algae were so dense we could barely paddle through. Mr. Speaker, in all of these consultations, the common expression of sadness, disappointment, and even anger was apparent. The Fisheries Act had been gutted entirely and left these groups with little support or good, clear legislation. Mr. Speaker, it's time to change this and fix the Fisheries Act. In June 2016, the Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard announced a comprehensive review of the Fisheries Act, and this gave my community hope for better legislation. After hearing and engaging with constituents on fish policy at large, I submitted a report with recommendations to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, fish and fish habitat are part of the livelihood and identity of Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge. Therefore, fish and fish protection policy directly impact both the environment and prosperity of my community. And so I rise today to support the proposed Fisheries Act amendments, which would introduce key measures to ensure our fishery resources are available for generations of Canadians yet to come. Today, through proposed amendments to this Act, the government is moving to restore lost measures that would protect fish and their habitat, and to modernize safeguards for the challenges we face in the 21st century. But more than protecting further losses of these resources, we are also introducing measures that would help restore them. These actions would help maintain biodiversity and would also generate positive economic spin-offs for the fisheries. Such dual benefits reflect the goal of a sustainable development, a healthy environment, a prosperous economy, and a vibrant society for current and future generations. All told, the fisheries sector is valued at about $13 billion and employs some 72,000 Canadians. Our fisheries are an economic driver in rural communities on all three coasts, including in many Indigenous communities. That's why the Department of Fisheries and Oceans supports an economically prosperous fishery while retaining conservation as its top priority. The cultural impact of the fisheries may be harder to measure in dollars and cents, but is no less important. For some families in coastal communities, fishing has been a way of life for generations. Indeed, for many Indigenous peoples, fishing traditions extend back millennia. In developing the Fisheries Act, the government understood that the fisheries contribute to rural and Indigenous communities in both tangible and intangible ways. In keeping with the principles of sustainable development, we thought to achieve a balance between environmental, economic, and social imperatives. In this way, we could help preserve the integrity of fisheries in the years ahead. There is no single threat to the sustainability and productivity of our fisheries. Damage and loss of habitat, aquatic invasive species, and changes to freshwater flow all contribute to the decline of freshwater and marine fisheries. Indeed, restoring habitat provides an opportunity to redress past negative impacts. The proposed Fisheries Act identifies 4 key areas that would require consideration of fish and habitat restoration measures: stock rebuilding, factors to consider when issuing permits and authorizations, ecologically significant areas, and the making of regulations. Let me take them one by one, starting with fish stocks. The proposed act will support the restoration of degraded fish habitats. Of course, the department already works to repair past impacts and help restore depleted fish stocks. However, these activities are not integrated into key areas of its mandate. The new act would address this gap. Under the proposed amendments, when making decisions that would impact the depleted stock, the minister would need to consider whether measures are in place to rebuild that fish stock. In addition, the minister shall take into account whether these measures are in place to restore degraded fish habitat, where the minister is of the opinion that the loss of or degradation of fish habitat has contributed to a stock's decline. The second area for consideration of fish habitat restoration is the list of factors the minister must review before making decisions about permits, authorizations, or regulations. The proposed amendments add a new factor for the minister to consider. Do the planned offsetting activities give priority to the restoration of degraded fish habitat? The third area for consideration of fish habitat restoration is the creation of ecologically significant areas. These areas are intended to protect sensitive and important fish habitats by prohibiting certain types of activities. The proposed amendments would make provisions for these sensitive areas clearer, stronger, and easier to implement. I'll give an example of how that process might work. Working with partners, including Indigenous groups, the department would identify potentially ecologically significant areas. Together, they would identify the best way to protect fish habitat and what activities the minister could approve. If the minister believes that habitat restoration is required to meet prescribed objectives for conservation and protective in an ecologically significant areas, then a fish habitat restoration plan must be published on the public registry. Not only would this approach go a long way in restoring habitat, it would also promote greater engagement with partners as well as greater transparency with Canadians around the entire decision-making process. The fourth and final area relates to the authorities for making regulations for the restoration of fish habitat. This regulation-making authority can be exercised when it supports the conservation and protection of fish. These amendments help the department pursue the overall policy objective of restoring the ecological integrity of degraded or damaged aquatic habitats. Collectively, they give the department legislative authority to advance restoration planning, regulate harm to aquatic habitats from proposed development projects, guide habitat offsetting efforts, and to work with multiple partners to achieve these objectives. Together, these proposed changes to the Act would help achieve three important results. First, they would help protect biodiversity in aquatic ecosystems, which leads to a more stable and resilient biological systems that can better withstand impacts related to development projects. Second, they would help build healthier and more abundant fish stocks. This, in turn, would make fisheries more resilient and lead to greater potential long-term economic gains. Third, the proposed changes would contribute to the sustainability of the fish stock and continued economic prosperity in Canada's fishing communities. Mr. Speaker, coming from my riding, which is a watershed community, my constituents have spoken very loud and very clear to me. This is something that is not only wanted, but is needed in my community and in communities across this great nation. I urge all honourable members to join with me in supporting these much-needed amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asking this question to my Liberal colleagues.
It seems to me that Commissioner Cohen said in his report, in one of his recommendations, number 3, that Fisheries and Oceans Canada should not promote salmon farming because there are certain viruses that are found in farm salmon, and when these salmon get into the ocean, wild salmon contract the virus, and then the whole food chain is hurt, and biodiversity is put at risk. It's a very concerning thing. And it is a recommendation of Commissioner Cohen's. It's rather strange and irresponsible, I think, to not act on that recommendation when you restore the Fisheries Act. but it seems that the Liberals are just circumventing this recommendation. But if they want a better state of biodiversity, and they want to protect the waters and fish stock, then they might want to look into this industry, which can be very harmful.
Ridge.
Thank you to my colleague on the other side for your questions. Mr. Speaker, we're here today. It didn't happen overnight. This is a byproduct of decades of perhaps not paying attention to our environment, not paying attention to the things that matter in our communities. The first step, which is very clear to me, starts with the Fisheries Act. Communities need to be able to understand exactly the impact that the Fisheries Act can have in helping a community and helping a municipal department determine the course of action, whether it's in future developments. It's understanding that you have to be able to move forward. You can't do that if you don't have a strong Fisheries Act. This is just the first step to make that happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate my fellow British Columbia's contribution to this debate. Last year in the budget, the government decided to put $400 million into fishery innovation on the East Coast. How much for British Columbia? Zero. Last year as well, they tried to cancel a very popular salmon restocking fund. And again, the outcry from British Columbians was incredible. I'm sure that member heard about it, and the government reversed the decision. Lastly, when I talk to stakeholders, they're more concerned about the government's lack of action and progress, and even reporting on whether there was any progress on the Cohen Commission. So with all of these other measures affecting British Columbia, does this member think that this is the best way that he can advance the level of fisheries in British Columbia, or does he believe the government needs to work on these other elements which are gravely wanted in British Columbia?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his interjections. Look, the federal government last year introduced a $1.5 billion ocean protections plan. That is just one part of the puzzle here. What I heard clearly, meeting after meeting, roundtable after roundtable, going out and counting salmon, going out and counting fish, and looking at the connected waterways that were not connected. To move forward, you have to have a strong Fisheries Act. This is the first step. You can't move forward if people can do what they want with the Fisheries Act. We have to be able to support our partners across the country to ensure that this Fisheries Act allows for strong protections for fish environment. If you don't do that, your fisheries will fall apart. That's why we need to have a strong Fisheries Act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence. I would first like to extend my best wishes to the Fisheries Minister. It is good to see him here and in the chamber as he perseveres through the health challenges of life. Even though we may exchange barbs and strong differences at times, at the beginning and at the end of each day, we are all Canadians. We all have families and friends and loved ones, so I wish him well. Would also be remiss if I didn't also wish my good friend and colleague, the member from Caribou Prince George, a speedy recovery. We all know his determination will drive his recovery as he continues to advocate for his constituents and all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, much of what is in Bill C-68 is aimed at one objective for this Liberal government, the perpetuation of the idea of lost protections. I propose that this idea is based on false and unsubstantiated claims, and I will speak today on how those claims have not been proven or substantiated. The Fisheries Act is one of the oldest federal statutes in Canada, dating back almost 100 years. Amendments have been made to the Act from time to time, And whether the Act actually included a purposes section or not, the overall principle of the Act has been to manage and protect our fisheries. Mr. Speaker, as we know, Canada is a vast country with coastlines and fisheries on 3 different oceans, covering a multitude of species, some sedentary, others very migratory. Canada also has a vast array of fisheries, varying from small local clam beds to fisheries from cod and salmon extending over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Managing all of those fisheries is complicated by the very fact that some of the most sought-after species are very migratory. Some fulfill their life cycle over vast expanses of oceans, while others migrate from freshwater to marine environments and back again. Over the years, the federal governments have taken different strategies on managing Canada's fisheries. Some management strategies have been successful, while the failure of others has been self-evident. What has been consistent is that successive governments have attempted to maintain the health of our fisheries so that they are all conserved and managed in ways that allow perpetual value to be drawn from our oceans and fisheries resources. Our prosperity as Canadians depends on the sustainable management of these resources to support fishers, harvesters, and the communities that depend on them for the benefits of their subsistence. Changes made to the Fisheries Act in 2012 and implemented in 2013 were developed to address long-standing weaknesses evidenced by the inconsistent interpretation and application of the pre-2012 Fisheries Act. In studying the 2012 changes to the Fisheries Act, the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans heard from Canadians that the pre-2012 Act required amendments to modernize it and make it more relevant and functional for those who live the Act every day. Input from Ducks Unlimited Canada stated that under the previous Fisheries Act, many of the conservation projects that would enhance habitat, enhance wetlands, and activities that they sought to do under the Fisheries Act, changes that would restore and enhance and manage wetland habitat, were deemed to be fish habitat destruction by DFO. In other words, these projects that could have improved our habitat and fisheries weren't allowed under the pre-2012 definition of HAD. As such, the effect of the previous Fisheries Act limited this conservation organization's ability to, and I quote their words, deliver new conservation programming designed to protect and conserve habitat that is essential to waterfowl and other wetland-dependent species, including fish. This is the reality of the previous prohibitions of the Fisheries Act, prohibitions that the government is seeking to restore in this bill. What we are presented with in C-68 are proposals to amend the Fisheries Act, including some seeking to restore the previous elements of the Act that had proven to be dysfunctional. This bill proposes a significant number of proposals. In fact, there are 58 pages of proposed amendments, not including the 13 pages of explanatory notes and revisions. In poring over this bill over the past week, there are many questions that come up that will likely take time to be answered, either by the ministry, by the minister, or eventually by the courts. As parliamentarians, we are provided technical briefings on bills that come before the House. It is a privilege that we do not take lightly. These technical briefings are meant to provide us, as legislators, answers to some of the difficult questions that are hidden within draft legislation. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that after attending a technical briefing on C-68 earlier this week, there are more questions than answers received. I have heard from stakeholders, Canadians who live under the Fisheries Act across Canada, who also have a significant number of questions, and as a result, reasonable concerns related to this bill. Excuse me. Some of the multitude of questions are, how will habitat banks be established? There seem to be no parameters. Much of this is left to be within regulation that no one has seen any drafting of at this point. How will those habitat banks be monitored and validated? Again, nothing specific in this act, so it's all left open to what might be down the road. So many questions, so few answers. Again, in the questions, what class of projects will qualify as designated projects, meaning which ones will or will not have prior approval? No answers to those questions. Again, what is the definition of ecologically significant area? I found the definition within the Act or within Bill C-68 to be very vague. There was no specific direction as to what might or might not be considered an ecologically significant area. Would this be an area that may hold a few goldfish, or would it be a key component to a spawning area for some of our precious salmon stocks? No definitions within the Act. Again, questions around what information factored into ministerial decisions will a minister be able to withhold from Canadians with a direct interest in the decisions? We see portions of this Act where it says that information to the minister may be held confidential and not released. What about the proponents whose project is held up that have no access to even know what information or what area of information might be withheld from them? Moving on to further questions. Who will be able to establish laws over fisheries and oceans? And how will consistency be ensured to ensure a patchwork of legal regimes is not created across Canada? There were provisions in the previous Act where laws regarding fisheries were shared with the provinces under agreements. We also see this with now a possibility with First Nations. And we welcome the involvement of First Nations into the management of our fisheries. But with the multitude of different First Nations across this country, questions are out there from potential people that would be impacted by this as to how they would monitor these new laws that might be in place, who would oversee them in general. Again, on the new laws that may come into place, who will enforce these laws of various jurisdictions that this bill proposes to recognize? We don't know whether that would be under the laws of Canada, under the laws of the provinces, or under the laws of other bodies that may be created to create laws that this bill is enabling them to do. And again, on those laws, how will they be applied and enforced beyond Canada's 200-mile economic zone to the entire continental shelf? I don't know if anyone has addressed that in the debate to this point in this debate on Bill C-68, but it proposes that the Fisheries Act would apply to all waters of the continental shelf beyond Canada's 200-mile economic zone. These are the types of questions that I say may only be further determined through committee work, through further development of regulations, but also may eventually end up in the courts and could be years down the road before we have answers for them. There are many proposals to this bill related to Indigenous communities and their participation in the management of fisheries and conservation of fisheries. The Conservative Party of Canada's policy declaration clearly supports the economic sustainability of Indigenous communities, and I believe that fisheries can be a driving factor in the objective of sustaining those Indigenous communities. However, the ambiguity of this bill's provisions for Indigenous communities is not helpful. In fact, it may be counterproductive. First Nations, harvesters, and processors all need certainty to access of the resource in order to retain investment and retain competitive in what is an ever more competitive world market. I've been meeting with stakeholders over the past few months, and the biggest concern for them is certainty of access to the market, but more so certainty of access to the product, whether it's fish product, whether it's finfish fisheries, or even aquaculture of other types. Already I'm hearing from Indigenous organizations that work in fisheries that this bill is deficient in defining the essential details of what it proposes for Indigenous communities. I think it is safe to say that this government's response will be something along the lines of, just trust us. Well, we've seen what this government does when we allow them to just trust them. They have a prime minister that's been found guilty of breaking Canadian law 4 times, and yet there's no consequence. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a significant number of Indigenous governments and fisheries organizations that have valid reasons for doubting the sincerity of this government. Let me share with the House one example of how this government has undermined the trust of Indigenous peoples in the review process that led to this bill. In 2016, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans directed the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans to undertake a study reviewing the 2012 changes to the Fisheries Act and to table a report early in 2017. As such, a motion was passed to undertake a study and table the report by January 30th, 2017. Once the study was underway, it became very clear that the deadline imposed by the government was insufficient for the task at hand, nor the process of consultation created by government. The minister's office even put out a news release stating that feedback from public consultations would be provided to the committee for considerations in its report. I must say that news release was revised a further second and third time, but the original said that all feedback would be provided to the committee. Opposition members of the committee tried repeatedly to pass motions for an extension of the study deadline. The government members on the committee eventually agreed to add 4 meetings or 2 weeks to the deadline. Indigenous fisheries stakeholders were invited to participate in consultation sessions and submit briefs for the committee's review of the Fisheries Act. In fact, through participant funding program alone, 54 different Indigenous groups received funding to assist in the preparation of their submissions to the committee. These 54 groups received over $900,000 to produce their briefs. What happened to their input? How did this government treat their consultations? Sadly, due to the government's refusal to extend the committee study deadline, these 54 briefs arrived after the committee held its last meeting for the study on December 12, 2016. This is how the government has undermined the relationship with Indigenous communities in the review process that has led up to this bill. Indigenous Canadians deserve better. This government has repeatedly stated that this bill is necessary to restore the so-called lost protections. I have asked this government for proof of harm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, 5 minutes. I've asked this government for proof of harm resulting from these so-called lost protections numerous times. And in response to one particular order paper question, the government responded that they cannot produce any proof because the department does not have the resources nor the mandate to make such determinations. So there you have it. This bill is meant to restore something that the government cannot produce any proof of. The minister made claims of face-to-face consultations when he appeared at the committee on November 2nd, 2016. Yet, an order paper question response dated March 22nd, 2017, months after the minister stated he was having face-to-face consultations, contradicted this by stating that no face-to-face consultations had taken place. So much for consultation, transparency, and accountability. Again, trends that we see in this Liberal government. Why should Canadians, Indigenous, non-Indigenous, trust this government's motivations in this bill? The proposed alternative measures section states no admission, confession, or statement accepting responsibility for an act or omission made by an alleged offender as a condition of being dealt with by the alternative measures is admissible in evidence against them in any civil or criminal proceedings. This is an absolute disconnect with accountability, an absolute disconnect from the minister or staff for disclosure of information or consequences to proponents. This is the case of a law being implemented and no consequences for breaking the law. Tie this to the fact that the Prime Minister has been found guilty of breaking the law on 4 accounts, and yet there is no consequence laid out in the law. We also have concerns with the mention of establishment of advisory panels, panels that will be remunerated and paid expenses. This sounds like typical liberalism, creating additional layers of bureaucracy. There are no stipulations developed regarding membership, frequency and location of meetings, remuneration amounts, or any of the usual measures put in place to avoid runaway spending and lack of accountability. Section 8.1 of the bill also set out the establishment of fees for quotas, and a section in Section 14 would establish the setting out of fees for conferral. In other words, more fees passed on to permit or authorization holders. Section 14 also creates the ability of fees for regulatory processes with no parameters of who might be charged and how much. Open your wallets, proponents, because this government wants to empty them before you even get started. There are significant sections in the 2012 revisions to the Act where provisions gave the minister the ability to designate ecologically significant areas. This section has been retained. There were many pieces of the 2012 legislation that have been retained in this Act, but it's going to take more time to flesh them out and see what was done in 2012 that has been retained and has been recognized as good work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute. Sections 4.1 and 4.3 of the 2012 revisions provided the legal framework to guide future agreements with provinces and further proposals of the Act. They also allow the Governor and Council to declare that certain provisions of the Act or its regulations do not apply in a province if the federal-provincial agreement provides that a provincial law is equivalent to the provisions of the federal regulations. This segment is retained in C-68 and further extended to situations where there is an agreement with a recognized Indigenous governing body. The Standing Committee also heard from the Mining Association of Canada that changes made to the Act in 2012 have, and I quote from Justina Laureline of the Mining Association, the changes in 2012, in practice, broaden the circumstances in which Section 35 prohibitions apply and increase the circumstances in which an authorization and offsets are required, end quote. These are only some of the examples why I say the claims of loss protection are false and unsubstantiated. Many of the recommendations of the Standing Committee have been implemented, but one of them, recommendation number 3, was that the original definition of had be revised before it reinserted. Mr. Speaker, I see I'm out of time. As you can see, there are many more questions with this bill. I look forward to some questions from my colleagues, but to furthering this document in committee.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I note my honourable colleague mentioned technical briefings to understand Bill C-68. I assure him I didn't need a technical briefing. I was so relieved to read legislation that made sense again. But when I was in this House in 2012, when Bill C-38 was tabled for first reading, it was over 440 pages long. It changed 70 different pieces of legislation. We were never offered a technical briefing. There was a rush to push it through. And as many fisheries ministers, former fisheries ministers, 2 former conservative fisheries ministers, 2 former liberal fisheries ministers, Ministers Fraser, Siddon, Dhaliwal, and Anderson, were united in saying that what was happening was the gutting of the Fisheries Act. And I'd ask my honourable colleague to reflect that perhaps this legislation coming forward to reestablish protection of fish habitat, to reestablish fundamental notions that we protect a fishery, we protect fish, regardless of whether they're destined for human consumption or not, is an improvement in Canada's ability to steward the natural environment, which we are, as Canadians, we hold an obligation to take care of these living marine resources far better than we have in the past.
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention here. Not being part of the previous government, I can't speak directly to how that act was brought in. But what I have noticed in my presentation today is that portions of that 2012 act remain, and have not had the full amount of time to determine exactly how much of those 2012 changes are there. But we see this act as possibly a furtherment of that. But the big questions that I've pointed out are the big concerns that we have with this act. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the government went through 2 rounds of public online public consultations. There were over 100 meetings with different stakeholders, Indigenous groups, many other interested stakeholders, and the overwhelming consensus seems to be that there needs to be a protection of fish habitat and our fish. And, you know, the conservative, the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, in the change that was referenced earlier, took away a lot of that protection. The essence of this bill, at least in part, is to take a look at replacing. It's fulfilling a commitment by this government during the campaign where we would put back into place these protective measures. And my question to the member is, does he not agree, if we were to listen to what Canadians and others have to say, that the whole idea of coming up with protective habitats for fish and protecting fish in the long run is better for all of us here in Canada?
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments and questions. And I certainly agree that protection of fish and the sustainability of our fisheries is of utmost importance to, I believe, all Canadians. But what I pointed out in my intervention earlier is that the claims of lost protection simply are not substantiated. They're not true. I posed the question in an order paper to this government, giving them full opportunity to point out where those protections had been lost or where harm had been caused. The answer that came back was zero. Absolute zero, Mr. Speaker. The protections were not lost. This government is using it again as a campaign speech to say they've restored those lost protections that were not lost in the first place.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the upgrade. It's Central Okanagan, and he's North Okanagan. However, he's a great member of Parliament, and I'm happy to ask him the following question. So in this piece of legislation, when I speak with Rick Simpson, who's a big advocate in my area for fisheries and protection of fish, we talk about the steelhead and the extinction-like level crisis that's there. This legislation won't touch that. This legislation, as far as I can see, won't implement any of the recommendations by the Cohen Commission. We saw last year the Liberal government tried to cancel a very popular salmon restocking fund that helped local groups to be able to look after our iconic salmon. And lastly, they gave $400 million to the East Coast to help fishers to be able to innovate, but zero for British Columbia. So, Mr. Speaker, what is in this bill that is good for British Columbia from his opinion, or is this, again, just electoral campaigning for the Liberals?
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for his comments. Mr. Simpson that he mentions, I'm familiar with the fellow, just a great advocate and a stalwart worker on behalf of fisheries. There is nothing in this bill that I see immediately is going to make any difference for our steelhead stocks in British Columbia. They've been continuing to slide, especially under this government, to the point now where there's pressure to create them as a severely endangered species. Some of the other things that we've seen from this government, and I've heard recently in talking to stakeholders, is they invested over $7 million in acoustic equipment to listen to whales. That might be an admirable expenditure, Mr. Speaker, but they only put $1.2 million into restoring fish stocks. Without fish stocks there for those southern resident killer whales to feed on, those acoustic devices aren't going to hear anything. So that's the typical, I guess, poorly directed spending of this government that I don't see anything addressed in this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to go back to the last part of my question that I posed to the member. This is when I reflect back on the days in which I was in opposition. The then Prime Minister, through budget, the leader of the Green Party made reference to the budget bill, where there were a number of changes to around 70 different pieces of legislation. One aspect of that bill was to take away the whole issue of protection or providing protection for fish and fish habitat. And I think this is what really caused a fairly significant reaction outside of the House of Commons, as many concerned Canadians wanted to see that protection remain in place. I won't talk about the omnibus nature of how it was brought in, but rather that it seems to me that whether it's the stakeholders or the average Canadian that was familiar with what was taking place, that this went against what it is that people were wanting to see. That's why we as a party, Mr. Speaker, brought it in and said that as a campaign issue, we will in fact rectify it. My question to the member is, does he not believe that we should have been listening to Canadians on this issue? Because after all, they as a whole see it as an important issue, and that's why we're bringing forward this legislation in good part.
Honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll comment on what we actually found as fact when we started looking at the changes that had been made. And I'm not denying that Canadians are concerned with fisheries and protection of fisheries and fish habitat. But what was found when I asked questions, and I gave this government full opportunity to prove what was being said, and they couldn't. There was no proof of loss of harm. It was a campaign stunt that worked. I give them credit for that. But that's all it is a campaign issue. There is no proof of loss protection that has ever been presented to me when I asked the order paper question, or to the committee when we asked the question multiple times of multiple witnesses that came to that committee. When they were questioned on that, they were not able to provide any proof of loss of protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, for countless generations, our fisheries have been an indelible part of rural and coastal life, including certain Indigenous communities and in my community of South Shore St. Margaret's. But changes to the Fisheries Act in 2012 and 2013 weakened the government's ability to protect fish and the habitat they depend on. Today, I am proud to support amendments to the Act that together would restore loss protections and incorporate modern safeguards into legislation. The proposed amendments are part of the government's broader view of environmental and regulatory processes that cover several key areas. For my part, I would like to address proposed changes to restore our ability to protect fish and fish habitat. As a member of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, we heard time and time again that habitat has to be protected. So let me begin by providing some context into why these changes are so important. Our fisheries sector and recreational fishing provides jobs for 72,000 Canadians who help add $13 billion to our economy every year. Moreover, we respect and recognize that the fishing rights of Indigenous peoples of Canada. Fisheries also contribute to the food security of coastal communities on all three coasts, as well as in freshwater areas. But the sustainability of our fishery is under threat from various forces. One key threat is the degradation of fish habitat. Developments near water, for example, can disturb the ground and lead to erosion or increased sediment in the water. This in turn can affect a myriad of things that support our aquatic food chains, including water chemistry, spawning beds, and vegetation that fish depend on for survival. Other threats include building dams and stream crossings and extracting water. These activities, if not planned carefully, can alter the flow of water into a stream, lake, or river. This too can affect habitat or cause the death of fish. More than 40 years ago, Parliament recognized these threats and acted. Parliament amended the Fisheries Act in 1977 to include protection for fish and fish habitat, and not just those connected to commercial, recreational, and aboriginal fisheries. No, Mr. Speaker, in 1977, the amendments made had the foresight to protect all fish and fish habitat. Other amendments protected fish against the death of fish by means other than fishing. Unfortunately, these sensible protections were undermined in an omnibus bills introduced in 2012 and 2013. In addition, a reduced capacity at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans affected the department's ability to do its job properly. Put together, the results were much weaker protection for fish and their habitat. Canadians, including Indigenous peoples, industry, and environmental groups, told us they were concerned about these changes and how they were made. This government promised to review the changes made previously, restore lost protections, and introduce modern safeguards into the Fisheries Act. Amendments to the Act proposed today, and that's exactly what we are doing. Let me recap how we've arrived today with this bill before the House. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans plays a significant role in the protection of our fisheries. It does this in part by assessing infrastructure and development projects that could affect our fishery resources. Indeed, over the next decade, the Department expects to review some $600 billion in development proposals. For that reason, as part of the government's review of environmental and regulatory processes, we committed to examining changes made to the Fisheries Act in 2012 and 2013. In 2016, as you may recall, the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans reviewed the impact of those controversial changes. In addition, the Department consulted extensively with Canadians across the country, both face-to-face and online. Throughout that process, we paid particular attention to Indigenous peoples. In total, we held more than 170 meetings with Indigenous groups, and we will continue to engage with them as this bill moves forward. In addition to input from the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans and Indigenous groups, this bill is informed by expert reports and consultations with provinces and territories, industry, environmental groups, and other stakeholders, as well as individual Canadians. Previous recommendations from the Auditor General of Canada were also considered. Throughout this process, the message was clear. Canada needs to restore the strong habitat protection measures that were in place until 2012. I want to assure the House that the government has heard this message. Today, we are acting to restore lost protections and introduce modern safeguards that would help ensure that future generations can benefit from the fishery. Let me summarize some of the specific changes that are proposed. The new and amended Act would restore protections for all fish and fish habitats rather than only giving protection to fish that are part of a commercial, recreational, and aboriginal fishery. It would restore provisions that prohibited harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat. It would restore prohibitions against causing the death of fish by means other than fishing. It would provide the authority to develop new tools to allow flexibility for how the department regulates projects. This includes tools to manage large-scale activities, activities in ecologically significant areas, and smaller routine development activities. Furthermore, it would improve the transparency through an online registry that would release information on project decisions to the public. These and other proposed amendments would strengthen the legal foundation for effective management of fish and their habitat by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, more than 4 decades ago, this House passed legislation that, in hindsight, was visionary. Long before the expression sustainable development was commonplace, our predecessors acted to protect all fish and their habitat. 6 years ago, however, we lost those protections, which has put social, environmental, economic, and cultural values at risk. With the bill before the House today, we have an opportunity to restore what was lost. For the sake of much-needed protections to fish and their habitat, as well as the integrity of this House, I encourage all honourable members to join me in supporting this bill, for now and for future generations that will benefit from a sustainable fishery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and for the work that she does sitting beside me on Fisheries and Oceans Committee and representing the people of Nova Scotia well. My question would be, and I know she was here to hear the last speaker speak and say that there was no evidence given for lost protections. There was nobody could answer a question. And I think she might say they didn't give them a chance to answer the questions because most times they cut them off. But could she please say to this House of the value of the information we did get from the witnesses in bringing this bill forward?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question and his work on Fisheries and Oceans Committee that we sit on together. And he's right. We heard countless testimony from numbers of groups about the problems that we have by eliminating the protection of fish and fish habitat. We heard from environmental groups, we heard from fishery groups, we heard from community groups. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that maybe perhaps one of the reasons that my honourable colleague from across the way who said that there was no proof was because they cut the scientists, they cut the offices, they closed it, there was no enforcement, and therefore it was really hard to collect the data that was needed to make sure that we were going forward in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech today. She talked about the need to make the changes to reflect what the Conservative government had done 6 years ago in deregulating this industry so that we don't have the protections that we need for future generations. I'm curious if she can expand on what she sees as the real strength to this, not just for right now, but for future generations, for our children and their grandchildren and so on.
Honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, when the protections to fish and fish habitat were eliminated in the omnibus bills in 2012 and 2013, basically what happened was the previous government used a sledgehammer where they could have used tweezers. There were problems with the Act. There's no question that there were problems with agricultural communities who had to deal with drainage ditches as protecting fish. But those could have been addressed in a much simpler fashion. And I think that what we've done here with this new legislation and the new codes of practice that will allow people going forward to know in advance what the guidelines are. It's a more streamlined process. It'll be a much easier process for everybody. And recognizing that we have a good fishery before 2012. We'll have a good fishery with these going into the future for all future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for South Shore, Nova Scotia. Certainly one of the things that she's championed that we're also working on in the House right now is Bill C-64, dealing with derelict vessels. I want to thank her for that. But when she happened to mention we had a good fishery in 2012, we'll have a good fishery again, I think about the historical nature of this act. It came into being in 1868. And when one considers what we've lost, we had an abundant fishery, Mr. Speaker. When you consider the Atlantic coast and the great Newfoundland cod fishery that maintained the communities of Newfoundland and Labrador and much of Atlantic Canada for generations. And it was destroyed by the early 1990s. Rebuilding fisheries is, I think, one of the things I'm pleased about this act, the change to focus on restoration of fisheries. And I wonder if the honourable member has any comments on that aspect.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret in 60 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention and her advocacy for fisheries, because we recognize that it's something that sustains so much of our coastal communities. And I think she's right. This act actually isn't just about protecting fish and fish habitat, it's about growing it. It's about making sure that this is sustainable for the long term. We need to make sure that we don't just sustain, but we do have abundance in fishery. And I think that this act is going to go a long way to making sure that happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure it is to rise and talk on a very important piece of legislation. And I'm going to talk a little bit about just the commitment that this government made towards the fishing industry as a whole, but why it is that this is such valuable legislation, and maybe even a bit about the process. I believe that the Minister and his staff have done a fantastic job in terms of presenting this House with legislation that I would have thought that all members would in fact be supporting. It was a very thorough process. The minister responsible ultimately asked the Standing Committee, I believe, in 2016 to review some changes that were brought in through the back door of a budget when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, back in 2012 in this budget, and I sat in opposition during that period of time. There were a number of changes, 70 different pieces of legislation, this being one of them, Mr. Speaker. And what we found, Mr. Speaker, was that the changes to the fisheries were quite negative, and the reaction by different stakeholders, by Canadians as a whole, was one of disappointment. Number one, why was the government making those changes? Because it was generally felt that it was not in the best interest of the industry as a whole. And number two, why it is that they decided to make those changes through the back door of a budget piece of legislation, which had absolutely nothing to do with the budget back then. So the current minister asked the Standing Committee, from what I understand, to review that 2012 approach at changing the legislation and come up with some recommendations. And Mr. Speaker, there was over 24 recommendations that were brought forward from the Standing Committee, but the minister didn't leave it at that. There were 2 sessions of online communications to the public as a whole. There were literally well over 100 different meetings that had taken place with different stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, with always a very special attention on Indigenous people, especially on matters such as this. So the minister has been very, very thorough in terms of ensuring that what we have today is good, sound, well-supported legislation. And I would challenge, in particular, my Conservative friends across the way, maybe to rethink some of their positioning on this piece of legislation, because not only does it address many of the problems that the 2012 budget created, but it also advances, I believe, what is really important, the whole framework between why it is that we have this kind of legislation. It is all about proper management, control of the fisheries, conservation and protection of fish in fish habitat. That's really and truly what it is that the legislation, from my perspective, is all about. And this is, in fact, changes that are being advanced by this minister, which is a positive reflection of what Canadians and stakeholders have said to this government over the last year and a half in terms of trying to better understand the types of changes that are necessary. Now, The other piece of good news with respect to this legislation is it is two promises, two commitments that were actually made to Canadians in the last election that are being maintained by the passage of this legislation. One of them was in regards to the 2012 budget. We made the commitment back then, Mr. Speaker, to revoke or to make those changes, and this legislation does just that, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, the Prime Minister made a commitment that we would bring forward legislation that would further expand the issue of fish and protecting fish and the habitat, Mr. Speaker. And once again, that is something that is done within this legislation. And I really believe in going through it, there's one aspect or one particular area that I wanted to be able to emphasize because I think it captures, from my perspective, the essence of what the legislation really does. It provides measures for the protection of fish and fish habitat with respect to works, undertakings, or activities that may result in the death of fish or harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat, including the ecologically significant areas, as well as measures relating to the modernization of the regulatory framework, such as the authorization of projects, establishment of standards and codes of practice, creation of fish habitats banks by a proponent of a project, and establishing a public registry. Mr. Speaker, that captures in good part a lot in terms of what it is that this legislation is attempting to do. And I really, when I reflect on the legislation as a whole, and we've heard others provide comment on it, you know, the fishing industry in Canada contributes in many different ways. One could take a look at it from a heritage perspective, whether it's the Inuit to Indigenous people as a whole, and the meanings behind fishing as an industry or as a lifestyle, to the many different coastal regions. You know, we've heard from many Atlantic members of Parliament and Pacific members of Parliament, Pacific Coast members of Parliament. We understand and appreciate our northern coast, but let's not forget even our inland fishing industry. We've had members stand up and provide comment on that issue also, Mr. Speaker. For me to recognize that what we're talking about is tens of thousands of direct jobs, good quality, middle-class jobs in many ways, Mr. Speaker. These are jobs that have been there in the past, and if we manage this wonderful, valuable resource, those types of jobs will continue to be there into the future, Mr. Speaker. And if we, in fact, continue to look at ways in which we can do better, have a greener economy, and look at ways in which we can incorporate different forms of technology, that we can, in fact, I believe, increase the overall economic impact of our fishing industry as a whole. Canadians have benefited over the years, both socially and economically. Now, is it too much to ask of legislators to look at what it is that took place 40 years ago, as it was referred to earlier? You know, it's many of the terms that we use today that make us sound environmentally sound, or the idea of sustainable development. One could take a look at the fishing industry and some of the legislation that was first brought in dealing with environmental type of issues. This is one of those areas of debate that has occurred for decades inside the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing wrong with the national government in Canada making a statement through the legislation in the sense of recognizing the importance of fish habitat and empowering our minister, whomever he or she might be, whether it's today or into the future, to have the ability to better protect fish habitat. This is something that I would suggest to you is very progressive in its nature, Mr. Speaker, as legislation. I am pleased to hear the comments that I've heard thus far from the leader of the Green Party, the New Democrats. Both parties seem to want to support the legislation. I'm not perfectly clear in terms of how the Conservatives will be voting on this legislation. I get the sense that they're not going to be supporting it, but maybe during question and answer, we might get some clarification on it. But let me suggest, because I see my time is running out, Mr. Speaker, let me suggest that if the Conservatives, I know lots of disappointment on the other side, but Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives wanted to be in touch with what Canadians really think is important on issues such as this, that they would be better off to appreciate that the preservation and promotion and looking after, not only for today but also for tomorrow, fish habitat is a positive thing. It is something in which the Conservatives should be on side with the government, because what the government is talking about through the many members of Parliament that have spoken, whether it's here or within a caucus, that this is good legislation. It's all about preservation of our fish and fish habitat. That's a good thing, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. I see that this bill has an intent to enhance Canada's fish stocks and avoid unnecessary negative impacts to industries that rely on access to water. But one of the things I don't see in this bill that I would have liked to have seen are some protections for the industries that do depend on access to water. You may be aware that in my riding, the Coast Guard did not shut down the shipping channel, and as a result of them escorting tankers, ice flows crushed the border crossing in my riding. And so I've been unable to get anyone on the government side to come with any action to reopen the border, and so industries on both sides that need access to that waterway are being impacted. And I didn't see anything in the bill that might address that. I wondered if the Parliamentary Secretary could comment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question, want to be sensitive to it. I don't necessarily know the specific background to that, but what I can tell you is that not only has the government brought forward legislation that as a whole is being very well received by all the different stakeholders and Canadians, but we have also reinforced it by putting in substantial amounts of money. We're talking about $250 million. That's hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, because not only are we putting in good, solid legislation to support the industry, but we're ensuring that the financial resources are going to be there in order to be able to enforce and protect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. Before I go on, there will be 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in questions and comments for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader's speech when the House next resumes on this topic. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate all our Canadian athletes who are participating in the Olympics. Hear, hear. And I am so proud that we have 3 Hamiltonians representing us: Laura Fortino, Sarah Nurse, and Nick Polianato. Nick was a standout football player, and he suffered a broken leg, but he didn't let that crush his love for sport. He found the bobsled. And then there's Sarah Nurse. Sarah, at the age of 5, dreamed of playing on the Canadian women's hockey team, and today that dream is realized. And then we have Laura Fortino. Laura Fortino's discipline, commitment is second to none. She is a true role model for all, and we will never forget the 2014 Sochi Games when she assisted in that overtime goal that brought home the gold for the Canadian women's hockey team. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all athletes and their families on a job very well done. We're going to be cheering you on from here. Go Canada, go!
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to highlight the vigorous leadership of the community of Medicine Hat on helping those in need. Thrive is a Medicine Hat and region strategy to end poverty, increase well-being by 2030. Together as a community, we are building access to resources and services to assist those in need with such things as food and income security, transportation access, and housing. As evidenced by our community's approach on ending homelessness, Medicine Hat is known for using innovation to address social issues. For example, Thrive launched Help Seeker, an app that is dedicated to connecting those in need with services near them in real time. Thrive is bringing the community together by removing barriers to access services that will not only lift people out of poverty, but will prevent them from falling into it in the first place. And the best part, Mr. Speaker, there is no values test required for this program, as anyone in need qualifies. I salute our great community leaders whose hard work brought Thrive into focus to ensure that everyone in Southern Alberta is better off by addressing poverty and increasing well-being. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
I would like to express my feelings regarding a woman who inspired me to be strong and never let adversity hold me back.
A month ago, I lost a loved one. My grandmother, Bibi Nassif-Kar, born in 1919, passed away. In May, she would have turned 99. I'd like to honor her memory here with my colleagues because one of her proudest moments was when I was elected to this place. She couldn't believe it. She was born and grew up at a time when women couldn't work outside the home, much less become members of Parliament.
Still see people born in this year, but Bibi Nassif-Kar was a very, very strong woman, both mentally and physically. She lived through very difficult times. She saw the world change, but no matter what she had to face, she remained unwavering. She was afraid of no one and refused to be intimidated. She would not let herself get pushed around, and she would not be taught how to think or act. Especially today, when women are carving the way for equality, she was inspirational. I will miss my Bibi. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver East.
Canada's rich multicultural mosaic has brought us vibrant cultural celebrations from every corner of the globe. In the world today, over 1.5 billion people celebrate the Lunar New Year. 2018 is the year of the dog. With the faces of the world spread across Canada, many Canadians are celebrating the Lunar New Year with colorful cultural performances, meaningful practices, and delicious food in their own communities. I was delighted to attend a number of fabulous Lunar New Year events in Metro Toronto. The leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, also joined in the celebration. In Vancouver East on February 18th, community leaders have organized the 45th annual Vancouver Chinatown Spring Festival Parade that will feature traditional lion dancing, multicultural dance trips, marching bands, martial art performances, and Indigenous drummers. Together, let us all celebrate our families, our heritage, and our diversity. 恭喜發財，恭喜恭喜。
That's all. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, February 10th, 2018 marks the 55th anniversary of the terrible tragedy that happened in a community not too far from my hometown of Kapuskasing called Resource Siding. 11 union workers were shot during the Resource Siding strike of 1963, and 3 of them lost their lives during a confrontation that happened that very night.
The Resource Siding Strike of 1963 was one of the most significant and tragic labour disputes in Canadian history. The strike by bush and sawmill workers at the Spruce Falls Power and Paper Company divided the local communities.
To learn more about the strike, but mostly, I invite my colleagues to remember the tragedy that happened and to remember Fernand Drouin et les frères Irénée et Joseph Fortier, who lost their lives while fighting for better working conditions. Mr. Speaker, even after half a century, it is regrettable that health and safety in some workplaces in Canada remains an aspiration rather than a reality. Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure and honour that I extend greetings to my House colleagues and Canadians from coast to coast on the occasion of the Lunar New Year at the end of this week. It is the tradition of Canadians with Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese heritage to celebrate this wondrous occasion, and then invite all Canadians to celebrate together. This Lunar New Year is the year of the dog, an animal that is renowned for its loyalty, honesty, and justness, qualities that I strive to achieve every day in representing the people of Richmond Centre. and encourage all members of this House to reflect upon those very important traits of the dog in the service of their communities and their constituents in the year ahead. On behalf of my beautiful riding of Richmond Centre, I wish each and every Canadian a happy Lunar New Year. 恭喜發財.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Black History Month provides members of Parliament with an opportunity to thank some of our most remarkable community leaders. People like Pat Moore. Pat has been helping people in Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park communities for decades. People in my riding know that Pat has been a tireless supporter of women, children, and youth services. She's been a staunch advocate for programming for women who have experienced physical and emotional abuse, and has been a leader in the efforts to financially empower women. Pat also remains a key leader in the cooperative housing movement in Toronto. She's Vice President of the Thorncliffe Park Tenants Association, advocating for residents. And for more than 30 years, she's worked with TNO, the neighborhood office in Thorncliffe Park. Of course, there are days when I see her coming, I get a little nervous, knowing she'll have work for me to do, but she always stands out as a figure whose commitment and dedication to our community are worthy of championing during Black History Month. Thank you, Pat, for all you've done and all you continue to contribute to Don Valley West.
The honourable member for Yukon.
It is with great sadness that I rise to pay tribute to the passing of Yukon elder Doris McLean, who was a great mentor to me when I was president of Skookum Friendship Centre. McLean was a pioneer in Indigenous self-government and the revitalization of First Nation language and culture. As chief of the Carcross Tagus First Nation from 1988 to 1992, she helped finalize the Yukon's umbrella final agreement, modern treaty in 1990, giving her people self-government. In the 1970s, she established the Skookum Jim Quiche Tlingit Dancers, which would eventually evolve into the nationally celebrated Doc Wakan Dancers. She would serve as the group's founding elder, and her daughter Marilyn Jensen is one of its most prominent members. Throughout her career of service, she would also serve as the first Canadian female Indigenous Sergeant-at-Arms for the Yukon's Legislative Assembly. Doris McLean's wisdom, storytelling, and sense of humor will be missed by us all. Goodness cheese.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, constituents in my riding were shocked that the Prime Minister bullied them. Bullied in organizations and businesses that use Canada Summer Jobs funding to hire Canadian students. He told funding applicants that they had to sign his new attestation form, confirming that their core values are his core values. The Prime Minister's decision to force this values test on Canadians is inappropriate and wrong. It's an attack on our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it's already hurting Canadian communities. Roughly half of the applicants in my riding of Langley Aldergrove were impacted by this heavy-handed decision. This summer, students won't get the jobs that they were counting on to help pay for their tuitions. The homeless won't get the help that they need. The disabled and seniors won't get the help they need. The environment won't get the help it needs. This new values test is hurting Canada. The Prime Minister needs to apologize and stop his intolerant discrimination.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding, fishing is one of our most important industries. Our tasty cold fish, cold water fish, can be found on plates of happy consumers around the world. Cape Breton's fishing communities are very happy with the trade agreements our government is working hard on to reduce duties on our international fish exports, making these products more affordable to all and putting more money in our fishers' pockets. Another good news story for our fisheries I'd like to state in this House is the recent announcement by the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Coast Guard, who made this last week in Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's amendments to the Fisheries Act protects our most valued fish habitats, has more Indigenous involvement, and most importantly, maintains the fabric of our communities by keeping the fishing enterprises family-owned and operated. I'd like to welcome the fisheries representatives from the Atlantic region and Gaspé area to Ottawa today, including John Couture of Cape Breton and his delegation, to discuss these positive changes to this very important industry.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Saint Jean crossing goes from for 1 week in February, and this brings a lot of my constituents and tourists to discover the winter beauty of the Lac Saint-Jean area. There's a 32-kilometer path on the frozen lake. This is very important to the local economy, and I'd like to thank all those who worked indirectly or directly on the organization of the event, and I wish good luck to the adventurers who come from around the world to take part in this unique expedition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for York Simcoe.
We lost former Ontario MPP Chris Stockwell. Stockwell was always feisty, colorful, and determined. As a municipal councillor in Etobicoke, as a progressive Conservative MPP, as a provincial cabinet minister, Chris Stockwell was truly one of a kind. He even did a stint as Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario in what some saw as a somewhat ironic turn, but of course it meant that the workload for the Speaker was a little bit lighter. He was a maverick and a rebel. Throughout his career in serving the public, Stockwell's fierce independence was on full display, and he became well known for his penchant for performance and irreverent sense of humor. Chris was a personality. His booming voice and character filled any room. You always knew if Chris was there. Stockwell always believed in speaking his mind and fighting for what he believed. For this, he garnered the respect of friends and opponents alike. His contribution to our province will be long remembered, as will his fierce determination and character.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over 50 years, the Arts Council of Surrey has given local artists a platform and opportunity to showcase their skills and abilities. At my constituency office in Surrey Newton, I am proud to display amazing drawings and paintings of local residents. Their talent and commitment in promoting culture represents Surrey at its best, and I am proud to showcase their work to hundreds of constituents that visit my office every week. Thank you to the Arts Council of Surrey for continuing to promote literary, visual, and performing arts in our community of Surrey. Good job.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Today, as it has been for our entire existence, the common denominator amongst humankind is our collective need to eat. Thousands of years ago, the agricultural revolution fundamentally transformed our species. Gone was the need for us to roam and to hunt to gather our resources in order to ensure our survival. We finally developed the ability to grow our own food in one place, which allowed us to start to develop complex societies, cultures, and civilizations. I want to stand here today as the newly minted NDP critic for agriculture to offer my sincere thanks and appreciation for the patience, determination, and hard work of the men and women who grow our food and make our society possible. Let's highlight the remarkable work our farmers, who on a daily basis provide us with fresh, local, and good quality products from the farm to the table. On behalf of the entire NDP caucus, I wish you a happy Agriculture Day.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, recently I held a roundtable in my riding of Niagara Falls to dialogue with community leaders how we can work together to combat human trafficking. My colleague, the former MP Joyce Smith, has done much to raise awareness of this tragic issue and will be appearing before the Justice Committee in March as we prepare to study human trafficking in Canada. Among the initiatives that she has developed is a documentary called Human Trafficking, Canada's Secret Shame. The documentary is used as a tool to educate young girls on how traffickers use mediums such as social media to lure young people into the sex trafficking trade. If you have a daughter, granddaughter, or niece, she is at risk of being trafficked. These evil predators prey upon girls whose average recruitment age is 13. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that the Justice Committee is determined to shine a light on this terrible crime and hopefully in the process help to keep Canadian girls and women safe.
The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize February the 13th as Canada's Agricultural Day. As chair of the All-Party Agricultural Caucus, I hosted a breakfast with industry leaders this morning along with my colleagues and co-chairs, Larry Miller and Bridget Sanssouci. We would like to recognize the great work being done around excellence in agricultural innovation and all those who contribute to the future of agriculture and agri-food sectors, including artificial intelligence and robotics. The opportunities for Canada's farmers and food processors on the global stage are nothing short of breathtaking. The UN and Agricultural Organization has projected that global demand for food is projected to increase by 60% by 2050. I would like to reiterate Canada's message about the need to invest in innovation to help feed a growing population while protecting the environment. Today, 5% of the population feeds 95% of those who do not produce food. There's no question that innovation will play a critical role in helping the sector meet these demands, and I would like to extend an invitation to all my colleagues on both sides of the House to come to 525 180 Wellington to sign my "How long have you been farming?" poster. Lastly, if you ate today, take 5 minutes and thank a farmer.
Alors,
Order.
questions orales.
Oral questions.
The member for Milton.
Speaker, the Trans Mountain Pipeline Project is an important project with $7.4 billion in investment and 37,000 good-paying Canadian jobs. There's much opposition to this project. In fact, they are saying that they're going to interrupt it and delay, and the government is silent throughout this whole time. And what's the impact of that? Well, industry is watching closely. And as well, there's a growing crisis among our provinces. Will the Prime Minister stand up for Canadians relying on these jobs, bring certainty, and unveil his plan to allow construction to start this spring?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have always said that we will make sure that the environment and the economy go together. Unlike what the previous government did, we have taken action exactly on that. We've moved forward on a national plan to reduce carbon emissions. We've moved forward on historic oceans protections, and we're moving forward on projects like the Kinder Morgan pipeline that will get our resources to new markets safely and securely. That's what Canadians expect. That's why I've been across the country speaking with premiers, speaking with Canadians, hearing from both sides of the argument and remaining steadfast. The Kinder Morgan pipeline will be built.
The honourable member for Milton.
So, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, these are just words and platitudes that the government is utilizing because right now, as we speak, industry is responding to the uncertainty and instability that their lack of action is causing. Kinder Morgan has already indicated that they're going to be delaying and slowing their investments on the pipeline. And indeed, the message to the world, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada is not open for business. He can make these concerns go away by showing a little bit of leadership. It's simple. When will he guarantee the construction of the pipeline in Burnaby?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it humorous that the members opposite are talking about showing leadership. For 10 years, they didn't get anything built. And when they approved the Northern Gateway pipeline, which wasn't a very good pipeline, but when they approved it, they did it by press release in the middle of the night. When we approved the Kinder Morgan pipeline, I stood at a press conference, announced it myself, and then crossed the country, taking responsibility for it and demonstrating that it is in that national interest. For 10 years, they had a failed process that couldn't get things built. We know that by restoring public trust, by protecting the environment, we can grow the economy.
Excellent. Order. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of heat and light in the Prime Minister's kind words, but the reality is that he's not getting anything done. Let's take a little bit of a review. 5 months ago, they botched the Energy East pipeline, and that was 14,000 jobs on a $15 billion project. Now we've got another crisis, another 37,000 jobs. Clearly, he doesn't actually feel moved by industry's concerns. Maybe he's going to be moved by the fact that's 50,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, seriously, how many more well-paying Canadian jobs do we need to put in jeopardy to get him moving?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, they talked up the energy industry, but actually couldn't deliver for it. What was I doing? I went down to Washington, D.C. to make the pitch for Keystone XL to a group of American Democrats. That's what I was doing while I was leader of the third party. I have continued to focus on delivering it. I have focused on making sure we protect the environment and grow the economy together. That's exactly what we are doing, and that's why they keep talking down our chances of getting that pipeline built. We will get it built.
Order. Order. I'd ask colleagues, order. Order. I'd ask colleagues to remember that each side gets their turn, and we wait for our side. In each case, we don't interrupt.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Trans Mountain Project will create tens of thousands of jobs and benefit the entire country, but the Prime Minister has to deal with it instead of letting the conflict deteriorate as he is now. We're talking about thousands of jobs at risk because of the lack of leadership of the Prime Minister. This is in addition to the loss of a contract worth hundreds of millions in Mirabel last week, and the renegotiation of NAFTA, which is at a standstill. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians what he plans to do to solve the problem between Alberta and British Columbia? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I was very clear. We are going to get the pipeline built. We know that it is in the interest of the entire country. We know that there are people in British Columbia who are opposed to those pipelines. And I tell them we will still get the pipeline built. But to hear the Conservatives from Alberta suggest that this pipeline won't be delivered is to devalue and to introduce uncertainty this process. We repeat, we will get that pipeline built. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. I just want to remind the Prime Minister that I am a proud Conservative from Quebec, in case he didn't know, although I do have good friends in Alberta. Does the Prime Minister recognize the urgency of the situation? Does he recognize the importance of the natural resources industry for our economy in the country? Is the Prime Minister aware that thousands of jobs are at risk? The question is simple. We don't need words. We need to know what the Prime Minister is planning to do to solve the crisis between Alberta and British Columbia. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The members on the other side want to know what we're going to do. We're going to get the pipeline built. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told us yesterday that the Canada Revenue Agency will finally share its data with the Parliamentary Budget Officer after a 62-month wait. I'll wait for the details before I rejoice, but this agreement does not resolve the real problem, the agency's refusal to be transparent and accountable. The agency acts as though it were not at all accountable to Parliament. Taxpayers' privacy must be protected, but when the agency's officials take advantage of the law to protect parliamentarians over taxpayers, there is a bigger problem. When will the Liberals demand that the agency be accountable to Parliament? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand the importance of the reliability and exactitude of the data provided to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. That is why we have reinforced the PBO's duties, and we have made this person an officer of Parliament after the Conservatives spent years questioning his credibility. When it comes to the data held by the CRA, an agreement has been concluded with the PBO, and the data will be provided in such a way as to ensure the protection of Canadians' privacy, and it will be done by the end of the month. We will continue to support the work of officers of Parliament. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. The lack of accountability of the CRA is an issue.
To the same way the previous government did, not only in protecting the unaccountable Canada Revenue Agency, but also in withholding information on tax havens. Canada just signed 2 new tax treaties with Antigua, Barbuda, and Grenada. And what does tax treaties do? Well, it allows corporations to set up subsidiaries in those low-tax countries where their worldwide profits will be attributed, and they will bring back those profits in Canada tax-free. Why are Liberals continuing to sign those tax-avoiding agreements?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians expect, we are moving forward to combat tax evasion and tax avoidance. We put close to $1 billion in our first 2 budgets towards the Canada Revenue Agency to ensure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. So that's exactly what we are continuing to do. We will continue to make sure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. That's what Canadians expect of us.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
And he's still signing agreements with tax havens. That's the reality. The Prime Minister can act now on certain matters. More than $3 billion are lost in tax loopholes like stock options deductions. More than $10 billion in taxes go to tax havens, while people lack housing and medicine, and many First Nations communities lack clean drinking water. It's a matter of choices. Is the Prime Minister going to act on these unfair loopholes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, I would be delighted to be able to use the member's question to talk about what we are doing when it comes to social housing. We're investing $40 billion with the provinces into affordable housing throughout the entire country. This is a historic investment. We've never seen this level of investment before. We're investing in Indigenous communities in order to reduce boil water advisories. And we are investing in the communities who need it to help the middle class, and by providing the Canada Child Benefit. We will continue to invest in those that need it. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
So much inequality in this country as under this Prime Minister's watch. And the truth is, this Prime Minister simply does not know how to say no to wealthy Canadians who want to escape taxes by taking their money overseas. That hurts Canadians. Canadians who can't pay for medication. Canadians who are on the streets because there's so little affordable housing. Indigenous communities that have no drinking water. Why doesn't the Prime Minister take action on tax havens so Canadians can have pharmacare, affordable housing and safe drinking water?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have and will continue to take action on tax avoidance and tax evasion. But it's nice that the members opposite are bringing up pharmacare, because we recognize on this side of the House that Canadians pay too much for prescription drugs, and our government is taking bold action now to bring down prices. We joined the provinces and territories as a member of the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance, which negotiates lower drug prices on behalf of public drug plans. Through Budget 2017, we're investing over $140 million to help improve access to pharmaceuticals and to support innovations within the healthcare system. We're going to continue to ensure that Canadians can better afford
the Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just keeps saying the pipeline will be built, I guess by magic, since Kinder Morgan says it's slowing down its operations, slowing down spending, and delaying it for more than a year. More delays continue to threaten this project every single day. The application was first filed over 2,000 days ago. The pipeline, clearly in national interest, was approved over 440 days ago, and these delays continue to pile up and pile up. It's just words and no action. Where is the plan? Table it on Thursday, and how many more days will it be before construction begins in Burnaby?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, the British Columbia government says it's going to consult people. The government of Canada has already consulted tens of thousands of people, and Canadians agree with us that this pipeline is in Canada's interest because of the jobs it creates, because of the expansion of export markets, because the $1.5 billion invested in a world-class ocean protection plan. We have intervened with the proponent at the National Energy Board when we thought it would lead to delays. There will be no unnecessary delays. This pipeline will be built.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
It doesn't matter if he just keeps saying the same thing over and over and over. It's not actually planned. It's not actually going to get done, and it means absolutely nothing. They obviously won't stand up for their own approval of a pipeline clearly in the national interest.
And now they're laughing.
The minister is saying that the recent consultations are legitimate and nothing to be seen here, but they're clearly an attempt to continue to delay the project. So deliver the plan and confirm. When will construction on the Trans Mountain Pipeline begin?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty repeating the government's position, and I don't know why members opposite can't take yes for an answer. Yes, we think the pipeline is a good idea. Yes, we approved the pipeline. Yes, we intervened at the National Energy Board when they wanted to delay the pipeline. We want the pipeline built. How about members of the opposition? What chill are they putting on investment by their incessant questioning?
Order. Order. honourable member for Carleton will come to order. Order. The member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, all words from the minister and still no action plan. The trade war between BC and Alberta is escalating every day. While this crisis develops, our Prime Minister crosses his fingers and hopes the provinces will just work it out instead of having to demonstrate any real national leadership himself. Wishful thinking will not get this pipeline built, Speaker. It's been 441 days since this project has been approved. When will this Prime Minister open his eyes and start supporting hard-working Canadian families that are depending on this project?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we live in a federation where provincial governments have strong points of view, and they are elected to speak on behalf of their own constituencies, the people who elected them, and their own interpretation of their provincial interest. There's only one government that speaks on behalf of the national interest, and that is the Government of Canada. And we acted in the national interest when we approved this pipeline. And in those months that have intervened, nothing has changed.
The Honourable Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Trans Mountain Expansion Project is in the national interest. It will create jobs across the country and provide provinces with access to global markets. The dispute between Alberta and British Columbia has escalated solely because this Prime Minister has failed to show any leadership, choosing instead to leave the country while this crisis came to a head. Every day of inaction by the Liberals fuels the national conflict. When will the Prime Minister shelve the rhetoric, get Alberta and BC together, and set a date for construction to begin?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Let's examine the Conservative record on this file. In 10 years, not 1 kilometre of pipe built to Tidewater. An erosion of public trust in the regulatory system that we are going to fix. Insufficient consultation with Indigenous communities. Court case after court case that said they blew it. We're going to get it right.
Order. The member for Barrie Innes, Phil and others, I think know the standing orders. I know that we're not permitted to interrupt in this place, and I know that members can manage to hold themselves until it's the side's turn, excuse me. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Hope.
Thousands of jobs across the country are being put at risk because the Prime Minister is sitting on the sidelines while an approved energy project faces uncertainty and delay. He refuses to stand up to the opponents of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and now the BC wine industry is becoming collateral damage as a result. We need less talk and more action from this Prime Minister. So will he tell Canadians what his actual plan is, or is his real plan to let others kill this project and the thousands of jobs that go along with it?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, they're bashing in an open door. They can't take yes for an answer. I guess we can say it one more time. We want the pipeline to proceed. We've approved it. We've approved it with conditions. We're investing $1.5 billion in the Ocean Protection Plan. We're working with Indigenous communities up and down the line. And what is the opposition doing? Chilling investor confidence with a record that they should be ashamed of.
Order. I'm sure the opposition House Leader has read the standing orders. She knows we're not to interrupt in this place. I'll member for Chilliwack, Hope.
Energy workers, the BC wine industry, and national unity are all being threatened by this escalating dispute. Yet the Prime Minister actually said, quote, "I'm not going to opine on disagreements between the provinces in this case." What a sorry excuse for national leadership. Why doesn't the Prime Minister opine that the rule of law will be upheld? Why doesn't he opine that innocent bystanders won't be collateral damage in this dispute? Why doesn't he get off the sidelines and fight for the jobs that will be lost because of his inaction?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
You know, the Prime Minister says it in Edmonton. We say it in Vancouver. We say it in Regina. We say it in St. John's, Newfoundland. We say it in every region of the country. Why do we say it in every region of the country? Because the message is a national one, and it's clear. we will move our resources to market sustainably. We will expand export markets. We will work with Indigenous peoples. We will protect the environment. We are the only party in this chamber that will do all three of those things.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, today is Canada's Agriculture Day, and to highlight the occasion, the Liberals refused to setting up a trust like the American PACA program for perishables. And there is still not a bit of support for dairy producers in the wake of gaps opened by CETA. And that's not including future breaches under NAFTA or the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They should be ashamed of themselves today. When will this government keep its electoral promises for our family farms and set up protections so that people who feed our families every day can also feed their own?
Merci, Mr. the President, and I certainly appreciate my honourable colleague's question. The fact is, we're the government, as I said many times. We're the party that implemented supply management, and we're the government that's going to protect it. And we're going to put programs in place in order to make sure that our fruit and vegetable sector are also in a shape to export around the world. We also put a program in place after CETA to make sure that the dairy industry itself was on the cutting edge, $250 million. We put another $100 million in place to make sure the processing sector was in place. We have and will continue to support.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
For a party that says it likes to stand with farmers, its talking points are sure falling short. Mr. Speaker, creating a PACA-like deemed trust for producers of perishable goods in Canada is what our produce growers want. Two parliamentary committees, Agriculture and Finance, unanimously recommended that greater measures are needed to protect Canadian produce growers, but Liberal ministers won't even consider it. So on Canada's Agriculture Day, will the government stop breaking its election promises, put the money where its mouth is, and support our produce growers and small businesses?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I again appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And on the issue, I can assure my honourable colleague the government is committed to the financial success of our fruit and vegetable farmers. We will be creating a single dispute resolution body which should resolve the majority of non-payment incidents faced by our producers. And of course, working with farmers, we today are going to make a number of announcements that will indicate just how much more we fully support the agriculture and agri-food sector across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, the more we dig into the new environmental review process, the uglier it gets. The Minister appears to have embedded in the bill provisions which empower her to delay, suspend and veto a project before it ever undergoes a full science-based review. Now, that's not a streamlined process. That's a minister knows best process that is based on politics, not science. How can we trust a process based on the minister's whims? Will the minister now agree to remove her veto power from the bill?
Yes. Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's extraordinarily rich to hear the government opposite, the party opposite. The party opposite talk about science. They never, ever took into account science or Indigenous knowledge. They never listened to Canadians. They never respected rights of Indigenous peoples, and they couldn't get good projects built. We understand that the environment and the economy go together, that decisions need to be made on science and Indigenous knowledge, and that we need good projects to go ahead. That's exactly what we are doing.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Be the government. Yeah. The minister spends more time slinging partisan mud and personal attacks than improving Canada's environment. And our Liberal government has broken more economic promises than we can count. They killed Northern Gateway, Energy East. They're letting Kinder Morgan die a slow and painful death. Now they're creating an environmental review process that is filled with more uncertainty than ever before, discouraging investment in Canada. When will the minister finally stop her partisan attacks and rebuild investor confidence in Canada's resource sector?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
I certainly encourage the party opposite to stop the partisan attacks. We understand the environment and the economy go together. We also have created over 500,000 jobs. We have the lowest unemployment rate since we've been tracking unemployment rates. We also are tackling climate change. We're committed to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We make decisions on science. We protect our animals, our waters, our air. Environment and the economy come to go together. Why doesn't the party opposite come to the party?
Here, here.
Order. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives implemented a rigorous environmental assessment system that allowed Canada to meet its economic and energy needs, while ensuring that approvals were science-based. With C-69, the Liberals are trying to turn upside down a process that worked very well. Can the Minister tell us which projects approved under the old system that she takes exception to, and which projects does she want to see fail? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that our party makes science-based decisions. The party opposite made decisions based on science fiction. We are making sure that projects go forward. We have to make science-based decisions. We have to listen to Canadians. We have to work in partnership with Indigenous peoples. Otherwise, projects will not move forward. We know that the environment and the economy go together. I hope that one day the party opposite will understand that.
Trail Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the changes to the Navigation Protection Act proposed by the Minister will delay and increase red tape and costs for rural municipalities building vital infrastructure. Exactly. The Liberals' changes also reflect their lack of understanding of the importance of resource development to Canada's economy. Why are the Liberals opposing responsible resource development and delaying vital infrastructure projects in rural communities across Canada?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of the changes that we have made to the Canadian Navigable Waters Act, an act that had been gutted by the previous government, an act in which Canadians no longer had confidence. We have restored the protection in the Navigable Waters Act, and Canadians can be very proud of the fact that we are looking after their interests with respect to navigation.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised to actually strengthen the environmental assessment process, gutted by the Conservatives, yet still in place. They promised to remove political considerations from assessments and base decisions on project approvals on scientific evidence. Yet C-69 retains the government's ability to disregard scientific evidence, traditional knowledge, identifying adverse impacts, health risks, and community concerns, and still deem the project to be in the public interest. How can the Minister of Environment defend this bill as a strengthened law?
The Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I am thrilled to defend the new Environmental Assessment Act that we're proposing. I'm certainly interested in hearing any proposed changes that may come from the other side that can make it stronger. But we believe we've got it spot on. That we understand we need to make decisions based on science and traditional knowledge. That we need to be respecting rights with Indigenous peoples and partnering from the start. That we need to be listening to communities. And we need good projects to go ahead. On one hand, we have a party that doesn't understand that we need to make sure we protect the environment. We have another party that doesn't understand that good projects need to go ahead. That is where we...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. After dragging their feet for 2 years, the Liberals are proposing a new environmental assessment process, but there are some very nasty surprises in it. Timelines for studies are even shorter than under the Conservatives, and the Minister isn't even bound by the recommendations of the assessment. Even if people are against it, even if science says that it's a bad project, the Minister can still approve it. Is this nebulous concept of national interest just a sneaky way for the Liberals to approve whatever they want, regardless of citizens' desires and science and the Indigenous people's desires? We took 2 years to listen to Canadians. We listened to Indigenous peoples. We listened to scientists. We listened to industry. We listened
to environmentalists. And we know that we have a good process. We will make decisions that are science-based, and we will form partnerships with Indigenous peoples. We will listen to communities, and this is how we will make decisions. We know that the economy and the environment go together, and we will always be there to protect both. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, the results are clear. Our plan is working. It's helping Canadians create jobs and grow our economy. But there's still work to be done.
Over 500,000 jobs have been created since this government came to office, and Canada is leading in the G7 in growth. Canadians are feeling more confident about their future. Can the Minister of Finance please update this House on the next steps we are taking to strengthen Canada's middle class and help those working hard to join it?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. Over the last couple of years, the plan we've put in place for Canadians has made real improvements for middle-class Canadians.
Order. Usually I can at least hear the question. This time it's hard to hear both. I'd ask members to come to order. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. Order.
We've seen real improvements over the last couple of years for middle-class Canadians, more confidence, and among the lowest unemployment rates in the last 40 years. But there's more work to do, Mr. Speaker. On February 27th, we're going to announce the next budget to continue our plan to give everything.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, today we should be celebrating Canada's Agriculture Day. This is a day to celebrate our farmers all across the country. Farmers and their families are working hard to feed their communities, our country, and the world. Unfortunately, agriculture doesn't seem to be a priority for this government. The Minister of Finance called them tax cheats. The Minister of Agriculture doesn't participate in international trade negotiations. The Health Minister doesn't want to hear from farmers when it comes to the new food guide. Will the Liberal government finally do the honourable thing and listen to farmers about what they have to say about their own future?
Agriculture.
Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sure, my honourable colleague, we have been listening to farmers and we have responded to farmers. In fact, we invested $100 million in agricultural science. That's much better than cutting some money in agricultural science. Innovations fund of $1.1 billion available to agriculture. We have agreed with the provinces and territories to put a Canadian Agricultural Partnership in place. $3 billion for the agriculture and agri-food sector. And they go on. In order to increase trade, we approved CETA. And we have agreed to CPTPP.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, let's talk about the TPP and all those other letters, Mr. Speaker. Canadian producers are increasingly concerned. 2 weeks after the announcement about the TPP, we've heard absolutely nothing about compensation programs. 80% of dairy farmers won't have access to the program that was improvised by the Minister of Agriculture, and there's nothing for egg and poultry producers. The Conservative government had set aside $4 billion, but the Liberals have no plan. How will the Minister of Agriculture ensure that no new concessions are made to the Americans as part of the NAFTA negotiations?
Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been clear. We will always defend supply management. Unlike some members of the official opposition, everyone else in this House believes in supply management. Our position on this issue is clear. We've always defended the system, including during NAFTA negotiations, and we will always do so. Thank you.
Today is Canadian Agriculture Day. It's a day where across Canada we celebrate our producers and we thank them for all they do. But our farmers and ranchers aren't celebrating because the Liberals have shut them out of the discussion on the Canada Food Guide. Our producers give their heart and soul into producing quality food for Canadians. But it's these folks who will be directly impacted by these ill-advised decisions. In the spirit of this important day, will the Liberals reverse this ideological decision? Will they listen to the agriculture sector and health experts to ensure that we have a balanced approach to the Canadian Food Guide?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, our government is committed to protecting the health of Canadians and supporting an environment that makes the healthy choice the easy choice. For over the past 70 years, Canada's Food Guide has been one of the most trusted sources of information for Canadians. As a part of the Healthy Eating Strategy, work to date on the Canada Food Guide is well underway, and we are engaging with Canadians, experts, and stakeholders. I was pleased to meet with the dairy industry yesterday, and they are going to be appearing as witnesses at the Health Committee in a very timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Trans-Pacific Partnership is a vital agreement. It will give our agriculture and agribusiness exporters unprecedented market access to high-value markets like Japan, Vietnam, and Malaysia. It will also give us a competitive advantage over the United States. But there's very real concern that Canada could miss out on these vital new markets if we are not one of the first members to ratify the agreement. On Canadian Agriculture Day, can the Liberals assure our agriculture and agri-food exporters that the TPP, they will sign the TPP later that next month, and they will ratify it next summer?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for this very important question. As he said, this is a good agreement on Agricultural Day. I think we should all celebrate in this House that this is going to be good for our nation across the country, Mr. Speaker. We will be signing, thanks to the Prime Minister, we will be signing the CPTPP in March, and we will proceed with ratification. But, Mr. Speaker, let me say again what this entails to Canadians. We've opened up a market of more than 500 million people and 14% of the world economy. This is a great day for agriculture. This is a great day for Canada. And thanks to this Prime Minister, we will have our position in Asia-Pacific.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the war of words between the U.S. and North Korea and growing tensions with Russia have pushed the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists to set the doomsday clock to 2 minutes to midnight. It's clear that the world would be safer without nuclear arms, and Canada should help use diplomacy to that end. So will the Prime Minister commit to have Canada sign the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which over 120 other countries have already approved? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Canada strongly supports nuclear disarmament internationally, and we will continue to support efforts to that end. We recently announced $1.5 million more to support the International Atomic Energy Company in its work. We are fully committed to making concrete progress towards a nuclear arms-free world, and this includes treaties. That is Canada's firm position.
I'm out Saanich Soup.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has traditionally been a leader on the world stage on nuclear disarmament at the same time as being an active member of NATO. Since a core tenet of NATO is to create the conditions for a world free of nuclear weapons, there's clearly no obstacle to Canada signing the Nuclear Prohibition Treaty. So will the Prime Minister now take bold action, sign the Nuclear Prohibition Treaty, and then instruct our NATO ambassador to start working to get all of our NATO allies behind this treaty so Canada can help the world move back from the brink of nuclear disaster?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada unequivocally supports global nuclear disarmament. We continue to support efforts that substantially contribute to this goal. We recently announced an additional $1.5 million for the International Atomic Energy Agency to support its important work on non-proliferation. We are committed to work that will make and take concrete steps towards a nuclear-free world. This includes the important work that Canada is doing on a treaty that will help to halt the production of material for nuclear weapons. Canada has and remains an important player in the global nuclear disarmament movement. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the newest version of the Canada Food Guide, made by the Liberals, seems to be based more on ideology than on science. Their refusal to consult agriculture partners has concerning implications for the future of our food guide. Mr. Speaker, will the government abandon its misguided approach and finally start broader consultations on the food guide with all stakeholders, including agriculture stakeholders, for the good of all Canadians? Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the pleasure of meeting with members of the dairy industry. We're committed to protecting the health of Canadians and helping Canadians make good choices. Canada's Food Guide has been a very trusted source of information about nutrition for Canadians for 70 years. And work concerning the Food Guide is underway, and we are consulting with Canadians and experts and many stakeholders. Health Canada is committed to using the best data available in its decision-making process.
Red Deer, Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will soon be meeting with officials in India to hopefully discuss trade between sulfies and photo ops. Recent changes to India's import policies resulted in debilitating tariffs on Canadian pulse exports, putting critical trade agreements and market access in serious jeopardy. With pulse exports to India worth over $1.5 billion, it's critical for Canada to work on a clear agreement. Will the Prime Minister include the Agriculture Minister on this important trade mission?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're extremely concerned and disappointed with India increase in import duties without any advance notice to Canada or any other nation. We are raising our concerns with the Government of India, including a recent trade mission by the Minister of Trade, who brought it up at every occasion. And this week I was in Saskatchewan meeting with the pulse farmers and announced the funding for market development. What we want to do is create more markets for the pulse industry in this country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, agriculture, especially in my province of Manitoba, is an integral part of the community. We are all very proud of our agriculture contributions to Canada and beyond. Products like Bothwell cheese and High Life pork are world-class products with excellent nutritional value. But the Liberal government seems to disagree. The new Canadian Food Guide is an attack on meat and dairy producers. Why have the Liberals chosen to downplay the vital role of meat and dairy products in the diets of Canadians? Why this attack on science?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the privilege of meeting the dairy industry of Canada and had a very productive meeting.
Our government is determined to protect the health of Canadians and to support a health environment that allows them to make easy choices. Canada's Food Guide has been a very reliable source of nutrition information for Canadians for 70 years. As part of our health and eating strategy, the update of the Canada Food Guide is underway, and we are consulting with Canadians and experts. Health Canada is committed to using the best data possible in its decision-making process. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, the NGO Engineers Without Borders published a survey of young Canadians showing that they want Canada to take action on international development. It suggested that responding to humanitarian crises and natural disasters, ensuring access to health care for women and children, and promoting gender equality should be policy priorities for Canada. Can the Minister of International Development tell this House how Canada intends to implement this vision? The Honourable Minister of International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for Bourassa for his question and for his interest in international development and youth. Our government wants to give Canadians an international experience that will help enrich them both professionally and personally. That's why I recently announced that we've provided $34 million to provide internships to over 1,800 young Canadians in developing countries. I had such an experience in Morocco, and I encourage all Canadians to submit an application.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Liberals have broken their trust with veterans. Brian Forbes, Chairman of the National Council of the Veterans Associations, had this to say about the Liberal promises, quote, "It's fair to say the disappointment with the new plan has been immense because it just didn't do the trick. If you're going to make a promise to provide lifetime pensions, then do it." End of quote. Despite the Liberals' rhetoric, veterans consider the promises made to them to be broken. Why is the Prime Minister the only one convinced that they've kept their promises to veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Speaker,
an increased pain and suffering award, an increased income replacement, increased estate exemption for veterans' funerals and burials, an education benefit of up to $80,000, redesigned career transition, a recognition benefit for caregivers, a Center for Excellence for PTSD, 460 more staff, 10 offices, a pension for life. For everything that Conservatives took away that I listed yesterday, we are delivering on real benefits and services. Veterans deserve more than words.
Honourable member for Desmethie, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Yesterday, the government gave vague answers on what their plan was in the aftermath of the trial over Colton Boushie's killing. We must address the underrepresentation of Indigenous peoples on juries and judicial benches. This situation is a crisis of trust, and the jury trial in the case of Colton Boushie increases mistrust of the justice system for Indigenous peoples. So I will repeat. What is the government's specific plan to ensure the Indigenous peoples are treated fairly by our justice system?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the honourable member across the way for her very important question. We have been working diligently since we came into government, building on the work that has occurred over decades, advocated by Indigenous peoples and the like, to ultimately improve our criminal justice system. We are proposing, or will propose, broad-based reform to the criminal justice system. And we have, as I stated yesterday, committed to looking at the underrepresentation of Indigenous peoples on juries. We are moving forward with that. We will listen to all the voices with respect to that particular issue and move forward in an appropriate way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Canada's Agriculture Day, a day to celebrate the food we love and showcase our world-class farmers, ranchers, and growers from coast to coast to coast, of which I am one myself, Mr. Speaker. Canadian agriculture is stronger, more innovative, diverse than ever, and our government is committed to continuing this growth and investing in the future of Canadian farmers. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell us about today's announcement to build a strong future for Canadian agriculture? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake for all his hard work for our farmers and ranchers across this country. Today I am celebrating Canada Day by launching 6 federal programs under the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. The partnership will drive a strong agenda for the future of Canadian agriculture. These investments will ensure Canadian agriculture remains a leader in job creation and innovation, and will make sure that we reach our target of $75 billion of agriculture and agri-food exports by 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. The government keeps saying that it's defending the interests of the middle class, but in reality, they chum around with their wealthy friends who continue getting richer while the poorest among us pay for the government's reckless spending. And now they've given their rich friends access to new tax havens in Grenada and Antigua and Barbuda. When will this government really be transparent with taxpayers and start working to defend their interests, instead of signing tax agreements with countries that are known tax havens? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The fight against tax evasion is a priority for our government. We are working very closely with our partners abroad because this is a worldwide problem, and there is no simple solution. We have adopted international standards for information sharing with our OECD partners, and starting this year, we will have access to even more information from our partners. And I'd like to remind my colleague across the way that under their government, their former minister, Mr. Blackburn, said that this wasn't even a priority. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it was a priority for Paul Martin either. The Minister of Revenue has a lot of nice words, and she says that the government is fighting tax evasion. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to fighting tax havens internationally, Canada is part of the problem, not the solution. While the OECD Convention allows for information sharing, Canada is signing an agreement with a country where people don't even file tax returns. What are the Liberals waiting for? Why won't they abandon these agreements with Grenada and Antigua and Barbuda? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and avoidance. That's why our government invested nearly $1 billion over the last 2 budgets, Mr. Speaker. The agency is now able to evaluate risks for all big multinationals every year. And every year, it looks at all transactions over $10,000 in 4 jurisdictions which are deemed high risk. The first ones were the Isle of Man and Guernsey Island. As concerns international transactions, as of December 31st, the agency carried out audits of over 1,000 taxpayers. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yeah, so let's talk about tax evasion. Canadian investments in Barbados, $68 billion. In the Cayman Islands, $48 billion. In Bermuda, $39 billion. In the Bahamas, $20 billion. Ordinary taxpayers are paying their taxes, but the government is making life even easier for wealthy people who are hiding their money in tax havens. Rather than going after the little fish who are already doing their part, when will the government go after these financial sharks? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, tax evasion and avoidance is a priority for our government. We've invested nearly $1 billion over the last 2 budgets. Unlike our colleagues across the way, whose objective in life is apparently to ask 2 questions in question period and then to languish in the opposition. On our side, we are going to work for Canadians and Quebecers, and tax evasion is a priority, and we will continue to work against it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and I suspect if you were to canvass, you would find unanimous support for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, any recorded division in respect of an item of private member's business deferred to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private member's business pursuant to Standing Order 93(1) or 98(4), shall be deemed deferred anew until Wednesday, February 14, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. I hear no's. I hear a no. So perhaps members could have some discussions about that. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order today because I'm a charitable person, and I want to give the Liberal government one more chance to honour a promise and look after our produce farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House call on the government to honour their election promise to implement a PACA-like deemed trust for perishable goods, which Canadian produce growers have called for repeatedly, and which both the Standing Committee on Finance and the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food unanimously recommended to this government.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House? No. There's no unanimous consent. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette, I would ask that you start over. Yes, I have 2 points of order. First of all, I think what the Revenue Minister said about my questions were, what she said was disrespectful, and disrespectful to my constituents as a result, and I'd ask that she withdraw her remark.
Bravo. Bravo.
Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House call on the government to not apply the tax provisions that enable a company through a foreign subsidiary to avoid taxes in Grenada and Barbuda, and then have it paid out in the form of dividends that are tax-free. I'd call for unanimous consent for that. On the first point, I don't know whether that was a matter of debate, but I'll examine the blues. And the second item was call for unanimous consent. There is no unanimous consent.
Comme il est...
It being 3:10, pursuant to order made on Thursday, February 8th, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Julian relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
Just in time.
The question is as follows. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moved that the House recall its resolution adopted March 8th, 2017, which asked the government to keep its promise to cap the stock option deduction loophole and to take aggressive action to combat tax havens, and that the House call on the government to respect that vote by ensuring that both measures are included in Budget 2018. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney Northallon Powell River.
Ms. Blaney Northallon Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont être...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvins.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvins.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varane.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie de Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alice-Lev.
Ms. Alice-Lev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascados.
Mr. Fregascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon-Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon-Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Sarah.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsby Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fotzi.
Madame Fossier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Belchasli Zichamendevi.
Mr. McLeod Kamlistop.
Blaney.
Mr. Blaney Belchas Lechaman Levy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Benya.
Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Cameron Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrow.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Talib.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Goose Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Okiski.
Mr. Okiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Bressard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Falk Provache.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Generator.
Mr. General.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gord.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Colley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Colley, on Edmonton West.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lawson Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozan Storman Gundas. Southern Gary.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Agency.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Adega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Leach.
Miss Leach.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Smale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Balfour's Lloydminster.
Mr. Falk, Balfour's Lloydminster. Yeas 50, 50. Nays 258, 258.
I declare the motion defeated.
Order made on Friday, February 9, 2018. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-50. Question is as follows. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moved that Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mrs. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mrs. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Bourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anna Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Alcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Erskine.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matan Metapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matan Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedo Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedo Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedo Brampton South.
Mr. Cedo Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Barrow.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fossier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney Northern Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Etchemin, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Camden, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Al-Butayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gay, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Odega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Leach.
Miss Leach.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Ms. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Yeas pour, 215. 215. Nays contre, 96, 96.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi, third reading of this bill.
Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Stubbs relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Ms. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Schmale.
This mountain expansion project is in the national interest, will create jobs and provide provinces with access to global markets. The House call on the Prime Minister to prioritize the construction of the federally approved Trans Mountain Expansion project by taking immediate action using all tools available to establish certainty for the project and to mitigate damage from the current interprovincial trade dispute, tabling his plan in the House no later than noon on Thursday, February 15, 2018. All of those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Roya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lawson, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Loza, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloyd Minster.
Those against the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Mr. Petitpot Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Biot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mrs. Gould.
Mrs. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Hoy.
Mr. Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Colmier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sables.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Kepleski-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Anders Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Tassie.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Zarowitz.
Mr. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Yes, Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massy Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massey. Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Boudin Suite.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sugar.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung. Yeas pour 88, 88. Nays contre 273, 273.
I declare the motion defeated. Orders of the day.
It's good.
Allowed. Order. 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 Allowed. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue has a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I wish to apologize to my colleague. I know very well that all the members have every right to fully represent their ridings. I thank the Honourable Minister for her apology. I wish to inform the House that due to deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 26 minutes.
I see the honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk rising potentially on a point of order. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to revert to petitions at this point.
Does the honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk have the unanimous consent of the House to go back to petitions under the routine proceedings rubric? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the House. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to table a petition from 31 constituents. These petitioners call to the government's attention that, as it is now written, the application to the Canada Summer Jobs Program forces employers to choose between their charter-protected freedoms and eligibility for government funding. They are calling on the government to remove the discriminatory attestation requirement from the Canada Summer Jobs application and respect the charter rights of all Canadians, even though they may be different than the political agenda of the government of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The presenting petitions, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present today a petition calling on the government to recognize the unique situation that we're in with the renegotiation of NAFTA, with some direct asks, the removal of ISDS provisions, eliminate the energy proportionality provisions, to make significant improvements to enhance the enforceability of the agreements on labour and environmental standards, to resist further patent extensions. There are nearly 100 signatories to this petition that I'm proud to present today, calling on the government for action on these important issues in NAFTA renegotiations.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington, North Oakville.
Oakville North Burlington.
There we are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise today on the traditional unceded territories of the Algonquin Nation, I'm pleased to present petition E1228, calling on the government to work on consultation and partnership with Indigenous people to redesign the Canadian Citizenship Guide and exam to acknowledge Indigenous treaty rights, require applicants to answer a question about the traditional territories they may currently inhabit, and educate new Canadians about residential schools and the legacy of colonialism. This petition was initiated by my constituent Miriam Manna in consultation with local Indigenous knowledge keeper Stephen Paquette. The petition received tremendous response and support in my riding of Oakville North Burlington, located on the traditional territory of the Mississauga of the New Credit Nation and across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition in support of my private member's bill, which I expect to come up for debate in April, Bill C-316, which was submitted by members of the National Capital Region Gift of Life Network. The petitioners from around Ottawa and Gatineau are calling on this House to improve the organ donation system in Canada. This would be achieved by making the process to register as an organ donor easier by adding a simple question to our annual tax returns. Becoming an organ donor is the easiest way to save a life of a fellow human being. These are signatures of caring Canadians who want to see our organ donor system work better so that we can save more lives every day. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Okay, I think that will wrap up that sort of intermission where we took another piece of business. Now we're going to go back to the orders of the day, which is on Bill C-68. And when the House the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader on a point of order.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker. Again, there have been some discussions amongst the parties, and this is in regards to getting unanimous consent that I made reference to earlier, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, any recorded division in respect of an item of private member's business deferred to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private member's business pursuant to Standing Order 93(1) or 98(4) shall be deemed deferred anew until Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, at the expiry time provided for oral questions.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Now we'll go back to orders of the day on Bill C-68. And when the House last took up the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 3.5 minutes remaining in the time for questions and comments for his remarks. And we'll now go to questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his intervention on this bill. My question would be, during the removal of certain aspects in 2012 to the habitat protections and fish protections, there was a provision put in there for developers to self-assess. In other words, if I were a proponent building a hydro dam, I would report myself if there was any harm brought to fish or habitat during that construction. It seemed a bit ridiculous when I found that out, that it'd be like putting the fox in charge of the hen house. And I wonder, could the member comment on how ridiculous it would be to expect people to report themselves for breaking a law under the development that they would be doing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can say, the member from Avalon has a way with words, and he's really hit the nail right on spot. Is that the term we'd use it, or something? Right, the nail on the head. The member from Avalon, talks about an action that was taken by the former Stephen Harper government, and I think he's doing a fantastic job in terms of just representing the interest of those that recognized that it was a bad thing that the Conservatives actually did in the 2012 budget, because it is all about protection of our fish habitats and fish in general. So what this legislation does is it fulfills an election commitment by the Prime Minister and the government, which no doubt was heavily influenced in terms of taking that position from members of the Atlantic Caucus and others across all regions of the country. But I know that it is an important issue for him personally, and I'm sure that he would be happy. Not only did we reverse what it is that the Harper government did, but we went and did more in terms of protecting fish habitat and fish in general, which is a good thing, and I suspect you'll find all stakeholders and interested Canadians that are following the issue will be quite pleased with this piece of legislation and would support it.
And we have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting, this last question was about self-reporting and the belief that it was actually removed. If you check Section 25(4) of Bill C-68, it says, every person shall without delay notify an inspector, a fisheries officer, a fisheries garden, or an authority prescribed by the regulations of the death of fish that is not authorized under the Act. It's still self-reporting. It's still there. It hasn't changed. So how can the honourable member opposite try to say that that was restored or changed?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure the member what he would need to do is to take a look at the budget 2012. I know it's a 400-page plus document, and you'll find that there were issues that were taken out of the Act that ultimately dealt with things such as fish preservation and habitat preservation. And these are the types of things in which this legislation reverses. And I think that's the essence in terms of what was being talked about in the previous question and the response that I had provided.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to rise in the House today. Not pleased about the topic or the bill, but pleased to stand and speak to Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act. This is a large bill that will have huge impacts on fisheries and fish stocks across Canada. The bill will also have wide-ranging implications for economic development, for farmers, for rural municipalities, and more, and I'm going to get into that in detail. As a relatively new member of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, I was not on the committee when the committee studied the 2012 changes that were made to the Fisheries Act, but I'd like to focus a good chunk of my comments on the testimony that was heard during those hearings. The committee started its study in October of 2016 and presented a report to the House in February of 2017. The committee heard from 50 different witnesses during the study and received over 188 submitted briefing notes. It was a very comprehensive study and I think would have been a useful tool for the government to use when it was drafting this legislation. The study directly looked at the changes that the previous government made in 2012 to the Fisheries Act, changes that significantly improved the Fisheries Act. One of the significant changes that was made in 2012 was a shift away from what is commonly referred to as HADD or HAD. HAD stands for harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat. It is contained within Section 35, subsection 1 of this bill, where it is stated, "No person shall carry on any work, undertaking, or activity that results in the harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat." End of quote. Essentially, this means that any sort of development that could be seen to be harmful to, altering, disrupting, or destroying fish habitats would be subject to an immense amount of review and red tape that could be stopped or prohibited. Furthermore, it is unclear about what constitutes fish habitat. It was found the DFO and others played fast and loose with this term and used a broad definition to apply this to waterways that really had no impact on fish stocks. This system was ineffective, was a nightmare for development, and had no measurable success in protecting fish populations. And the things that were affected the most by this, I have them on some of my farms, Mr. Speaker, what have you. They're waterways after a very heavy rain or first thing in the spring runoff, but other than that, they're dry, they're able to be farmed the rest of the year. And the same things applied to them as what would apply, say, to the St. Lawrence River, which is totally ridiculous. The changes in 2012 brought in a much simpler and effective definition to ensure that fish were protected, but that reasonable projects could still move forward. The new definition was as follows. No person shall carry on any work, undertaking, or activity that results in serious harm to fish that are part of a commercial, recreation, or aboriginal fishery, or to fish that support such a fishery. This definition is much more effective and provides certainty and clarity for developers, for farmers, for fishermen, for First Nations, and more. In the report from the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, the third recommendation stated that any revision of the Fisheries Act should review and refine the previous definition of HAD due to the previous definition's vulnerability to being applied in an inconsistent manner and the limiting effect it had on government agencies in their management of fisheries and habitats in the interest of fish productivity. Therefore, I am slightly confused as to why we are now seeing what looks to be a return to HAD in Bill C-68. It doesn't make any sense. The testimony is there in black and white. And that testimony, of course, came from witnesses. For example, as I mentioned, the committee heard from 50 different witnesses and received more than 180 submitted briefing notes. Not one single individual or organization was able to present the committee with any scientific or legal proof of harm that was a result from the changes made in 2012. Mr. Speaker, not one. We all know that at the time, the environmental associations and others threw their hands up in the air and yelled and screamed and kicked that these changes would be the death of all fish in Canada, but the proof is just not there. 6 years later, I think our fish are doing pretty good. It's my distinct fear here, Mr. Speaker, the government is simply returning to the pre-2012 provisions just to appease these groups. The return of HAD in Bill C-68 will undoubtedly be used as a way for opponents of projects to prevent development projects from moving forward. Let's look at the present pipeline that was discussed in depth today. By returning to this system, a system that had proven to be ineffective, the government is playing right into the wheelhouse of those that seek to halt delay and do whatever they can to stop all forms of development in this country, and that's got to end. One impact that is not always clear to many is the impact that farmers face due to the Fisheries Act, and I'll tell you, it will be 10 times worse under a system that uses the HAD definition. When a farmer is looking to expand their farm or develop their farmland, they can get caught up in reviews of their projects under the Fisheries Act. A return to HAD would make the lives of farmers much more difficult. When testifying before the committee, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture stated that prior to 2012, there were lengthy bureaucratic applications for permitting and authorizations, but the 2012 changes drastically improved the timeliness and cost of conducting regular maintenance and improvement activities to their farms. CFA expanded on this by stating that it is the CFA's position that a complete revert, which we're getting from the government here now, to reinstate all provisions of the Fisheries Act as they were, would be unproductive and reestablish the same problems for farmers and provide little improvement. And that goes back, Mr. Speaker, the example I used of intermittent waterways on our farms being treated like they were fish habitat. Now, Mr. Speaker, what's ironic about all this, the attack on farmers in this bill, is that today is Canada Agriculture Day. And as we should be doing every day, let's recognize the important work that farmers do and ensure that their voices are heard. Farmers do not want to return to a pre-2012 system. In fact, no one but those that oppose development do. The government should stop catering to these interest groups and abandon this plan. The reason that these changes came about, Mr. Speaker, was members of Parliament from all parties that came together for the Rural Caucus to come up with ways to improve things overall, whether it was agriculture or rural health care or whatever. And changes that came out of this bill in 2012 came out of discussions there. And this government here, just because they've got a group of groups of people that are against anything going on in this country, to appease them, to try and get their vote, they're just saying, okay, we'll give you what you want. That's not the way to do business or do government. It's not just farmers, though, that have concerns. The Canadian Electricity Association has said that Bill C-68 is one step forward, but 2 steps back. They go on to state that CEA is particularly concerned that the government has chosen to return to pre-2012 provisions of the Fisheries Act that address activity other than fishing that results in the death of fish and the harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction, HAD, of fish habitat. In practical terms, this means that virtually any action without prior authorization could be construed as being in contravention of this Act. Consequently, the reinstatement of these measures will result in greater uncertainties for existing on new energy projects that directly support Canada's clean growth agenda and realize its climate change objectives. Long story short, this is bad news for Canadian development and will have no positive impact on the protection of fish populations in Canada. I urge the government to revisit the return of HAD and amend the legislation to ensure that economic development and environmental protections go hand in hand and not head to head. And just one last comment, I know I'm almost out of time, but I say to my honor, I see my honourable colleague across the way from Avalon, sit on the committee with him, and I know he's got the best interests of fish and what have you at heart, and I just ask him to consider agriculture in this, and the examples is these intermittent waterways that are put back in the way they were before, which isn't just right, and it's a direct attack on agriculture and doesn't do anything for the environment, fish, or any other thing. And I'm very happy to end there, Mr. Speaker, and take questions.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire, the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee for his speech this afternoon. But my question to him, and I was here present earlier when the Minister spoke and answered some questions, And one of the things he did say to another member was that he looks forward to this going to the committee and the committee coming back with any amendments that they deem good for this report or good for this bill. Would he not agree that that would be the place now? Let's get this before committee. Let's, as a committee, review it, add any amendments that we would like to see added to it for the protection of people such as farmers, and get it back to the minister so as it can be included in the bill.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, thank you to my honourable colleague across here, through you. And yes, the committee is the place that is part of the process and what have you. And by his comments, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank him in advance for his support of reversing some of the good things that were reversed in this bill, and we'll put them back in place. So I thank him for that support when it comes to the committee.
Questions and comments? Yes, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to this member for his contribution. He specifically cited the impacts this can have on large electrical infrastructure projects in British Columbia. Many people know we pride ourselves on our hydroelectricity, clean electricity. Unfortunately, from time to time, we do have to import other sources of energy. Oftentimes, they are not clean hydro. And so when the member speaks and says that sometimes these projects, which, by the way, are regulated provincially under the BC Utilities Commission process, they will not let you build new electrical stations for demand until it gets to the point where it's justified. You cannot plan this out 10 years in advance. So oftentimes when these projects start, it's well after that demand point has been hit and we are bringing in less than clean energy. So this particular legislation stands to throw more obstacles in a way, not just in regards to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. Does he think that this is going to have an adverse effect and actually create a situation where provinces and their electrical utilities and their companies that operate under those regulatory schemes will actually have more dirty sources of power, and those costs will be transmitted, of course, to the ratepayer?
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia for his good question. And the easy answer to it is yes, this will cause negative problems, which in turn cost consumers, which are Canadian taxpayers, more for the product that they're receiving. And in this case, would be hydro. But, you know, the changes in 2012 were done for a specific reason. They were done to still have a process where approvals could get done right, but there was timelines put on them. And I always point to people who are opposed to anything and everything, which are the people behind this bill. You know, just look at the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline. 25 years, government and environmentalists and other organizations held up business who was willing to invest in a project. And really all that the government was saying in 2012 was that, okay, let's set a reasonable timeline and tell these companies yes or no, not maybe, we need more. Tell them one way or the other. And if the answer is no, they will accept that, and then they'll take their money and they'll invest it in another Canadian project, which is only good for jobs, business, the economy. And that's really what this is all about. And this bill actually reverses that and makes it, again, longer and more erroneous.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've looked forward to engaging this debate, the Fisheries Act amendments that the government has brought forward. And let me begin by saying that I doubt that there is a member in this House that would not promote the protection of our environment and, more specifically, the fisheries resources that we have across Canada. We are an incredibly wealthy country when it comes to fisheries resources. We live in a beautiful country with clean streams, clean lakes, pristine oceans, and we want to protect all of our fish habitat and the fish that find their way into that habitat. And Mr. Speaker, we as Conservatives really pride ourselves on conservation. It's something that we did a really good job on when we were in government for 10 years, and we believe that being stewards of the environment is one of the things that should characterize who we are. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you a story. I used to be a member of City Council in Abbotsford, and of course had lots of interactions with developers, with farmers, with people who were running commercial businesses. And one day, a farmer came into my office very, very irate. And he shared with me that he had just had an altercation with a fisheries officer. Now, this farmer was on his own land, owned by him. He had actually, a couple of years earlier, dug a ditch to drain the water from his field so that he could grow crops and provide for his family, make a living off the land. And as he was on the land, clearing his ditch, a fisheries officer, with a sidearm, by the way, approached him without permission and said, "Sir, what you're doing in cleaning the ditch, you cannot do. It's going to harm fisheries, and you just cannot do that. You're going to have to make do with flooded fields." Now, you can imagine the farmer got really, really angry. That's why he had approached me and said, "What can you do?" Well, you know what? We finally passed on our concerns, as did many of my Conservative colleagues. We passed those concerns on to the Conservative government of the day. And in 2012, that government responded positively and said, there are elements of the Fisheries Act that are not reasonable. They don't reflect common sense. And one of the reasons we were having problems was with the kind of work that was being prohibited in the Fisheries Act. And it was defined as any work or undertaking that results in harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat. So again, harmful alteration, disruption, or disruption, which my colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound referred to as HAD. And that HAD standard had some very unintended consequences and side effects, especially for farmers in my riding of Abbotsford. I went to bat for them, and I know many of my Conservative colleagues went to bat for farmers in their ridings, and they delivered, because in 2012, our former Conservative government changed the legislation to delete reference to HAD. We introduced language that was more reflective of what actually happens in real life. Now, of course, these changes were made, and our Liberal friends opposed them, and our NDP friends opposed them, as they always do. And so, when the new Liberal government was elected, they decided to put the matter of fisheries protection and the 2012 changes that we had made, they put that matter to a committee of Parliament, the Fisheries Committee. And as my colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound articulated, that committee looked very, very carefully at the revised provisions of the Fisheries Act from 2012 to see what kind of impact they had had. And members of the committee specifically asked witnesses at that committee, what specifically can you, the witnesses, point to showing that the 2012 streamlining measures of our former Conservative government that reintroduced common sense into the Fisheries Act, could they tell the committee whether those changes had had any negative impact on fish or fish habitat? And you know what? They couldn't find anything. Not one witness before committee could point to one instance of where the streamlining of the Fisheries Act back in 2012 negatively impacted Canada's fisheries resources. So, you would ask, Mr. Speaker, well, shouldn't these decisions to again revise the Fisheries Act, reintroduce HAD, which had caused so much angst amongst farmers and others that had to do business, before you reintroduce that, wouldn't you base it on evidence and science? Well, you know what? There was no science basis for the decision to move forward with these new amendments to the Act. The committee could not show one instance of where fish and fish habitat had been harmed. This government has no evidence, no science upon which this legislation before us is based. Now, Mr. Speaker, I did my homework as well, and I actually went to our critic for fisheries, the member for North Okanagan-Shuswap, and I asked him, have you discovered any information that might lead us to believe that the Liberal government actually did some checking whether there was some science attached to the changes they're bringing forward to us today? And my colleague, member for North Okanagan-Shuswap, right away said, oh yes, look at this. What we did is we submitted an order paper question to the Minister of Fisheries. And what an order paper question is, you can ask the minister any question about his or her portfolio, and they're compelled to respond. So what question did my colleague ask the Minister of Fisheries? Well, my colleague referred to the mandate letter that the Fisheries Minister had received from the Prime Minister when he was appointed the minister to see what it is that the minister had been mandated to do with respect to the Fisheries Act. And he found out that actually the government had done no work to determine whether the new provisions of this Act were even necessary, to determine what impact they would have. The questions were, for example, what loss protections is the mandate letter referring to? And what harms or proof of harm to fish or fish habitat attributed to the previous Conservative government's changes to these acts exist? So is there any evidence of harm? What protections are lost or alleged to have been lost as a result of the previous government's changes to these acts are not provided for under other federal, provincial, or territorial legislation or regulation? And here's the answer that came back from the Fisheries Minister himself. The department has not been resourced or mandated to conduct this type of comprehensive monitoring and has not undertaken specific monitoring or analysis to compare the impacts of the changes to the Act. The department is, however, developing new processes. So after the fact, they're now trying to catch up. But this legislation that came forward has no science basis to it. It is intended, Mr. Speaker, to delay development in Canada. We see what's happened with the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline, which has created a trade war between the province of British Columbia and Alberta because there are certain individuals and governments here in Canada that do not respect the rule of law. That project went through a rigorous scientific review. And changes to the Fisheries Act that are being contemplated today in this House, presented by the Liberal government, have only one intent, and that is to slow down and stop critical development of our natural resources and critical infrastructure, which is needed across our country. So I say to the Liberals, shame on you. You claim to be the defenders and promoters of a science-based approach to governing and to legislation. And you bring forward a bill like this, which in fact does nothing of the sort. It omits a science-based approach and simply imposes an ideological one, replacing badly needed changes that our previous government had implemented and reverting back to the old system that had harmed so many businesses across Canada who had tried to build critical infrastructure, develop natural resources. That's not the way Canada is going to grow its economy. This is bad legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that when this gets back to committee, the Liberal members and the NDP members of this committee understand what's at stake here and reconsider the changes that they're bringing forward to the Fisheries Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues for his speech. A few years back, my daughter Candace was an Earth Rangers ambassador. She raised thousands of dollars for the Oregon spotted frog. And so in that, we see that there's a number of young people who are understanding the importance of the environment and protecting our environment, our coastal lines, etc. So I'm wondering what my honourable colleague would say to the young people in his riding and elsewhere who want to restore the protection of our fish and fish habitat, who want to ensure that we're protecting up to 10% of our coastal area by 2020, and who want to ensure that the environment and the economy go hand in hand.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would say in response is the legislation we have before us is not about restoring lost protections. Those protections were never lost.
That's right.
In 2012, we brought in amendments to the Fisheries Act that streamlined the Act to make sure, as she has said, that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, which is what the Minister of Environment always preaches, but actually never delivers on, because she has never found that balance, the beautiful balance between the environment and the economy. You cannot have a healthy environment without having prosperity. You look around the world, the countries that have the highest environmental standards are those countries that are the most prosperous in the world. The two go hand in hand. And when you introduce legislation like that before us, what you're doing is undermining Canada's ability to build infrastructure, to build pipelines, develop resources. You're undermining our long-term prosperity as a country.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's intervention and his comments. The member of Abbotsford painted quite a picture of the reason for the 2012 changes. He talked about farmers' drainage ditches. He spoke about that being the reason for the gutting of the Fisheries Act in 2012. I remember it quite differently. My understanding of the real reason behind the changes was to do with Prime Minister Harper's concern about the Fisheries Act causing a problem for the oil agenda that he had, which was getting those pipelines to Tidewater. So what did they do? They went specifically after a specific section within the Act which was habitat protection, and they removed that completely, the habitat protection, and they switched the focus of the Act to serious harm of certain fish, commercial fish, making it practically impossible to prove that any project would have an impact on the fish or fishery. In fact, that caused the absolute opposite of what he was hoping for, which was certainty for business and industry. It started to cause uncertainty. And that, when you had 600 scientists speak out, 2 former Conservative fisheries ministers spoke out, John Fraser and Tom Siddon. So I asked my colleague, what would he say to John Fraser and Tom Siddon about their concerns about the changes in 2012?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
You know what I would say to them, and what I would say to that member, who I do respect, is that his suggestion that we gutted the Fisheries Act is not borne out by evidence. In my earlier comments, I mentioned that the Fisheries Committee actually studied the changes we made to the Fisheries Act and specifically asked a question, Mr. Speaker, is there any evidence from any of the witnesses that, in fact, the changes that were made to the Fisheries Act to make it more responsive to the needs of the Canadian economy, while at the same time protecting our fish and fish habitat, was there any indication those aims were harmed, that fish habitat was at risk? There was not one piece of evidence brought forward at committee. I'm an evidence-based guy, Mr. Speaker. I'm a lawyer. Going into the law courts, into a courtroom, you're always talking about evidence. I believe in science. I believe in evidence. That evidence could have been presented at committee. any of the members of that committee representing all the parties in this House had the opportunity to ask the question, did those changes that our former Conservative government make harm fish or fish habitat? And not one person came forward. So the suggestion that the Fisheries Act was gutted in 2012 is patently false.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Services and for Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased today to rise and speak to the changes in the Fisheries Act. And I do, Mr. Speaker, believe that many of these amendments that are being proposed are absolutely necessary at this time. I want to, start by just responding to some of the comments that were made by my colleague across the way when he spoke. And he talked about evidence being submitted and in part of this review. And I think you'll remember that it was back in November of 2015 that the Prime Minister actually mandated the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Coast Guard to review the previous government's changes to the Fisheries Act and to restore loss protections and to incorporate modern safeguards. The Parliamentary Standing Committee was asked to examine those changes that took place in 2012, as the member indicated, and to engage with Canadians right across the country in terms of what their views would be. Despite what the member says, the Standing Committee at that time heard from 50 witnesses during this process, and they included Indigenous groups and many other groups around resource management and in the resource sector. They also received 188 written submissions at the committee level, of which 40% were from Indigenous Canadians who felt that they had been omitted from previous structuring within the Fisheries Act and within waters adjacent to their areas. There were also 8 resource management boards that were established under land claim agreements that the Government of Canada had signed on to that ended up making submissions either individually or jointly because their agreements with Canada were not being upheld from a fisheries perspective. And I know this issue very well because I have one of those agreements in my own riding, an agreement with the Inuit of Labrador and Nunavut, where land claims were signed onto and fisheries jurisdictions were a part of that, but they were not upheld as the beneficiaries of the agreement had intended, and therefore these things needed to be looked at. But under this particular act, Mr. Speaker, there is a number of changes that will come forward. And I realize that there are members that are often afraid, including industry and others across Canada, when they see changes that are happening and how those changes will impact them. But I think all of us have a responsibility. We have a responsibility as lawmakers in this country to ensure that what we do in a practical, sensible, and sustainable way. And that means that when it comes to resource development and job creation, we also have to ensure that there is environmental protections and that there is good habitat and fish species sustainability. And it works both ways. When we're talking about managing the environment, we also have to still ensure that there is mechanisms for economic growth, for job creation, for resource development. And these are the pieces that our government has been focused on, and focused very clearly on how we create the maximum opportunities for all Canadians, both in the environment and both in the economy. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we are getting this right. And the Fisheries Act and the changes that you're looking at today that is being proposed here, and the overview of these changes that have been presented to Canadians by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans is very much in line with what Canadians are asking for. So, Mr. Speaker, before I go on much longer, I do want to say that I will be splitting my time today with the member for Fleetwood Port Hills. And so before I move on, there is a couple of things I do want to note here. First of all, one of the things that I like about this act is the fact that it looks at the social, economic, and cultural infusion of how the fishery is managed and how it performs across Canada. I live in a region of the country where this has not always been the case, where local economies have not always been looked at and how local economies can benefit. We've not always looked at the social well-being of the communities that are in and around those areas. And we've certainly not taken into perspective the cultural and traditional practices of many individuals within the fishing industry across Canada. I'm very pleased with those sections that have been incorporated here. I'm also pleased to see that there will be consultations around things like quota allocation and looking at where priorities should be set around quota allocations and how communities benefit from those quota allocations. And I have to say, a lot of these things are at the discretion of the minister, and I think having a full understanding and the incorporation of traditional knowledge from those in the industry, Indigenous knowledge from those who live in and around resources is very important in those decisions, and they are as important as science in many cases when you are deciding how quotas are going to be allocated or how species are going to be protected or how habitats within certain regions are dependent upon each other. One of the things I have to say, Mr. Speaker, is that under the former government, enforcement was lacking immensely. I'm one of those regions in Canada where the former government moved in and closed down DFO enforcement offices and conservation and protection offices. We had numbers of people that were laid off, and we had a fishery that was left with very little input from conservation and protection. That has to change. In order for us to have sustainability of resource and a good rapport with people in areas and communities, we need to have those kinds of supports. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, we found is that under enforcements, there was very little dialogue or discussion with the industry on how enforcement should work and how that should be happening. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, people had little or no input. This act is changing that and is giving them the opportunity to have that input. It's also recognizing Indigenous people and the rights of Indigenous people. And I think it's important that no matter what resource development we have in this country, when that development is being done on the doorsteps of Indigenous communities and Indigenous lands, then they should be a part of the decision and their views should matter. That has not been the case with Fisheries and Oceans. And this is one of the pieces that I am very supportive of in this bill. I live in an area where right now today, if the cod fishery was to open in Area 2JGH, there is only one groundfish license left in that area, and the whole region is an Indigenous region. Yet, in our province, there are over 3,000 license holders that could access the resource in that area, even though it has not been fished in 30 years. But with a new fishery reopening, how does Indigenous people who have been out of that fishery for 30 years become engaged again? They can only become engaged if they're going to be fully consulted and a fair player in how fisheries are managed, protected, sustained, and harvested in the future. That's why I believe that incorporating the section on Indigenous access and rights and the consultations with people in the industry who have fished in this industry for many years, allowing them to have a say, to bring their knowledge to the table and helping manage this industry is so important. In areas like Newfoundland and Labrador, where the fishing industry is so important to the livelihoods of the people that we serve, it is so important that they have a say. And what the Act is doing, it's allowing them to have input, to bring their knowledge to the table, but it's also allowing us to look at the social, the economic, and the cultural connections that they have to this industry, and to ensure that it's managed, protected, and sustainable in the best interest of all that's involved. I want to thank the Minister and the committee for the extensive work they've done, for traveling and talking to so many Canadians that feel so passionately about the fishing industry, to those Canadians that depend upon this industry for a livelihood. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that today there are going to be varied opinions across Canada around these new changes in the Act. But one thing we can all agree on is the importance of the fishing industry in the lives of so many people, and the responsibility we have to ensure it's protected and their interests are protected as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Labrador for her comments today. We both serve on the All-Parliamentary Outdoor Caucus together, and I know that she's aware of Phil Morlock and his role with the Canadian sports fishing industry. I would like her to just speak a little bit to what she sees, how this will impact have an economic impact and a social impact on all of the communities across Canada, where basically this act will impact recreational fishing and the billions of dollars that it does provide to our communities. And of course we know that individuals who do recreational fishing are very concerned about our environment, and just to have some comments from her on how this particular act will impact them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to have this question because I think it's an important question. When you look at the recreational fishery, it is a tremendously economic-driven fishery. It's one that brings tremendous benefits to rural and northern Canada, and my riding is one of them. I'm an angler myself. I loved being on the river, and I love to fish. I will say this to you, though. One of the things that they looked at under this Fisheries Review Act is the lack of data, the lack of scientific data that we have. Years ago, there were counting fences on rivers in ridings like mine in remote rural areas where there are commercial fishing lodges and multiple users in recreational fisheries. The former government canceled those programs. They took the counting fences off. They canceled the conservation programs. As a result, we don't have data anymore on those rivers. This particular act brings back information, it brings back data, it brings back a way for us to measure the sustainability of stock. And one thing I will say is that with the commercial lodges and operators I have in my riding, I would say 1 of every 2 today have catch and release, and they don't retain salmon on those rivers.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the floor for her work on this and for bringing in both C-68 and C-69. My riding of Kootenay, Columbia was conservative for 21 years, and quite frankly, it was the Conservative government's attack on environmental legislation, including the Fisheries Act, Navigable Waters Act, Environmental Assessment Act, that led to the change in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia. I was regional manager with Fish and Wildlife for the southeastern BC from 2002 to 2009, and at the time there was an office, a DFO office in the Kootenays that had 4 staff working on it. They showed me a staffing chart. They were supposed to go to 12 staff. By the time 2015 came along, there was not 1 DFO staff left in the Kootenays. So my question to the member is, would she support reestablishing a DFO office in Kootenay, Columbia, the southeastern part of BC?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I was assured in this briefing is that there would be more protection and enforcement available in jurisdictions across Canada because of all the cuts that have been made in regions like the one my colleague speaks of in his riding and in many others. We recognize that as being one of the critical pieces that has to happen. I think for countless generations in this country, the fishery has been a tremendous industry, both socially, culturally, and economically. And whether that is in inland waters or offshore offshore waters. It is a valuable resource in this country, and we should never be afraid to stand up to protect that resource for the benefit of those that are earning their livelihood and sustaining their communities from that industry.
Time for just one more short question and response. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for her great speech. I've had the pleasure of visiting her riding in Labrador and having the opportunity to talk to fisher people who were out on the water, who talked about conservation, who talked about some of the challenges they've had since the cuts happened under the former Conservative government. And I wonder if the member could just expand a bit on how much they believe, they told us data was so important to ensuring their livelihood and conservation.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for that question, and she sat in many of those meetings with me in my riding, and she knows of what she speaks. I could not be prouder than I am of the fishing industry I represent in my riding, a very predominantly Indigenous fishery, but also many people who fall outside the Indigenous guidelines. But they were one of the first groups in Canada who came to the federal government and said, we want protected areas for the fishery. We want to make sure that our fisher people are not dragging for turbot or shrimp in certain areas, and we want other areas protected. That's the kind of people that I represent in this House. That's the kind of people who want to see protection in the fishery for the sustainability and long-term economic and social, cultural benefits for their communities, and I will continue to stand and support them.
Before resuming debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge regarding taxation. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot regarding poverty. And the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith regarding the environment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real privilege, actually, to speak on Bill C-68 and its amendment to the Fisheries Act, especially given the opportunity I've had for the past 2 years to serve on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. I wanted to take a moment, though, to salute all of my colleagues on that committee, because all of them have demonstrated a really deep concern for the health of our fisheries and the communities that rely on them. We could have different views on what should be done or how it should be done, but the collegial approach to our deliberations have produced recommendations that will stand the test of time, and in fact, many of them, all of them, in one way or another, are reflected in this legislation. I also particularly want to salute our friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George, who may be watching in, bored to tears as he's on the mend from a significant health scare, and we certainly look forward to getting you back into the saddle again. A year ago this month, our committee tabled in the House its sixth report titled A Review of Changes Made in 2012 to the Fisheries Act, Enhancing the Protection of Fish and Fish Habitat and the Management of Canadian Fisheries. This study was prompted by ongoing concern from a broad range of stakeholders about decisions the previous government made that to many had the effect of stripping out habitat protections from 98% of Canada's lakes, rivers, and streams. Coincidentally, the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, in which I also sit, examined changes the previous government had made to the Navigable Waters Protection Act. Again, most stakeholders reacted to those changes with concern in the belief that various works could have taken place without environmental reviews. Now, throughout these studies, efforts were made to understand the reasons for the changes made by the Harper government. We felt it was important to ensure that, where appropriate, measures that improved processes while preserving safeguards could be maintained in the interests of modernizing the oldest legislation in Canada. But our review did shed light on a couple of critical issues. One of the notable changes to the Act made in 2012 was that of focusing its protections on the productivity of fish that are part of a commercial, recreation, or aboriginal fishery, or to fish that support such a fishery, rather than on all fish and fish habitat, as was previously the case. In addition, prior to 2012 legislative changes, the Act contained prohibitions against killing any fish by means other than fishing,
and against carrying on any work or undertaking that results in harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat, commonly known as HAD. Those two provisions were replaced in 2012 with a single new prohibition against carrying on any work, undertaking, or activity that results in serious harm to fish that are part of a commercial, recreation, or aboriginal fishery. As the term serious harm struck many as being very subjective, the committee heard from witnesses who said it created confusion, leading to uneven application of the regulations at best, or at worst, possibly allowing damaging activities to take place. The 2012 amendments to the Fisheries Act removed the protection for fish habitat from Section 35(1) of that Act. And witnesses submitted that this amendment shifted the focus from fish habitat protection to fisheries protection, which offered substantially less attention to fish habitat. Many believed applying the term serious harm only to fish could allow the disruption and non-permanent alteration of habitat. According to Dr. Christy Miller-Saunders, a research scientist at Fishery and Ocean Canada's Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo, BC, the requirement for the death of a fish to be deemed serious harm created a problem. Dr. Miller noted that fish are stressed in one environment, but they could become physiologically compromised. But they might not immediately die within the habitat where the initial stress took place. Their compromised state could leave them unable to adapt or thrive as they move to new habitats, disconnecting the original stress from the weakening or death of fish. Dr. Miller-Saunders noted that the 2012 changes might not protect fish stocks that were once abundant, but became degraded to the point that they were unable to support a commercial, recreational, or aboriginal fishery. In essence, the fear was this, Mr. Speaker, that once a stock was no longer useful to humans, it might be left on its own, unprotected. Our committee heard a great deal about the degradation of the DFO's ability to do the necessary science and to monitor compliance with protection regulations. So thus, when it came time to make changes, yes, indeed, a lot of the science wouldn't necessarily have been there. The Honourable Member for Beausejour and Canada's Fisheries Minister reported that the number of fish habitat protection officers had been reduced from 63 to 16 in the previous government's final years. He noted that from 2010 to 2015, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans budget was cut by $35 million, and that led to the loss of almost 1,100 positions, including over 300 scientists. Remediating that situation started 2 years ago with the government's initiative to hire 135 scientists to boost the DFO's capacity, and the allocation of an additional $197 million to the department in Budget 2016. But now to Bill C-68 itself. After extensive consultations and with the Standing Committee's recommendations, this legislation establishes new criteria for decision-making, some of the key ones being an increased reliance on scientific information, but information bolstered by the traditional knowledge of our Indigenous peoples and the experience in our fishing communities. Decision-making that will look beyond the commercial factors that appeared to dominate the previous government's approach to include the social and cultural impacts of the choices we make. Clearly, this means we have to talk amongst ourselves more often. The scientists, our academics, advocacy organizations, and the people whose livelihoods and quality of life depend on our fisheries. And just as we have to have broad-based processes above the waterline, we have to maintain care and concern beneath the water. Care and concern beyond the commercial considerations to entire ecosystems. Every fish and every plant needs to matter. A potent tool at the disposal of the DFO and the Minister in their decision-making is the application of the precautionary principle. Understanding that we may never know conclusively what's behind an emerging situation in the ecosystem, and appreciating that an emergency usually can't wait for the science to lead us to the fine points of a response. The precautionary principle mandates action. The government's response even before C-68 was Bill C-55, which gives the Minister the authority to designate interim marine protected areas, allowing time for science to reconcile evidence that we have a potential crisis on our hands. Of course, Bill C-68 itself restores protections that were perceived to have been either lost or seriously weakened by the changes in 2012. No longer will we focus on the subjective matter of serious harm to fish. No longer will our care and concern extend only to fish that are useful to humans. No longer will we be uncertain about how and where habitats will be protected. Prohibitions are restored against causing the death of fish other than by fishing and harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat. In our Standing Committee study, we've often heard that we simply can't consider the impact of each individual product or activity. We have to consider the cumulative effects on fish, their habitat, and the freedom to navigate from industrial activities, public works, or recreational projects like private docks. At the same time, our committee considered the need to avoid causing undue delay to important municipal works, for example, by requiring full environmental reviews for repairs to existing infrastructure. Bill C-68 introduces measures that allows the minister to issue permits for designated project types and to establish standards and codes of practice to provide proponents with more certainty in the planning, scheduling, and implementation of their projects. Mr. Speaker, I've selected just the issues that stood out in the notes I took at our Standing Committee's hearings. But many other important and positive aspects of Bill C-68 will undoubtedly be covered by my colleagues as this debate continues. There's a lot to celebrate in this legislation, and as much as I've been privileged to have made a contribution in its creation, I believe that once the process is done, this whole House will be justifiably proud of its passage because so many of us care so much about the future of our lakes, rivers, streams, and oceans, and all the creatures and people they serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask a question, and thank you to the member for that wonderful speech. One of the issues that keeps arising in my riding, Mr. Speaker, is a very particular challenge of people over-harvesting shellfish. And one of the major concerns is the fact that there is not enough enforcement. There's nobody there watching, checking how many shellfish are being harvested. And that goes to a sad history of seeing staff from the Department of Fisheries slowly erode in smaller rural communities. So as this challenge continues to grow, Indigenous communities are coming forward, the general population are coming forward, particularly in Powell River, where we now have busloads of people coming in from the Lower Mainland to harvest shellfish from one particular beach. And so I'm just wondering if the member would be willing to speak about the importance of enforcement and how we need to look further into the future around legislation of creating some more of a safety net for this industry. Thank you.
Honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, that's an excellent question and excellent comments. I think there are a number of different issues that we have to look at. First of all, is public information. We have areas called rockfish conservation areas where certain activities are not allowed to happen. But you know, the casual fisher or the harvester may not even know that those areas are posted. So we need to make sure that those areas are more clearly delineated. Secondly, yes, absolutely, we must reinforce and rebuild the DFO's ability to do the enforcement necessary to protect fish stocks and shellfish stocks in this case. But then finally, we heard so many times from so many people that we have the capability, the capacity of people who make a living on the water, are Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people who can make a contribution not only to the science, but also to the monitoring of compliance with the rules and regulations that will be coming forward in this bill. So on all three scores, I hope that that would address the concerns that the honourable member raises.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup. I'd like to thank my colleague for providing that overview of this bill, Bill C-68. As someone who grew up on the north coast of BC and who actually worked at a cannery filleting fish and salmon as a teenager, I know how important the fishery industry is to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And I would really like to ask my colleague how this bill fulfills basically what is a campaign commitment, a platform commitment that our party ran for in 2015 to restore balance to environmental programs, to restore balance to the Fisheries Act. And I would love to hear what and how this fulfills what our platform was about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Full member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, certainly a key value that we put forward is the necessity to make evidence-based decisions. The problem that we've had is that the evidence hasn't been available because the capability to collect that evidence was seriously compromised over the past 10 years. We want to rebuild that, but at the same time employ the precautionary principle to move in where things might not necessarily be clear, but we know something's going on and we have to take immediate remedial action. Like my honourable friend, I spent some time on the North Coast too, out in the fishing boats. And one of the things that concerns me about the activities here on the West Coast is the separation of the people who own boats and the people who own the fishing quotas. And this is something that, you know, they've been struggling with on the East Coast as well, but seem to have a much different and much healthier industry because of their approach on the East Coast. This legislation also introduces an opportunity to talk about this issue on the West Coast.
I think we've got time for, nous avons le temps juste pour un bref.
We have time for just a brief question and response. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague's words, and in the last few hours I have the impression that the Liberals are giving fairly environmentally based speeches, and at the same time they're decrying the horrors of the previous regime under the Conservatives. So when you recognize that it's important to protect habitats, which is the goal of this bill, at the same time the Liberals say, you know, we need to work for the environment but also for the economy. So how can they accept the fact that Kinder Morgan is going to be building a pipeline under the principles that they're criticizing?
Fleetwood Port Kells.
The honourable member may have heard this before, but indeed it is possible to have a healthy economy and a healthy environment, and indeed we need both. That has been noted as being a very good point. The Kinder Morgan line passes right through the north end of my riding. And, you know, our citizens are concerned, but what we need are rules of the game, standards, codes that prescribe what can go and what shouldn't go. These are all component parts of this legislation, so that may there be another Kinder Morgan? Well, we don't know. But certainly in the future, when projects like this come forward, there'll be a much clearer way of assessing their positive and negative benefits, if you want to call them that, and to respond accordingly through the regulations that will be in place.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start to speak, I'd like to mention that I will be sharing my time with my charming colleague, the member for North Island, Powell River. Straight off, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that we are happy to see Bill C-228, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other laws. We at the NDP are very pleased that this is finally happening. There are a lot of environment-related bills being presented this week and last week, and I think that they should have arrived much earlier so that they could come into force earlier. The Liberals promised that this would happen. It took them 2 years. Now, I understand they had to do consultations, but they could have brought some other aspects of the bill into force without having all of that time for consultation. So we are a bit disappointed about that. I think I should say that this bill is extremely important because it puts in place many NDP recommendations that were put forward in our dissident report in 2012 concerning the Fisheries Committee's bill, or study rather, on the Fisheries Act. I remember at the time, Mr. Speaker, it was a very sad day in 2012 when Bill C-38, an omnibus bill of many hundreds of pages brought forward by the Conservative government that they were trying to ram through, it contained many amendments, or perhaps ways of weakening, I should say, environmental laws. As my colleague for Trois-Rivières said earlier, the weakening of those environmental laws persisted. Those laws are still in power now. And unfortunately, the Liberals agreed to this new Trans Mountain Pipeline project. And that pipeline project really does not have the support of the population. And it's really unfortunate that they agreed to that project with an assessment that was really just a masquerade. And that's created a big conflict between the two provinces. Now, there are some good things in this bill. From now on, we will be able to protect both fish and their habitats. If there are various activities that might harm those habitats. I think the important thing here, is that people used to say, well, we're only going to protect the fish that really serve the purposes of humans. But now we understand that biodiversity is a whole ecosystem. Now, for example, fish eat other fish. So if you protect one type of fish, then the fish that we eat won't be able to eat those smaller fish. So we need to deal with the whole ecosystem. And I think that is a good thing. And so they're restoring HADD, which deals with the damage to fish habitats. It's harmful alteration, disruption, destruction of fish habitats. So I think it's important that that has been restored. Also, this is the first time that we've been dealing with restoring exhausted fish stocks. That's a very good thing. But there are some aspects that concern us. And I think that several of my colleagues have mentioned this as well. For example, the bill gives far too much latitude and far too much power, decision-making power, to the minister. This minister and also future ministers. The Liberals said, we're going to make evidence-based decisions. But if you let the minister do anything she wants, regardless of what science and traditional knowledge suggest, well, then it's the minister who has that decision-making power. So that's something that we really don't like about this bill, Mr. Speaker. As I said, that should have been restored much earlier, really as soon as the Liberals came to office. They should have brought back these protections immediately. These protections for fish habitat, that is. And many of these measures actually flow from suggestions and recommendations made by the NDP. For example, the member for Port Moody Coquitlam did really excellent work to improve the bill, and I'd like to congratulate him for providing a really solid protection for fish habitat, for focusing on restoration and viability, and of course for having a consideration made for traditional Indigenous knowledge. Now, I don't know how many minutes I have left, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to go a little bit further with this by saying that there is one thing that I find concerning. In the Cohen report, now, this is the result of the Cohen Commission, It's a very, very important report on salmon in the Fraser River. That report had recommended that the government I'm not sure if I have the right quotation here. Let me just move on. So they were supposed to follow up on the Cohen Report recommendations about salmon population in the Fraser River. And the third recommendation from the report said the following. It said the Government of Canada needs to stop promoting farmed salmon as part of the Fisheries and Oceans mandate. Now, once again, I'd like to go back to the excellent work of the member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Unfortunately, the Liberals took Bill C-228, an excellent bill which called for a transition from aquaculture toward enclosed aquaculture to ensure that that transition happened smoothly and that no employees suffered. That was a very good bill, but unfortunately the Liberals voted against it. And currently, many Canadians, in my riding, for example, are really wondering what the Liberals are doing because they voted against the bill of the member for Sherbrooke, another excellent bill, that said that we should have mandatory labeling for GMO products.
But they approved salmon farming, GMO salmon farming, through the back door. And it's sale in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, we're the only country in the world that eats GM salmon. I don't know, we don't know who has consumed any, we don't know where it was bought, because there's no labeling. There's no mandatory labeling, but it's pretty clear that most of us will have eaten genetically modified salmon by now. And ACOA, the Atlantic Canada Agency, invested $3 million, Mr. Speaker, over $3 million invested in genetically modified salmon farming. And once again, we are producing, or they are producing, GM salmon in PEI, even though there's been no environmental assessment of the potential danger if those genetically modified fish were to escape into the wild. If there was a storm, for example, or something, some accident happened, if that salmon were to escape into the Atlantic, and as you know, Atlantic salmon are already very threatened. So for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, we'll be voting against this bill. We're very disappointed with the Liberal government's work in terms of improving fish farming and labeling and the sale and farming of genetically modified fish in Canada. Canadians are very upset, and we are going to defend them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague from Drummond's speech, and despite the few good points in this bill, there's one thing that I was particularly concerned about, and I'd like to hear what he has to say about it. It seems to be a habit that the Liberals have picked up from the Conservatives. They take a bill and they give more and more powers to the minister. The Liberals had assured us that decisions would be science-based from now on, but in this bill, the minister will be able to decide basically as she pleases. And when I look at the lobbyists' registry, I see that there's quite a bit of lobbying going on, a lot more by companies than by scientists. Is there not some risk that the government will cave in to pressure from big lobbies under this bill? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Trois-Rivières for his question. He's absolutely right. One of the shortcomings of this bill is that there's far too much leeway given the minister. There's not enough reliance placed on science and Indigenous knowledge. It's all left up to the minister, and that makes no sense. We can't rely on the minister's opinion. We need to rely on science. We've got enough of this with the Conservatives. They had really pushed that ideology to the limit. They weren't concerned about sustainable development, but really the economy really depends on sustainability. And that is a problem not just with this bill. There are other bills on environmental assessments and so on. I don't know what the environment minister's put in her coffee, but it seems like there are more and more discretionary powers being given to the minister. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, l'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure the member can appreciate, there has been a great deal of work done in the leading up to the legislation that has been presented today. We've had several outreaches, or a couple outreaches through the internet for public to participate in. There's been well over 100 different meetings with different stakeholders, Indigenous people, in terms of just reaching out, getting that firsthand thoughts and their reflections. And then we've also had the Standing Committee also be engaged. And I believe there was about 30 plus recommendations that came from the Standing Committee. So the legislation that we have before us today is very much forward-thinking, and I'm wondering if the member would not agree, just given the consultations that have taken place, that would he not share in the thought that this is a bill that has been fairly well thought out before coming to the chamber, and by allowing it to go to committee, I believe that the minister has indicated that we're open to hearing what everyone else might actually have to say, and if that's not a good thing to see.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and he's right that it was important to consult all concerned groups around this bill. But one thing that could have been done right away, the Liberals could have done this right away. They could have immediately brought back the protection of all fish. It's going to be done now, but unfortunately it had to wait 2 years. But I'd like to congratulate the government on listening to various groups and Canadians in general. There's a lot of things to do with protecting fish and restoring habitat, and the viability of, and ongoing monitoring too is very important, and rebuilding depleted stocks of fish. Those are all good things in this bill, and I'd like to congratulate the government on those things. He says they're open to certain amendments, and I certainly hope they will be, because I think we need to limit the minister's discretionary powers. We're concerned about that, Mr. Speaker.
Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to speak on this particular bill because it is so important to the people that I represent in North Island Powell River. It's a very large riding, covering half of Vancouver Island and parts of the mainland as well. So it's really important to me as I serve coastal communities. These communities have a long history of resource economies, and in our resource-rich area, the ocean is a large part of our economy. In these changing times, many people from across my riding have spoken to me about the challenges that they face. Many members of the communities I serve have spoken to me about increasing challenges to make a living fishing in our region. Licenses are getting increasingly expensive, leaving the smaller family-owned businesses struggling. Most concerning, Mr. Speaker, is the growing scarcity of wild salmon in our region. It is important for me to discuss legislation like Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence, as it touches so directly and profoundly on the lives of residents and our coastal communities. The Fisheries Act is a key federal law for fish habitat protection, one of the key laws for marine biodiversity, and an essential part of Canada's environmental safety net. On October the 25th, 2017, Oceana Canada released a review of the state of Canada's fisheries and how the government is managing them. Most concerning to me, Mr. Speaker, was how the results told a story of serious concern. In Canada's fisheries, only 1/3 of the stocks are considered healthy, and 13% are in critical condition. Canada's fishing industry employs more than 79,000 employees and exports more than $6 billion worth of seafood annually. In my riding, we have businesses that focus on seafood processing, like Celtic Seafoods in Port Hardy. These local businesses are an important factor to the economic backbone of these regions. They hire local people, keep jobs in the areas that need them, and are so close to the resource of seafood. When our marine stocks are in trouble, this has a significant impact on businesses like these. It also has impacts on the tourism businesses in our region that flourish due to the natural habitat. Mr. Speaker, be it in Telegraph Cove, up Butte Inlet, Gold River, Campbell River, Tlaiamin, or Sonora, just to name a few of the robust tourism communities, if you want to experience the beauty of whales, wild salmon, eagles, or bears, we have them all. And all of them rely on the marine stocks. The other concerns that I have been hearing from the Indigenous communities that I have the pleasure to represent is the lack of access to seafood resources for traditional food of the people. Many of these communities rely on the food of their ancestors, and as it becomes harder to access, many people are struggling. Visitors to my riding do not have to be there long before they understand the importance of the water, how the ocean and inlets provide a livelihood for the people who live there. They are our water highways and roads for jobs. It is so easy in our fast food, plastic wrap world to forget the food chain from the food on their plates back to the earth and the waters, to the farmers and men and women who fish. It is too easy to disconnect ourselves from where our food comes from and how much that food needs to be healthy, safe, and enjoy the protection of good laws and regulations. This is a vital role that this federal government plays. We saw with the previous Conservative government a disrespect for our fish habitat. The government gutted provisions that offered protection. Changes made to the Fisheries Act in 2012 removed protection for fish and for habitat. I am not surprised that 4 former ministers who wrote the former Prime Minister deposed, all the changes all came from British Columbia. We on the West Coast know its importance. 2 of those ministers, Sedin and Fraser, were members of the former Prime Minister's own Conservative Party, but he did not listen to them. In fixing the loss of that protection, it is important to recall the huge public outcry then opposing the Conservative government legislation. More than 700 scientists wrote the government urging them to keep habitat protection in the Act. First Nations communities in my riding and across British Columbia spoke out against the changes. Conservative organizations, recreational fishers, and concerned citizens joined First Nations demanding that we do everything possible to protect fish habitat. As Jeffrey Young of the David Suzuki Foundation notes, quote, "Without healthy habitat, fish can't survive. These changes are important tools to fight badly degraded habitat from resource development across Canada, as well as prevent species extinction," end quote. My party and I welcome this legislation. We give our support now for second reading. The progress we are making in protecting our fish habitat is happening in part from the good work of the New Democrat Party in committee, including the amazing advocacy of my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam. This bill implements some of the recommendations made by the NDP and our dissenting opinion on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans review of changes made in 2012 to the Fisheries Act and the management of Canadian fisheries. This legislation is a good start, but I fear the government does not go far enough to address protection. Let me state first what I like about the changes proposed in this legislation, and then what needs to be better. It is good that we are again more specific on what we must be on guard against. It is good that we are now talking now about harm, about altercation, about disruption, and about the destruction of fish habitat. And we are again restoring the definition of fisheries to include all fish. Now, when making a decision under the Fisheries Act, the Minister will have to consider any adverse effects that the decision may have on the rights of Indigenous people of Canada, recognizing and affirmed by the Section 20 or 35 of the Constitution Act of 1982, include provisions respecting the consideration and protection of traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples of Canada, and authorize the making of agreements with Indigenous governing bodies to further the purpose of the Fisheries Act. This is long overdue. This respects and begins the process of a nation-to-nation relationship of governments. This is something we will all be watching very closely. These changes will provide measures for the protection of fish and fish habitat with respect to works, undertakings, or activities that may result in the death of fish or to their harm. We will need to be vigilant on the regulations still to come to ensure that an ecologically significant area will truly be protected. There are several such ecological areas that are significant and sensitive in my riding. There can never be too much protection given the human, financial, and ecological consequences from any accidents. I find that the expertise in my region of local sports fisheries and Indigenous communities are key here. The benefits of hearing those voices who care so deeply for the habitat and the success of our marine life will assist in making good policy. I hope that the Minister remembers to use that local knowledge. So much of whether this law will lead to good practice will depend on the regulations. Suzanne Fuller, Ecology Action Center, has said, quote, "It's a big step that the new act includes that the Minister must take into account whether or not rebuilding measures are in place for depleted species. However, details on rebuilding will be in the regulations," end quote. Still, even with this progress in fish habitat protection, I still have concerns on if this legislation has gone far enough. I am concerned that this bill still does not address the conflicting mandates which Commissioner Cohen identified conserving wild salmon while promoting salmon farming. This needs to be clarified, and it is still not being addressed. Another concern I have is the need for strong regulations that follow the passing of this legislation. This will need to be clear with timelines and targets and take into account the impacts of climate change and species interactions. I note that the bill gives a great deal of discretion around decision-making to the Minister, allowing decisions to be made based on the Minister's opinion rather than enshrining the necessary strong guidelines in the law. This has me concerned and vigilant, along with many who are at the forefront of protecting our fish habitat. I'm concerned, too, that this legislation does not look at protecting environmental flows. This is so important. With this bill, we see undone the bad laws of the previous government. Let's ensure that we do everything to make sure that this is a good law, the best possible law, and regulations to truly protect our fish habitat. The activists, the scientists, the businesses, and the First Nations communities are asking for a better bill. Mr. Speaker, in closing, the people of North Island Powell River rely on the strength of our coast to provide recreation, beauty, and economic development. Protecting these investments are so important today and into the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaire? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you. I appreciate the speech. I just wanted to make a comment as opposed to a question, but just to put on the record that from my jurisdiction, the riding, we're so happy that the recent agreement with the Arctic nations to preserve the Arctic Ocean from fishing until the stocks have been evaluated and to see if there are stocks there that can actually be fished, to hold off all the countries that would like to fish there. And I assume the member with her very positive speech would agree with that initiative.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that statement. You know, the reality is, as I work and live in the riding that I serve of North Island Powell River, I hear from so many different communities. So many of the sports fisher fisheries folks who come and talk to me, and they talk about how well they work in that environment and make sure that they're watching to see what's happening, because they want to preserve and conserve that region. They want to make sure that we have healthy habitat for fish and strong fish into the future. And so, when you hear from those kinds of sectors, you hear from the Indigenous communities saying, there's so much that we could be doing, we need to protect, we need to maintain, because this is our food, this is the wealth of our communities. It's a wonderful thing to see that come together. Again, though, I think it's important that I state that the minister still holds a lot of power, and we need to make sure that decisions are not made on a minister's opinion, but it is made on science and the information that is given to us. Too many people rely on that resource, and we must respect it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from North Island, Powell River, for her excellent speech and for her passion for representing her riding, an important part of the coast and coastal communities. And she talked about how important this piece of legislation, the Fisheries Act, to her area, to the coastal communities, and how important it is to get it right. Now, she also spoke about local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and the importance of including traditional knowledge. And that, in fact, is being reflected in this bill, which is a good step. It's a good first step. But in fact, it's a small step. And I wonder if my colleague could talk about the importance of going the next step, which is talking about co-governance, co-management, and actually looking at UNDRIP and recognizing what UNDRIP is all about when talking to First Nations and the importance of the fishery to First Nations and their knowledge.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this really important question. I have the honour of representing over 20 Indigenous communities in my riding, and they range across a broad area, and the issues that they face are very diverse and very similar. And one of the challenges that a lot of the communities have talked to me about is being able to work and harvest in the resource in our marine life, both for traditional purposes, but also as a way of having their own economy. And how many things have changed and how that's had a huge impact on their ability to have good jobs in their small, sometimes very remote communities. So I think this discussion of nation to nation, of really looking at working together and governing together is so important. There is so much knowledge. And when I sit down with the leadership, when I sit down with the elders, I hear that knowledge. And I really hope that this minister will start to step in that direction of understanding that since forever, the First Peoples have lived here. They know their territory. They have history that comes from so far back that 150 years doesn't even touch that. And they want to share that. They want to make sure that their locations are cared for, and they want to be a part of that process. I think we had a terrible diesel spill in one of the parts of my riding not too long ago. And the Indigenous community were there on the scene. And they said to me afterwards, we just want to be part of the process so that when this happens, we can activate, we can do something. But we were sitting there waiting, being told we couldn't be part of the solution. When are we going to be part of the solution? And I think that discussion is really the next step. And I look forward to seeing that happen. And I know that the nations in my riding are watching that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the proposed Fisheries Act amendments, which would introduce key measures to ensure our fishery resources are available for generations of Canadians yet to come. Today, through proposed amendments to the Act, this government is moving to restore lost measures that would protect fish and their habitat, and to modernise safeguards for the challenges we face in the 21st century. But more than protecting further loss of these resources, we are also introducing measures that would help restore them. These actions would help maintain biodiversity and would also generate positive economic spin-offs for the fisheries. Such dual benefits reflect the goal of sustainable development, a healthy environment, a prosperous economy, and a vibrant society for current and future generations. All told, the fisheries sector is valued at $13 billion and employs some 72,000 Canadians. Our fisheries are an economic driver in rural communities on all three coasts, including in many Indigenous communities. That's why the Department of Fisheries and Oceans supports an economically prosperous fishery while retaining conservation as its top priority. The cultural impact of the fisheries may be harder to measure in dollars and cents, but it is no less important. For some families in coastal communities, fishing has been a way of life for generations. Indeed, for many Indigenous peoples, fishing traditions extend back millennia. In developing the Fisheries Act, the government understood that the fisheries contribute to rural and Indigenous communities in both tangible and intangible ways. In keeping with the principles of sustainable development, we sought to achieve a balance between environmental, economic, and social imperatives. In this way, we could help preserve the integrity of the fisheries in the years ahead. There is no single threat to the sustainability and productivity of our fisheries. Damage and loss of habitat, aquatic invasive species, and changes to freshwater flow all contribute to the decline of freshwater and marine fisheries. Indeed, restoring habitat provides an opportunity to reduce stress past negative impacts. The proposed Fisheries Act identifies 4 key areas that would require consideration of fish and habitat restoration measures: stock rebuilding, factors to consider when issuing permits and authorizations, ecologically significant areas, and the making of regulations. Let me take them one by one, starting with fish stocks. The proposed Act will support the restoration of degraded fish habitats. Of course, the Department already works to repair past impacts and help restore depleted fish stocks. However, these activities are not integrated into key areas of its mandate. The new Act would address this gap. Under the proposed amendments, when making decisions that would impact the depleted stock, the Minister would need to consider whether measures are in place to rebuild that fish stock. In addition, the Minister shall take into account whether these measures are in place to restore degraded fish habitat where the Minister is of the opinion that the loss or degradation of fish habitat has contributed to a stock's decline. The second area for consideration of fish habitat restoration is the list of factors the Minister must review before making decisions about permits, authorizations, or regulations. The proposed amendments add a new factor for the Minister to consider. Do the planned offsetting activities give priority to the restoration of degraded fish habitat? The third area for consideration of fish habitat restoration is the creation of ecologically significant areas. These areas are intended to protect sensitive and important fish habitats by prohibiting certain types of activities. The proposed amendments would make provisions for these sensitive areas clearer, stronger, and easier to implement. I will give an example of how the process might work. Working with partners, including Indigenous groups, the Department would identify potentially ecologically significant areas. Together, they would identify the best way to protect the fish habitat and whether activities the Minister could improve. If the Minister believes that habitat restoration is required to meet prescribed objectives for conservation and protection in an ecologically significant area, then a fish habitat restoration plan must be published on the public registry. Not only would this approach go a long way to restoring habitat, it would also promote greater engagement with partners as well as greater transparency with Canadians around decision-making. The fourth area relates to authorities for making regulations for the restoration of fish habitat. This regulation-making authority can be exercised when it supports the conservation and protection of fish. These amendments help the Department pursue the overall policy objective of restoring the ecological integrity of degraded or damaged aquatic habitats. Collectively, they give the Department legislative authority to advance restoration planning, regulate harm to aquatic habitats from proposed development projects, guide habitat offsetting efforts, and to work with multiple partners to achieve these objectives. Together, these proposed changes to the Act would help achieve three important results. First, they would help protect biodiversity and aquatic ecosystems, which leads to more stable and resilient biological systems that can better withstand impacts related to development projects. Second, they would help build healthier and more abundant fish stocks. This, in turn, would make fisheries more resilient and lead to greater potential long-term economic gains. Third, the proposed changes will contribute to the sustainability of the fish stock and continued prosperity in Canada's fishing communities. I urge all honourable members to join with me in supporting these much-needed amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for, I'm sorry, it's been a while, Port Moody Coquitlam.
Great, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague on the Fisheries Committee's comments and his speech today, and I agree with a lot of what he said today, and appreciate the interjection. But I did want to focus specifically on an issue that that's on the other coast, on British Columbia and my coast, on west coast of Canada. That's a large issue right now that we're facing, and that is the Kinder Morgan pipeline. Now, the project was approved under the old act, under the current act, actually, it hasn't changed, and the old NEB process. So he talks about the importance of science-based decisions. One of the issues with the product that's going to be used in shipping, and if this project goes through, is dilbit. Now that dilbit we don't know if that sinks or floats. It's likely to sink. There is no technology on our coast that's readily available to clean that up. How are we going forward with a world-class oil spill response? He talks about, the minister, the government has talked about this ocean protection plan, but there is no technology known to clean up. How can we have this science-based approach and then this glaring gap of no science that's able to clean up this product that they want to move off our coast?
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Fisheries and Oceans Committee for that question. And he did say that the Kinder Morgan project has already been approved. So I guess the approvals and the environmental assessment has already been done for it to move forward. But what I would say is that hopefully in moving forward, now that we have time and bring these changes in, that we will incorporate and find the science that will provide the necessary protection needed should such a mishap occur and that substance leak out into our pristine oceans. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Avalon. He has been a very strong advocate on a wide variety of issues, but he has a special interest in this whole issue in regards to our coastal regions and those issues that are really important in that area. So I respect his representation from his constituents, and that's what I would like to ask a specific question related to his constituents, and that is, how does he feel his constituents would see this legislation as a whole and the manner in which he'll be supporting it?
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. It's a great question. I jump at the opportunity to have the opportunity to answer it. During the review at committee when we were looking at the amendments to the Fisheries Act, I will say that one question that I asked various witnesses, whether they were DFO officials or environmentalists or whatnot, was, are we going to get it right this time? And because I would tell them that Newfoundland has a strong connection to the fishery. My riding in particular, all but one community is bound by the Atlantic Ocean. Many people make a living from the ocean. They have for hundreds of years, and they will still continue to do that. And it's very important that we get it right, that we protect the fish habitat. And I never spoke to one fisherman that was inclined to say we should catch the last fish or we should damage the habitat. They want it to be there for them to use, for their children to use. In particular, one of the larger fish companies in the province, Ocean Choice International, at a function was speaking one night, and he made the comment that the fishery has to change. It has to be not about the quantity, but the quality that you're taking out of the water. And I was surprised to learn that that Newfoundland-born company, and still Newfoundland owned and operated, they export 100 million pounds of fish to 35 different countries every year. So that's people that depend on the fishery. They provide a good living for a lot of people involved in the fishery. They want to see the fish there tomorrow so as they can still keep providing those very important jobs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the perspective of my Liberal colleague, and I don't think there's anybody in this House that wants to jeopardize the health of our fisheries, whether that's in the oceans or our rivers. I have probably 3 of the most pristine fly fishing rivers in the world that are in my riding. I certainly understand the importance of protecting those waterways. But I think the concern that we certainly have heard from many of our constituents is the overarching unintended consequences of undoing a lot of the eliminating red tape and regulations that we did in 2012. And I know it's important to protect some of these large fisheries and large waterways, but the unintended consequences and the impact that this is going to have on farmers, ranchers, rural municipalities who are now going to have to go back and deal with that onerous red tape, having the DFO enforcement officer over your shoulder when you are spraying around drainage ditches, when you are having to worry about cleaning out culverts. This was a huge issue for our rural communities, and that's why we had made a lot of these changes in 2012 that this legislation is going to undo and go back to that red tape. I would just like my colleague, if he can comment on the unintended consequences of this legislation, the impact it's going to have on rural communities.
Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for the question. I agree with some of what he said. Like when it comes to a farmer that put in a drainage ditch and a trout decides to find habitat in it, that they would be punished or stopped from doing any future work in that area. And I was glad to hear the Minister earlier today say in response to a question was that he hopes that this goes to committee and further amendments can be introduced. And I would hope that something along those lines would protect the farmers, because I certainly don't agree with them being punished because of the fact that a trout or some species of fish has found refuge in a drain that they created for draining their land or providing water to their crops. So I look forward to those amendments coming forward to committee in the near future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the issues that was that's brought up and is actually, in fact, strengthened in this Fisheries Act is the focus on the inshore fishery, the owner-operator principle. It's one of the elements of the legislation that we support. My honourable colleague talked about the importance of protecting habitat and biological diversity, but one of the shortcomings of the bill is that there is no protection for environmental flows. So talking about the quality and quantity of the water and rivers and that habitat that is so vital to the protection and flourishing of the fishery. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could comment about the importance of protecting environmental flows, securing that water for fish.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I again thank my colleague from Fisheries and Oceans Committee from the NDP for that question. And I think it's important that we do look at all aspects of protecting the environment and the habitat, because it's no good to protect one part of it if you're not going to protect it all. And the water flow is certainly a big part of that, and I look forward to, as I said earlier, this coming back to committee, future amendments being put forward. And he mentioned the owner-operator policy with regards to it, which is very important to the individual fishers in Newfoundland and Labrador. Instead of seeing large companies buying up quotas and farming them out to fishermen to fish, the individual fishermen are the people that should hold those quotas. They should see the benefits of it, and the monies go back to the communities that they represent and live in. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a 30-second question, a 30-second answer. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Watch how quick I can be, Mr. Speaker. You know, this was a commitment that the government said is that they would bring in legislation because of a legislation that was passed in 2012. So it's a promise kept. My comments with respect to keeping that promise from my colleague.
Thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North. That's the shortest I've ever seen him. Commit to 30 seconds. But no, it is a promise made, promise kept. Yep. And I think it's a good promise that was made, and it's a great promise to see kept by this government. Thank you.
The promise to keep it under a minute was kept as well. I'm glad to hear that. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak on this debate. And I would like to tell the House a bit of a story. And I recall very succinctly when, in my previous career as a journalist, the ramifications that making these changes in 2012 to the Navigable Waters Act, how important that was to our farmers, our ranchers, and our municipalities. Now, I would like to share this story. I had a municipality, I was actually in Saskatchewan, where a farmer had a drainage area across his property where, 6 weeks of the year, when during spring runoff, there would be water flowing across that property. When they had a very old bridge there, the municipality went in partnership with the farmer to replace that bridge. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans came in and said, this is a navigable water, there's a possibility of fish habitat here. We need you to be building a bridge over this waterway that actually a watercraft could fit under. Now, I can assure you, in a waterway where there was water maybe 6 weeks a year on a good snowfall, that there was no reason to be having a bridge over this drainage area that needed a watercraft. There was not going to be canoes, there was not going to be kayaks, there was not going to be sea-doos, and there was certainly not going to be the last pirate of Saskatchewan sailing down the plains to the mighty banks of the Regina. Like, that was certainly not going to happen. But that's exactly what our farmers and our ranchers and our rural municipalities were having to face before the changes that we put in 2012. And the Liberal government likes to talk about the environment and the economy go hand in hand. Unfortunately, with a lot of the legislation that they are putting forward, including this, there's always one hand tied behind our backs, and that is the economic hand. And that is certainly the case when it comes to this legislation with our farmers and ranchers. And again, we can go back to what has been a very clear theme with a lot of the Liberal legislation, in the fact that be damned the consequences to rural communities and agriculture. We saw that certainly come to a head in the fall with the small business tax changes. They did not understand the consequences that was going to have on the transition of the family farm or those farmers who are using income splitting. It wasn't until our rural communities and our farm families stood up and voiced their opposition quite profoundly to those changes that the Liberals finally decided to step back. I won't say they've stepped down, because I'm still want to see what is in the budget coming up later this year. But also with the Canadian Food Guide. This is a document that is still the #1 document downloaded from the Government of Canada website. It has profound impact on our agriculture sector. But in this Canada Food Guide, it is saying we are asking Canadians to eat less animal protein, less dairy. But when they were having the discussions and the consultations on this document, they specifically asked that representation from the agriculture sector was excluded from those discussions. In addition, very important health experts were also excluded from that discussion. I have letters signed by 700 medical professionals who are saying the direction of the Canada Food Guide is wrong. The carbon tax. Studies have shown, even by the Finance Department, that it is much more profoundly impactful on rural Canada. So we see this theme that is going through everything that unfortunately the Liberal government is doing. That the consequences of their decisions on rural Canadians and our agriculture sector do not resonate. It doesn't matter. And that's very unfortunate, because they are an important part of our economy and certainly a pillar of who we are as Canadians and part of our Canadian culture. And that is still the case with this legislation before us today. Absolutely, I don't think there's anyone here in this House that wants to ensure that we protect our fisheries, our pristine waterways. It is certainly a fabric of who we are as Canadians. As I said earlier, in my constituency, in my riding of Foothills, I have the Bow River Basin. I have some of the most pristine fly fishing areas in the world. I'm very lucky enough, if I drive north to south in my riding, I cross the Bow, I cross Elbow, Sheep, Highwood, Old Man, Belly. I cover all of those rivers. And a lot of Albertans would be quite surprised when they learn that hunters and anglers spend close to $1 billion a year in Alberta. And many of my rural communities like Crow's Nest Pass, Longview, High River, they rely on those dollars who are spent by those hunters and anglers and those tourists. They rely on the money that's brought to their communities. So to say by my colleagues across the floor and at the other end of the room today saying that we, in the changes we made in 2012, dismantled protection of Canada's waterways is not only misleading, it's absolutely wrong. I'm a Conservative member. I understand the impact that has in my constituency and the impact that it has on my communities. There's no way that I would have stood up and voted in favor of something that I knew would have a detrimental impact on certainly one of the most important amenities in my riding, the lifeblood of Southwest Alberta. I can remember distinctly some of my favorite moments as a child was going on those fishing trips with my father. Going out into the backcountry, no one around you, no cell phones. Of course, this was before cell phones. Enjoying the wilderness. My son and his grandfather enjoyed many of those same excursions, and I know how important it was to him. So to say that we don't care about our environment just is not true. We work very hard to find that balance between what is best for the environment, but at the same time ensuring that there are some abilities there for economic opportunities, for our farmers and ranchers to be able to operate their farms, but also for municipalities to be able to work through what was very onerous red tape and bureaucracy that they had to deal with through that process. And as a Conservative Party, we certainly believe that the goals of the Fisheries Act should remain, but they are there to protect the fish stocks while at the same time avoiding unnecessary negative economic impacts and the bureaucratic red tape that industries and municipalities had to ironically navigate, to ensure that they could even operate. The changes made by the previous Conservative government in 2012 improved fisheries conservation, prioritized fish productivity, protected significant fisheries, and reduced the regulatory burden on rural and farming communities. It also ensured that we protected our environment by protecting critical waterways, while at the same time eliminating those unnecessary hurdles and obstacles that were impeding economic opportunities. Prior to 2012, the Fisheries Act did not make any distinction between vital waterways, lakes and rivers that supported Canada's fishing industry, but they didn't have a distinction between those smaller waterways that likely have never supported a fish population. Maybe 150 years ago, but certainly not now. And the 1992 Canadian Environmental Assessment Act required environmental assessments for all protected waterways, even if it was a single project like a small dock, cleaning a culvert, minor bridge repairs. All these were assessed in the same way that a major project was on a major waterway. And that's some of the issues that we did to try to clean up in 2012. And I think we did a very strong job in doing that. And I certainly heard before 2012, and again now, from our agriculture community that in our rural municipalities as well, Mr. Speaker, that when you are spraying near a drainage ditch, one of their biggest headaches was always kind of looking over your shoulder, looking for that DFO enforcement officer who was going to be slapping you with a fine when you were trying to do just minor maintenance or protection, pesticide control, and those types of things on your farm. Municipalities and the hoops and the hurdles they had to go through just to do a bridge repair or clean out a culvert after a long winter. Those are the types of things that we want to ensure that there aren't unintended consequences with this legislation. And we haven't been given that assurance by the Liberal government. In fact, we've just heard the minister say, well, I'm hopeful that when we get this back to committee that we can have amendments and we can address some of these things. But we certainly know that the Liberal government hasn't exactly been open-minded when it comes to amendments brought forward by the opposition parties. And you know, I can't say that I'm hopeful that they will be taking our amendments in good faith, and they will be looking at and listening to our farmers and the voices that they've had and the concerns that they are raising. In fact, I recall many of our farmers in rural municipalities being quite relieved when we made these changes in 2012. These were important mechanisms and levers that they had to ensure that they could get critical infrastructure projects done. It's important that they were going to be allowed to follow through on some economic development opportunities, some natural resource development. And again, these things have to be done with a balanced approach. We're not saying that this is wide open, and I think over the last 7 or 8 years, or 5 or 6 years since the 2012 changes were made, we have not had constituents or communities, municipalities coming to us and saying this has been a horrible decision. Please go back to what we had before. We needed all those regulations. We need that red tape. Things have gone a little bit out of control. That's not been the case. In fact, the changes that we made have achieved the goals that we intended. It has allowed our rural communities to continue on doing business without having that exorbitant amount of red tape and bureaucracy that they've had to go through. And I think that's critically important, Mr. Speaker, that our rural communities are looking to our different levels of government to ensure that we are giving them the tools that they need to be able to survive and to be able to thrive. And unfortunately, over the last 18 months, what they are saying is a federal government that is doing exactly the opposite. Any tools that have been provided to them to be successful are being dismantled and one by one taken away. And we, on this side of the House, the Conservative members have been the voice of our rural constituents, and we will continue to do that, whether it was the small business tax changes, the carbon tax, the Canadian Food Guide, the front of package labeling, and now imposing these, going back in time to putting these restrictions and this red tape and bureaucracy onto these communities. I think this is not a step forward. This is a punishing and debilitating step backwards. And we want to ensure that our municipalities and our rural communities have an opportunity to thrive and grow. It is troubling to see the Liberals reverting back to these pre-2012 regulations. Those regulations created confusion, they were difficult to enforce, and certainly negatively impacted our farmers, communities, and natural resource development. And we've certainly seen from the discussions we've had over the last couple of weeks with the Trans Mountain Pipeline. I know we've had the Minister of Natural Resources and the Prime Minister stand up and vehemently say this is going to get built, but never are they going to say what they're going to do to ensure that project gets built. So when it comes from a natural resource perspective, and again, my province of Alberta, we rely heavily on our natural resources. We want to ensure that there is a clear path to success. Are there going to be some environmental impact analysis that needs to be done? Some environmental boxes that must be ticked? Absolutely. Absolutely. You want to ensure that we protect our pristine Canadian landscape. But at the same time, you have to ensure that there is an opportunity for investment, an opportunity for natural resource development in Canada. And I'd just like to point to my colleague from Calgary a couple of weeks ago, put it in a wonderful perspective, that the direction that we're going with adding all of these hurdles to do everything we can to ensure that there's never another natural resource project built in Canada. But let's put that in perspective. I know you're going to say, well, oil's at $57 a barrel today. Absolutely. West Texas Intermediate is at $57 a barrel. But Canadian crude oil is selling at $30 a barrel. That is almost a $30 subsidy that we're giving to the United States. That is a hospital being built in the United States every month that should be being built here in Canada. That is a school being built every day in the United States that could be being built here in Canada. But it's not, because we have an ideological approach to our natural resources, to our agricultural economy, to our rural constituents that is harmful not only to my province of Alberta, but to all of Canada. And we had the Minister of Natural Resources say today that under 10 years of our Conservative government, we never got anything built. 17 pipelines were built. Not talked about being built, built. Under this government, 0. You've talked a lot about having pipelines built. Absolutely, I'll give you credit for that. But nothing, not a shovel in the ground on Trans Mountain. Northern Gateway done. Energy East done. Never to be heard from again. It's a lot of talk. And again, on these environmental changes today, on the Fisheries Act, a lot of talk. But you don't understand the consequences of these decisions and what you're going to be doing to rural Canadians and our economy. And I think that is something that I would really hope that my Liberal colleagues across the floor would start to understand and to take into consideration that the decisions that they are making are having a detrimental impact on rural Canadians, our agriculture sector, and certainly our natural resources sector. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes and 30 seconds when this topic comes up again to conclude his debate. It being 5:56, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business consideration at report stage of Bill S-232, Canadian Jewish Heritage Month Act, standing in the name of Mr. Levitt.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Levitt, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. I believe the yeas have it. Carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Now. Mr. Levitt, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to rise again as the House considers Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. It's been an absolute privilege not just to be the sponsor of this bill, but to be part of and witness to the debate and discussion surrounding this bill in both the other place and in the House. I want to acknowledge Senator Linda Frum, who has partnered with me in introducing this bill, and the members for Thornhill and Esquimalt Saanich Suk, who I've had the pleasure of working with to ensure strong multi-partisan support for this bill. I saw that enthusiastic support as this bill was considered before the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, and I hope that it will be mirrored by all members of this chamber as we debate S-232. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take a moment to recognize the efforts of my friend and mentor, the Honourable Irwin Cotler, who originally introduced the substance of this bill as a motion in 2015. As I've said before, I want to designate my work on this bill in his honour. This bill actually came before the Heritage Committee soon after the committee heard representatives of the Jewish community on the anti-Semitism Jewish Canadians face. As we know, Jewish Canadians are constantly the most targeted group for hate crimes in Canada. Anti-Semitism, like all forms of discrimination, has no place in Canadian society. It's testament to the long-standing advocacy of the Jewish Canadians and Jewish civil society that we have come this far on the issue, but there is still so much more to do. While we know anti-Semitism is a very real problem in Canadian society, we can all be proud of the distance we've come as a country. We no longer face the institutional, social, and political discrimination faced by so many Jewish Canadians over the course of Canadian history. It's fitting that we have resumed debating this bill in 2018. This year marks the centenary of the end of the First World War, in which approximately 4,700 Canadian Jews from across Canada fought for their country in spite of the discrimination they faced at home. Samuel Waskey from Winnipeg joined the 44th Battalion as a private and lost his life at the Somme. To avoid what's been referred to as an unpleasant experience because he was Jewish, he changed his name to Waskey from Warshawski. Other Jewish soldiers took the more drastic step and registered as Protestants. Saskatchewan Jews were among the first to volunteer during both World War I and II, and many lost their lives fighting in Europe. The province honored those who sacrificed their lives, including a number of Jews, by naming lakes after them. Among these eternal memorials to our fallen are Fabish Bay, after Jack Fabish from Markinch, Saskatchewan, Levine Lake, after David Levine from Swift Current, and Glansburg Lake, in honor of Maurice Glansburg. During the Second World War, over a third of all Jewish Canadian men over 21 served in the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. This in spite of the discrimination and many hurdles they faced. 2018 also marks the 70th anniversary of the end of Canada's notorious none is too many policy. From 1933 to 1948, under this policy, only 5,000 Holocaust refugees were admitted to Canada, the fewest of any Western country. The most egregious example of this misguided policy was in 1939, when Canada turned away the MS St. Louis. Of the more than 900 Jewish refugees on board seeking sanctuary here in Canada and forced to return to Europe, 254 died in the Holocaust. We cannot turn away from this ugly truth and Canada's part in it. In 1949, however, Canada admitted 11,000 Jews, more than any other country except for Israel. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we must remember the lessons taught during this awful period. The stories of Holocaust survivors who came to Canada are our stories as Canadians. I am proud that my riding of York Centre became home to so many Holocaust survivors who emerged from the ashes of Europe to begin new, vibrant lives here in Canada. They helped inform and build modern Canada, the modern Canada that we are all so proud to represent. I want to highlight the success of the March of the Living, a 2-week educational experience that takes hundreds of Canadian students each year to Poland and Israel. On Yom HaShoah, to mark Holocaust Remembrance Day, these students undertake a 3-kilometer march from Auschwitz to Birkenau, accompanied by a group of indomitable Holocaust survivors who serve as their guides. This May is the March of the Living's 30th anniversary. Over 12,000 high school students have taken part in this incredible program. I want to recognize the exceptional work of Rabbi Eli Rubinstein for his leadership in this initiative. March of the Living illustrates the importance of Holocaust education as an essential part of our Canadian Jewish heritage. Projects like March of the Living connect our past to our future, with older generations educating our future leaders. The March has 12 goals. Among them, to never allow for the unchecked rise of the menace of anti-Semitism, to never again allow any kind of discrimination directed by any individual or any group against any other to gain strength, and to inspire participants to commit to building a world of freedom, democracy, and justice, free of oppression and intolerance. March of the Living has benefited enormously from the selfless work of over 100 Holocaust survivors. Survivors like Max Eisen, Anita Eckstein, Esther Fairblom, Bill Gleed, and Pinchas Gooder, to name but a few. They give their time and energy, but most importantly, they open themselves up to reliving their immense pain and suffering so that future generations can learn from their experiences. There is no replacement for the first-hand stories of Holocaust survivors. As their numbers dwindle, it is even more important that we hear and document these stories. Nate Leipziger is one of the hundreds of survivors of Auschwitz who came to Canada, but has returned to Poland 17 times with the March of the Living. I have personally had the privilege of listening to and learning from Nate, from his experiences during and after the Holocaust. One of his most inspirational stories is from a year and a half ago. 73 years after having survived the lowest point of his life at Auschwitz, Nate returned there with the Prime Minister. He described his return to Auschwitz with the Prime Minister as triumphant. As Nate said, when the Prime Minister and I shed tears together in Auschwitz-Birkenau, never have I been more grateful for the welcome given to me by my adopted land. Never have I been prouder to be a citizen of our beloved country, Canada. It was one of the most uplifting moments of my life. The Prime Minister's experience is not unique. It's been shared by thousands of Canadians from all walks of life. Mr. Speaker, Jewish Canadians hail from all corners of the world: South Africa, Russia, Israel, Morocco, India, Iraq, Argentina, and many other countries. Their histories and experiences shape the Canadian Jewish identity and adds to the very fabric of our nation. I'm a proud Canadian, and I'm also a very proud Scottish Jew. Nothing gives me more pleasure than sharing my own heritage, like wearing the Jewish tartan, like I am here today, or donning my kilt, like I did at our annual Robbie Burns Supper on the Hill just a couple of weeks ago. In many ways, the diversity of Jewish Canadians mirrors the diversity of our broader Canadian society, each of us bringing our own customs and our own traditions. These stories have played out in communities big and small across Canada. I'm certain that every member of this House, from every province and territory, can point to the history of Jewish Canadians in their own communities. While the largest Canadian Jewish communities are in Montreal and Toronto, the purpose of this bill is to recognize the role and highlight the stories of Jewish Canadians from coast to coast to coast, from St. John's to Victoria to Iqaluit, and every spot in between. During the debate on S232, I've learned of the histories of Jewish communities from Cape Breton, Niagara Falls, and Hirsch, Saskatchewan. Each community has a rich history and a story to share, like Congregation Emmanuel in Victoria, Canada's oldest synagogue in continuous operation since 1863, or the Jewish community of St. John's, which is one of the oldest in Canada, having arrived in Newfoundland in the 1770s. Even the very small Jewish community in Iqaluit, numbering just 20 people, adds to the very fabric of our Canadian Jewish heritage. Mr. Speaker, the enactment of the Canadian Jewish Heritage Month will ensure that the historic and ongoing contribution of Jewish Canadians are recognized, shared, and celebrated across this great country for generations to come. By choosing May as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, we will see what currently exists in the United States and Ontario expanded into a national celebration across our great country. As I close, I want to thank my colleagues for the support they've offered so far and encourage all of you to see this bill passed into law. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Just two comments. I'd like to thank the member for referencing the North. We have a great Jewish community in the Yukon. I can think of Rick Karp and Arthur Mitchell offhand and a number more. And I want to thank him for his tribute to my former seatmate who started this bill. We referenced Irwin Cotler as a great Canadian, a great world citizen. I think he's done so much for human rights in the world. I hope he has the accolades of many of the awards you can get around the world for that type of work. And I really appreciate his reference to Mr. Cotler for the great contribution he's made to Canada and the world.
Member for York Centre.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And I think I've just learnt more about another part of our great country and the contributions of the Jewish community. It's been one of the joys of bringing this bill to Parliament, is hearing from all sides of the aisle, from all parties, great and inspirational stories of Canadian Jews and their contribution. And yes, I share with you the Honourable Irwin Cotler and his contribution as the chair of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights. I take great pride and lean on his learnings often, because he's one of so many strong voices of Jewish Canadians in this country. Just down the hall, we've got Judge Rosie Abella and her contributions to the Supreme Court. And I could go on and on and on, as I've done in previous speeches, but this is the opportunity that the Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, every May, across this country, we're going to be able to celebrate and talk more and more about the contributions of Jews to Canada. And I think this is going to be especially important. My children are 18 and 16, and I look forward to them learning more and more about the contributions that Canadian Jews have made as the year goes on. It's a tremendous opportunity, and I thank my colleague for his support.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The member for his comments. Like many communities across Canada, the Jewish community has been very active, particularly in support of those who are seeking resettlement here in Canada. And I know in my own community, Or Shalom has been very active in sponsoring private sponsor families. Operation Azra in Winnipeg's been doing fantastic work. One of the things that they have in common is that they're calling on the government to lift the cap on the privately sponsored refugees. I wonder whether or not the member would agree with that and to support the Jewish community in their effort to show their compassion and humanitarianism to those that are in great need.
York Centre.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and I'm well aware of the fantastic contribution that so many of the Jewish communities across Canada have made in supporting refugees, whether it was the Syrian refugees or the Yazidi community. They have an ongoing role in advocating and supporting the refugees when they've arrived in Canada. In my own community, I've had several synagogues that have banded together, and particularly Temple Darchei Noam and Beth Emet and a number of others who have been active in supporting and advocating for refugees. So in the Jewish tradition, this is something that's a priority. We always want to be able to lend our voices and lend our support to people that are in need. We want to be able to make sure that we're giving people the opportunity, and I think that's something that again will be highlighted during this Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, and I look forward to those lessons being educated to future generations as we move forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is an honour and a pleasure to rise today to speak in support of Bill S-232, the Canadian Jewish Heritage Month Act. This proposed legislation is the product of a partnership jointly sponsored by Senator Linda Frum and my honourable colleague from York Centre, and it is my pleasure and honour to join in multi-partisan support of Bill S-232 with the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke. This proposed legislation, as you know, Mr. Speaker, received unanimous support in the other place, and I hope that this House will soon follow suit. Now, the preamble of Bill S-232 remarks that Canada is home to the fourth largest Jewish population in the world, approximately 400,000 men, women, and children. Now, some of my colleagues or folks watching at home might have noticed when Statistics Canada reported the 2016 numbers on Canada's ethnic makeup that more than half of the Jewish population in Canada reported in 2011 seem to have disappeared. The 2016 StatsCan census report of a drop of almost 200,000 people would have been the largest such drop for any ethnic group in history if it had been accurate. Leaders of Canada's Jewish organizations immediately protested that the shrinkage was grossly inaccurate, and they were correct. Subsequent investigation revealed that the problem was a product of StatsCan's own misdesigned survey that left Jewish off the list of examples of ethnic origins for respondents to check off. And the new survey design didn't reflect reality, but it did reveal the very different ways that the community today answers the age-old question of how to define Jewish. Members of the Canadian Jewish community self-identify in different ways across various levels of observance, whether individuals see their identity as religious or linguistic and ethnic, or as, in fact, a cultural affiliation. So how to get the community's numbers right as we consider this piece of historic legislation? Well, Jewish community leaders are asking Statistics Canada to redraw the 2021 census design to restore the term Jewish to the list of examples offered to respondents. By 2021, I think it is safe to suggest that the true measure of Canada's diverse Jewish community will be restored and will be shown to be approaching fully 500,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, that clarification in the record, I'd like to address the significant contributions the Canadian Jewish community has made to the growth and the prosperity of Canada, even while enduring and overcoming tremendous obstacles. Mr. Speaker, Jews have lived in Canada for more than 2.5 centuries. The first recorded arrival settled in Trois-Rivières, Quebec in 1760. In fact, most of the early Jewish families who came from Central and Western Europe settled in Quebec. And in 1832, a full quarter century before Great Britain and its other dominions, the Parliament of Quebec, the Legislative Assembly of Lower Canada, voted to enfranchise, to give full rights to the Jews living in Lower Canada. Now, Jewish immigration to Canada increased after Confederation, arriving from Eastern Europe, Russia, Romania, Poland, Lithuania, and beyond, fleeing political turmoil and, of course, anti-Semitism. They settled in Montreal, in Toronto, and Winnipeg initially, building their own small businesses. From those humble beginnings with push carts and recycled rags, the schmata trade developed major garment companies employing thousands of Canadians in Eastern Canada, but in the West as well. Immigration slowed in the mid-1920s as federal immigration regulations made it more difficult for Jews to enter Canada until after the Second World War, when the world belatedly recognized the horrors of the Holocaust. This was the time of Canada's infamous none is too many immigration policy applied against Jews. Between 1933 and 1948, this statistic has been noted a number of times. For example, only 5,000 Jewish refugees were admitted to Canada, the lowest number for any Western country at that time. Now, when Canada finally properly reopened our doors to post-war immigration, thousands of Holocaust survivors displaced from countries across Europe came to settle in Canada. More than 12,000 settled immediately in Montreal and another 8,000 in Toronto. Subsequent waves of Jewish immigration to Canada resulted from political persecution in their home countries, from Hungary after the 1956 revolution there, from Iraq and from Egypt, from Romania in the 1960s, along with Sephardic Jews from France and North Africa. And in the 1970s, Jews began to arrive from the Soviet Union, very often as a result of Canadian advocacy on their behalf. And as well, through the 70s and 80s, North African Jews, particularly from Morocco, arrived in a new wave of immigrants, adding wonderfully to the spectrum of Canada's Jewish community. As anyone who has attended the exuberant post-Passover festival of Mamuna at Thornhill's Sephardic Kahila Center can attest. And of course, over the years, particularly recent years, there have been the arrivals of a high-tech generation of Jews from Israel, from Eastern Europe, scientists, innovators, entrepreneurs who have come to Canada to share their skills, to grow their companies, to flourish in Canada, to contribute to Canadian society and to our economy. Now, all of that said, Mr. Speaker, despite the diverse and dynamic community of Jewish communities, remains the scourge of the original hate crime, anti-Semitism. We were reminded in the most recent audits of anti-Semitism by B'nai B'rith and Statistics Canada that documented the highest levels of nationwide anti-Semitism on record. Michael Mostyn, the chief executive of B'nai B'rith Canada, said recently that Canadians from coast to coast to coast have seen again the swastikas, heard anti-Jewish hate speech, and they can see the statistics. And Mr. Mostyn commended Statistics Canada for the release of data that will aid both government policymakers and advocacy groups working with police and prosecutors and government officials to tackle the ever-persistent presence of hate crimes. I think, Mr. Speaker, that every member of the House would agree with that sentiment. Now, Mr. Speaker, finally, back to Bill S-232, and as the preamble says, whereas the Canadian Jewish community has made significant contributions to the growth and prosperity of Canada while overcoming substantial and tremendous obstacles, whereas the month of May is meaningful for the Jewish community around the world, whereas by designating the month of May as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, the Parliament of Canada recognizes the important contributions that Jewish Canadians have made to Canada's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric, and whereas Canadian Jewish Heritage Month would provide an opportunity to remember, to celebrate, and to educate future generations about the inspirational role that Jewish Canadians have played and continue to play, Mr. Speaker, in communities across the country. For all of these reasons, and for the powerful logic underpinning the initiative of Bill S-232, I would encourage all of my honourable colleagues to support this very worthy piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
I'm proud to have this opportunity today, Mr. Speaker, to stand in the House in support of Bill S-232, establishing May as Jewish Heritage Month. Now, I must admit that I'm a bit surprised that such a bill has not yet already been passed in this House. The United States proclaimed May as the month to celebrate the contributions of the American Jewish community in 2006, and Ontario actually established May as Jewish Heritage Month in 2012. I suppose, though, it wasn't so long ago that Canada had the unofficial policy of, quote, none is too many. Anti-Semitism in Canada's immigration policy ultimately led to the admittance of only 5,000 Jewish refugees between 1933 and 1948. It is my sincere hope that passing this declaration and promoting the month of May as Jewish Heritage Month will allow for us as a society to ensure never again. At this point, I would like to take a moment to recognize the strength and resiliency of the Holocaust survivors. On a number of occasions, I've had the opportunity to hear firsthand the stories from survivors and their families. Their stories are beyond inspirational. Their survival speaks to the greatest strength of all, and that is the strength of the human spirit. As we debate this motion, I would be remiss if I don't pay tribute to them, Mr. Speaker. January 27th is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. An estimated 6 million Jewish people were murdered. This horrendous crime against humanity must never be forgotten. In 2018, one might ask, what action can we take today? One way to commemorate this genocide is for Canada to prioritize the resettlement of those who are faced with genocide today. Another way to honor the survivors and their families is to ensure that we do everything that we can to combat anti-Semitism in Canada. It is with dismay that I note that Jewish community in Canada continues to be the most targeted group for hate crimes on an annual basis. In 2016, there were 221 police-reported hate crimes against Jewish Canadians, which is up from 178 in 2015. This fact should not be acceptable to anyone, and it cannot be the path forward. It highlights the importance of a bill like this and the fact that much work remains to be done in combating hate in Canada. I had the privilege of sitting on the Standing Committee for Canadian Heritage doing a study of systemic racism and religious discrimination. Committee members had the opportunity to hear from Canada's Jewish communities, such as the Canadian Association of Jews and Muslims, B'nai B'rith Canada, and the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs. It was noted that once a crime has been reported and is being investigated, in some cases that motivation, i.e. hate, was not being examined. David Mattis, Senior Legal Counsel in B'nai B'rith Canada, explained, and I quote, "One of the problems we see with the police force dealing with hate-motivated crimes is sometimes, indeed, perhaps all too often, they will identify a crime without looking at the motivation. I mean, obviously, if someone paints a swastika, you can see the motivation. But if it's a simple assault, they may just go after the assault without looking at the motivation. The low figures we hear about hate-motivated crimes are in some instances the result of the police just not looking to see whether it's a hate-motivated crime. One of the things we could usefully do in terms of training is sensitive police forces to sensitize police forces so that when there is a hate dimension to a crime, it gets noticed, it gets reported, and it gets acted on," end quote. The difficulty in laying a hate crime charge, difficulties in having complaints responded to in a standardized and thoughtful manner, and the lack of trust that complainants will be taken seriously led to what many witnesses described as significant underreporting of hate crimes in Canada. This is because official statistics rely only on police-reported hate crimes. Simone Fogel, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, recommended that, and I quote, "The government establish uniform national guidelines and the standards for the collection and handling of hate crime and hate incident data." Going forward, I hope that the government will act on this recommendation. That being said, Jewish Canadians have still created vibrant, long-established communities across Canada. Over the holidays, I had the opportunity to participate in the candle lighting ceremony in celebration of Hanukkah, the Jewish Festival of Lights. I was honored to light the 7th candle with Alicia Franklin in Vancouver this past December. The Jewish community, like so many other communities, have unique practices and celebrations. In a rich and diverse multicultural society, it is truly our good fortune that we have the opportunity to learn about and experience these different practices. In my time spent as an elected official municipally, provincially, and now federally, the resiliency and compassion of Canada's Jewish community always shine through. I believe this is part of how many Jewish Canadians attempt to embody the concept of Takum Olam, the Hebrew term meaning, quote, repair of the world. For many people of the Jewish faith, this is the aspiration to behave kindly, to act constructively, and help those who are disadvantaged. The Jewish community's effort to showcase this belief is the beauty and strength of Canada's multiculturalism policy and highlights why our diversity is such a strength for us. At the Immigration Committee, whenever we study the issue of refugee resettlement, Canada's Jewish community has provided a voice on their expertise and desire to do even more than they already are. I was proud to bring representatives of Al Shalom Synagogue in Vancouver East to our study of the federal government's initiative to resettle Syrian refugees in Canada. Their humanitarian spirit and efforts to resettle Syrian refugees in Vancouver was incredibly inspiring. To date, representatives of Al Shalom continue to call, to write, and to speak to me about their desire to do more and to call for the federal government to address the lengthy processing delays of their sponsorship applications. Back in July, after waiting anxiously for the arrival of their sponsorship families, Al Shalom was finally able to host a Syrian resettlement initiative welcoming gathering in celebration of the arrival of their Syrian families. Whether it's Al Shalom's effort in Vancouver to resettle Syrian refugees or the effort of Operation Ezra in Winnipeg to resettle Yazidi refugees, I've been inspired time and again by the work and spirit of Canada's Jewish communities on these important humanitarian efforts. With more than 65 million people displaced due to global conflicts, these groups want to do more and are constantly advocating for the government to take further action. They have called for and continue to demand that the government lift the artificially imposed cap on the privately sponsorship of refugees. They have the capacity, the resources, and the desire to sponsor more people and allow for more people to rebuild their lives in safety here in Canada. Canada needs to lift the cap on privately sponsored refugees applications, and we need to expeditiously resettle accepted privately sponsored refugee applications. The outpouring of generosity and humanitarianism shown by not just these Jewish communities, but Canadians from coast to coast to coast should be celebrated and not stifled. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for me to stand in this House to recognize the incredible efforts in refugee resettlement and interfaith dialogues of Canada's Jewish communities. I, along with my NDP caucus, will vote in favor of recognizing May as Jewish Heritage Month in Canada. We believe that this will give Canadians an opportunity to reflect on the great contributions Canada's Jewish community has made and will continue to make in this country. It will also provide us with the opportunity to reflect on a history of injustice, intolerance, and the tragedies that can occur if we allow for the politics of hate and division to win the day. We cannot stand idly by and allow for hate crimes to continue to increase as we saw from 2015 to 2016. We must act. While the notion of none is too many may no longer be said about members of the Jewish faith, it is unfortunately not uncommon as it should be to hear that type of rhetoric employed against other groups. We must remember this history and redouble our efforts to ensure never again. The strength and resiliency of Canada's Jewish community is something I'm very proud to celebrate. We must, with loving courage, continue this work to build a more just, inclusive, and equal Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand in this House today to rise to speak to Bill S-232 to recognize every May as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. I just want to start at the outset by congratulating the member from York Centre for sponsoring this bill and saying just a short hello to Toronto to my son Nitin, who's watching at home. Bill S-232 will recognize the important contributions that Jewish Canadians have made to Canada's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric. Le projet de loi S-232
Bill S-232 will also be an opportunity to remember the inspiring role that Canadian Jewish people have played and continue to play within Canadian society, and to communicate its importance to future generations.
The population is nearly 400,000 strong, making it the fourth largest Jewish population in the entire world. Most Canadian Jews, as have been mentioned, live in Ontario and Quebec, followed by British Columbia, Manitoba, as well as the province of Alberta. Jewish communities in Canada have made a major contribution to the development of cities, particularly Toronto and Montreal, which today count 188,000 and 90,000 people of Jewish faith or Jewish origin, respectively. Supporting this bill is important for our government because it is consistent with past decisions of Parliament aimed at commemorating and supporting the Jewish community, its heritage, and the important contributions that Jews have made to Canadian society. Pendant la 37e législature,
During the 37th legislature, Bill C-359, an act to set up the National Holocaust Remembrance Day, was unanimously passed. During the 40th legislature, Bill 442, an act to erect the National Holocaust Monument, received unanimous support and received royal assent on March 25th, 2011.
Spirit that on September 27th, 2017, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Canadian Heritage participated in the unveiling ceremony of the National Holocaust Monument. The establishment of Canadian Jewish Heritage Month will provide an opportunity to commemorate the memory of the Holocaust and the important fight that continues to this day against anti-Semitism. Over the last few decades, a number of awareness and commemoration initiatives were funded by the government under the Community Historical Recognition Program. These include the Wheel of Conscience Monument, inaugurated in 2011 at the Canadian Museum of Immigration in Halifax at Pier 21, to commemorate the victims of the MS St. Louis incident in 1939. The importance of learning from history has been demonstrated again in this House, even today, in reference to some of the speeches made by my honourable colleagues, and people talking about the decision and the importance of learning from the decision of the Canadian government of the time to turn away German Jews who were aboard the MS St. Louis. The Government of Canada has also been committed for decades to combating all forms of anti-Semitism, both at home and around the world. Canada became a full member in 2009 of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. That intergovernmental body supports Holocaust education, remembrance, and research both nationally and internationally, Mr. Speaker. Des événements comme le Mois Juif de...
Events such as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month will be valuable to many Canadians, as it will contribute to the dynamism of our society and make Jewish communities vibrant. Canadian Jewish Heritage Month will give us an opportunity to commemorate and recognize the excellence and dynamism of Canadians of Jewish origin who have shaped our history and our culture, and who continue to do so.
Leonard Cohen, the famous author, songwriter, and singer. Mordecai Richler, a novelist who wrote about my alma mater, McGill. Charles Rosner Bronfman, a businessman. Ghislaine Gilseg, an actor. Drake, known by many, the hip-hop artist and actor. Ruth Goldblum, co-founder of Pier 21, the Canadian Museum of Immigration. Jane Jacobs, the journalist and journalism theoretician. Ezekiel Hart, the first Canadian Jew elected to the Legislative Assembly of Lower Canada, as it was then known. And Cecil Hart, coach of the Montreal Canadiens, after whom the famous NHL MVP trophy is named. This bill that we are debating tonight will also allow us to focus on Jewish heritage and important sites around the country. Allow me to highlight one located in my very own riding of Parkdale High Park. The Junction Shul, located in the neighborhood known as the Junction, was called the Congregation of Knesset Israel, and it was established over a century ago in the northwest corner of my riding of Parkdale High Park. At 56 Mariah Street, a tract of land was purchased in 1911 by a small number of immigrant families who also founded that congregation. The structure that still stands to this very day was completed in 1913. I'm very proud to say that Knesset Israel is the oldest synagogue in Toronto that is still in use, and that building has been designated as an Ontario Heritage Site and was done so in 1984. Mr. Speaker, this bill is also about, when we talk about the formal recognition of May as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, we're also talking about Canada's multiculturalism policy. This is referenced in the comments by my friend on the opposition benches. That policy is entrenched in our Multiculturalism Act. It's entrenched in the Canadian Charter. That policy plays a fundamental role in shaping our diverse, inclusive, and welcoming society. It acknowledges the freedom of all members of Canadian society to preserve, enhance, and share their cultural heritage. It also promotes the full and equitable participation of individuals and communities of all origins in the continuing evolution and shaping of all aspects of Canadian society, and assists them in eliminating barriers to that participation. That's what makes Canadians proud to stand up in this House and talk about their heritage, whether that's Jewish heritage, Scottish, Canadian Jewish heritage, or Jewish heritage that hails from all parts of the planet. That's what makes this country what it is. It's policies like this and it's bills such as this that reinforce that diversity and that strength. This dual focus, focusing on valuing our diversity and ensuring our equity, distinguishes Canada's approach from all of our global peers. It goes beyond a policy that simply tolerates minority groups, Mr. Speaker. We actually celebrate different cultures, and we actively seek to build an inclusive society. Supporting this bill is also aligned with similar provincial initiatives, such as the declaration by the Government of Ontario in 2012 of May as Jewish Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand in this House to indicate the government's support of this bill, but I'm equally proud as the Parliamentary Secretary of Multiculturalism to emphasize the important contribution that Jewish Canadians have made to that multicultural fabric. And I, as a Muslim Canadian man, as a member of this government caucus, am equally proud to say that the fight against anti-Semitism, the fight to create a more tolerant and plural society, is a fight that we continue with vigilance, as we must. This kind of bill is important because it underscores that heritage, it underscores the fight to promote tolerance and pluralism, and it's something that this government and I am very proud to stand behind. With Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, we will provide a welcome opportunity to look back at the thousands of Jewish Canadians who have come to this country over centuries and linked their fate and their futures to the fate and future of this country we call Canada. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to rise to continue debate on this private business we've been offered from another place, S232, making May Jewish Heritage Month. May is a special month for my family, and in this house I've said it before. My kids are actually part Jewish. My father-in-law is of Jewish heritage from Singapore. It's not an area of the world where people believe there are many Jews, practicing Jews for that matter, but indeed he's from Singapore, and in his youth did practice many Jewish customs, which he didn't even realize were Jewish at the time. They only discovered their family's Jewish heritage when they came to Canada, of all places, is when they discovered it as they got to know their family a little bit better. May is also a special month for my family and to many Jewish people. In the case of my family, also my father-in-law is born May 2nd, and my wife is born May 2nd as well. It's a special gift from my mother-in-law to my father-in-law, and then to me, many years later, to be able to get to know them better. So I thank the sponsor of the bill in the House, the member from York Centre, who I've served with on the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House, to be able to debate this bill, because it has special meaning to me, both because of a family relationship, but because there's many famous Jewish Albertans who made immense contributions to the province of Alberta. And, many members have heard me say in the House, I do have a great love for Yiddish proverbs. So if you hold on, I do have one later to share with the House. We are going to be celebrating Purim very soon, as well as Pesach. And I think those are very important holidays that I would encourage all Canadians to join in and actually have a greater understanding of the deeper meaning. People of Jewish heritage have been celebrating these holidays for thousands of years, so they have a very rich history and very rich meaning to them that has accumulated over time. I want to take a moment to talk about one famous Calgarian of Jewish heritage, Sheldon Chumir, who passed away January 26, 1992. He's a gentleman who was born in Calgary. He was a Rhodes Scholar, a tax lawyer. I won't hold it against him. He founded the Calgary Civil Liberties Association. He was a tireless advocate for human rights, international human rights. He was also elected as a Liberal MLA in 1986 for the provincial riding of Calgary-Buffalo. And you might be wondering, why does a Conservative MP raise the political successes and the personality that was Sheldon Chumir? Because he's important. He's important to Calgary. He's important to the city. There's a medical center, the Sheldon Chumir Medical Center, named after him. It's actually much more than just a center. It's basically a huge hospital that provides services in the downtown area of Calgary. It's well known, well respected. It carries his name because of the immense contributions he made to the city and to the province. He's also one of those rare birds in Alberta politics. He's a Liberal that got re-elected. Very rare indeed. He was re-elected only once. There were too many applause from that side of the House. Only once, stunningly. He was re-elected once to serve in the Alberta legislature. So there is, a large, basically a hospital that bears his name, and it speaks a lot to both his personal work, but also the work of the Jewish community to ensure that he was remembered properly and that he was honored for his contributions to the province. You know, Alberta's first permanent Jewish settlers came before Alberta even existed, when it was still just a territory. In 1889, Jacob and Rachel Diamond, there could be no more Jewish names than Jacob and Rachel, of course, they settled in Alberta. And like I mentioned, I do have a Yiddish proverb, because I'm going to talk about a little bit about the Yiddish heritage in Alberta. And tasty as the fish from someone else's table goes a Yiddish proverb. And in this case, the table was set by the Senate at that other place, another place, that we now get to have this debate in this House. So it is indeed tasty, and I get to talk about supporters of the Yiddish language, of the Yiddish culture, who built the I.L. Peretz Institute in 1929, and soon founded also Calgary's first Jewish school, was founded by people who cared for the Yiddish language and Yiddish culture. Now, unfortunately, after 1929, the situation in rising anti-Semitism closer to the war, and then during the war, World War II in this case, caused a lot of Jewish people to be discriminated against. There was a pervasive kind of cultural exclusion of them. There was, both professionally and socially. And this experience wasn't made any better by the social credit provincial government of the time, who had some anti-Semitic members amongst them. And that's been an experience of people around the world, governments and populations, who discriminated against Jewish people who were living amongst them and who were making contributions. These were your neighbors, these were people who you worked with, these were your suppliers, your merchants, these were people who were, building a life for themselves and had proven themselves good, reliable, loyal members of the Canadian family. And I think that the anti-Semitism and the discrimination they face is a lesson for all of us today, is not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Unfortunately, it has happened, and we've heard from other members say that the Jewish population in Canada, Canadians with Jewish heritage, some who practice the Jewish religion as well, are still victims. The number one group still targeted for hate crimes, for vile anti-Semitism, is still the Jewish people here in Canada. So one other thing I'd like to mention too is, earlier last year in October, I got to visit Budapest in Hungary, and actually members of the government there that I did meet with, and they have a coalition government, encouraged those of us Canadians who were there to visit the Doheny Street Synagogue, one of the grand synagogue in Europe. Beautiful synagogue. So I got to go with my wife, and it is both a solemn experience, but also very rich in its cultural significance, both because of the Holocaust, which I don't think you can deny. Wherever you go, the Holocaust and the Jewish experience, almost hand in hand. It's something that is so fundamental, so deep in the Jewish psyche. I have my own in-laws talk to me about it. I have my own wife talk to me about it. It's something I share with my kids. For the Jewish population in Asia at the time, the persecution and the anti-Semitism wasn't quite like what Jewish people experienced in Europe. And you can't separate the two. Today, it is something you simply have to address when you speak about it. You have to pay homage to it. You have to at least recognize what happened in that time period. But this beautiful grand synagogue in Budapest, even in a country like Hungary, we had government officials telling us, I highly encourage you to go visit it. And we got to share a little bit with some of them, about the Jewish successes in Canada, famous Jewish individuals, and we heard the name of Irwin Cotler, a Minister of Justice in this House, a man who I've met, I have great respect for as well. Didn't always agree with his politics, of course, but deeply respect him for his work on international human rights. Back to Calgary, maybe for my last few minutes, Mr. Speaker. I have been to the House of Jacob in Calgary, so I have attended the service there, and I'll never forget it, because being Polish, one of the first people always assume is, since I'm born in Poland and I speak slightly with an accent, people expect me to be Catholic. And when I say I'm not Catholic, the next thing they expect me to be is Jewish. And especially with the curly hair, that's the next thing they say, well, how can that be? How can you not be? And I always point to my wife. Actually, my wife is half Jewish, half Chinese, Singaporean. She's actually more Jewish than I am. She knows more about Jewish cultural practices. So you never know, that person that you meet might have Jewish heritage, and they might be able to show you a story in Hebrew, might be able to do a Shabbat properly, and my Hebrew pronunciation has never been very good, still practicing my Yiddish pronunciation. But I think this bill, this opportunity we have, this table that was set by the Senate, to go back to my Yiddish proverb, is an opportunity for all of us to share amongst ourselves the great stories, the great personalities, the great successes of Canadians of Jewish heritage every single May of every single year. I know for myself, I'll be celebrating my father-in-law and my wife and the contributions they've made here in Canada, and will continue to do so. I thank the member for sponsoring the bill, and I look forward to voting for it, and I encourage all members in the House to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. And I just want to point out that I don't think they'll have the full 10 minutes, but he'll have about 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And maybe just to start off by expressing appreciation to my colleague from York Centre for the fine work that he's doing at raising a very important issue, working with a member from the other House. And today we're debating the importance of our Jewish community. And it's a community that I believe has contributed to who we are as a nation. And the idea of having the month of June in law designated, the month of May in law designated is something that I think is long overdue. So I do applaud him on his efforts. You know, Winnipeg North, and the former speaker, the speaker before me, was commenting in regards to a connection. And Winnipeg North has a very strong connection historically with the Jewish community, going back many decades, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in the mid-30s, the population of Winnipeg North wasn't much more than 55,000, 60,000, and the Jewish community back then made up probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 15,000, from what I understand. And it very much played a very strong role in terms of who we are as in the North End today. And I've had the opportunity to be able to get better acquainted with the entire riding and the contributions. And the thing that comes to my mind is the fact that we do live in a multicultural society, a society that, you know, we have, I believe, 200 different communities around the world that make up Canada. Of that, over a dozen of those countries have over 1 million individuals. Well, people of Jewish heritage is just under 500,000, and it is a growing community here in Canada, and continues to contribute and has done so in every aspect, whether it is economic, social, all different levels of political, academics, you name it, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, it's a community that is really a part of the Canadian identity in every way. You know, I have had a couple of individuals that I've looked up to immensely in my political career, and would only like to maybe share a couple of those names. Some of you members will know Israel Asper. Izzy Asper was I would say a friend of mine per se. I didn't know him exceptionally well, other than the fact that he was a leader of the Manitoba Liberal Party for a short period of time. But that's not really what he was known for, Mr. Speaker. He went on to buy up a TV station, built a media empire, if I can put it that way. But that wasn't necessarily what he was best known for. I believe his best contribution was the Canadian Human Rights Museum, the first national museum that was located outside of the nation capital here in Ottawa, and now it's at the Forks, where the Red and the Assiniboia rivers come together. Izzy's dream and vision of having that Human Rights Museum became reality. And the city of Winnipeg never would have had that museum if it were not for the efforts of Izzy and the individuals that he brought to the table in order to make it happen. Today, his daughter, Gail, really picked up the ball after his passing It is an absolutely beautiful museum. I'm sure a number of my colleagues, especially from Manitoba, have had the opportunity to visit the museum. If you have not been to the museum, this is definitely a national treasure. We bring in people from around the world, and that is something in which is truly unique because of the efforts of Izzy Asper. Another individual that was referenced here earlier was Irwin Cotler. Even though I didn't get to know Irwin for a great length of time when I sat in opposition, I admired what that individual brought to the House of Commons. And you could see that every time he made a statement inside the House, I believe he likely had more standing ovations based on standing orders than anyone else that I can think of. He was a human rights advocate second to no other. An extremely intelligent, able man. I believed he was even on the legal team for Nelson Mandela. Mr. Speaker, whether it's politicians, individual community leaders, movie actors, and there's so many of them to name that one could go by, whether it's the economic drivers of big industry, or just some of those social gathering points. I think in Manitoba or in Winnipeg, where we have the Jewish Winnipeg or the Jewish Federation of Winnipeg and the Asper Jewish Community Campus and the community center that kind of ties it all together. If members have not really had the experience of being a part of Winnipeg's Jewish community, I would really encourage them to get engaged with things such as the Folkorama, an activity in which you will find the Israeli pavilion as one of the most popular pavilions, where the lineups get fairly long as people try to get a better appreciation in terms of Manitoba's Jewish community or just the Jewish community as a whole. May is a significant month as it recognizes both in the province of Ontario and in the United States for many years already, recognizing the Holocaust. And that is something in which I know I've had the opportunity when I was in Israel to take a tour of the Holocaust Museum. And I see that my time has run out, but I suspect I'll get a little bit more when the issue comes up again before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. La période prévue pour les...
The period provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Follow up a question that I had asked the Minister of National Revenue last fall. In mid-October, the Minister had repeatedly told the House that nothing had changed regarding the disability tax credit, yet we all know that the CRA changed the forms that were used by doctors to establish the eligibility for that credit starting on May 2nd, and that the Minister had defended these changes in writing based on letters sent to rejected applicants over the summer. So on October 24th, I asked why the Minister was defending the 80% rejection rate that followed the May 2nd change, and pointed out that she had done so in writing in July when she wrote, quote, "Adults who independently manage their insulin therapy are unlikely to meet the 14-hour requirement," unquote. Her answer to my question was to repeat her assertions that they were, quote, "committed to ensuring Canadians receive the benefits to which they are entitled," unquote. She patted herself on the back for simplifying the forms. It said something about nurse practitioners. She said this even as they were denying a benefit that some Canadians had been receiving for over 10 years. So, Mr. Speaker, they were denying benefits to Canadians that Canadians were entitled to, that they had been receiving for over 10 years in some cases, and taking credit for somehow making things simpler and helping Canadians receive a credit. I guess denying it quickly is one way to make things simple, but I don't think that's what Canadians would have in mind. We know that the Minister's agency made a decision last May to reject type 1 diabetics applying for the TDC. We know that just before Christmas, after 2 months of daily demands in question period to restore the pre-May 2nd criteria, that Liberals, they caved in and promised to restore the DTC to those who were denied due to the changes they made on May 2nd. But what's been missing in this whole sorry episode is ministerial responsibility. At no time has this minister stood up and taken responsibility for her department. She's the minister. She's accountable for the actions of her agency. If the decision to reduce the number of approvals for type 1 diabetics was hers, and she now agrees that it was a poor policy choice at that time, then she should apologize to disabled Canadians. If it was a staff decision that she was not aware of, then she should apologize for her poor management. And if the letter was changed in defiance of her will as minister, someone should be fired. Canadians need to have confidence that ministers will be held accountable by the elected parliament. And so far, nobody has taken any responsibility. Now, if the DDC fiasco was the only problem at the CRA, one might be more forgiving for the minister's poor judgment and ignore the foolish answer she gave to my October 24th question. But this minister's department has also been denying the DTC to the mentally ill, denying child tax benefits to single moms and dads, changing folios to tax employee discounts, hanging up on 64% of the people that call into her agency, giving wrong information to 30% of the others, taking 8 months to correct simple mistakes, issuing ever-increasing numbers of bad assessments that have an 18-month appeal queue. So this minister has much to be accountable for tonight. So perhaps her parliamentary secretary could apologize on her behalf and acknowledge that they were wrong, that they had made a mistake, and that they plan to do better in the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise once again today and help my honourable colleague understand information which has already been shared on multiple occasions in this House on disability tax credit. Hopefully, tonight will be the night where the message will finally click, Mr. Speaker, I hope. Unlike the previous government, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians with disabilities not only receive the credits and benefits to which they're entitled, but are also able to advise the CRA on how to best serve them. One way we have done this is to reinstate the Disability Advisory Committee, which the previous government gutted in 2006. After more than 10 years without a voice, Canadians with disabilities, stakeholders, and experts once again have access to a forum where they can be able to engage with CRA and provide insight on how to best ensure that they receive the benefits to which they are entitled. Mr. Speaker, our government has also engaged with over 6,000 Canadians through a set of national consultations which will inform the development of new federal accessibility legislation that we hope to table this spring. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to hearing directly from Canadians, our government has taken concrete steps to ensure that they receive the benefits to which they're entitled. For instance, we made it easier for Canadians to apply for the disability tax credit. Nurse practitioners, who are often the first point of contact between patients and Canada's healthcare system, are now able to certify the medical information and the effects of their impairment on the application form, making the application process much more easier and more accessible. Contrary to the misleading assertions made by my colleague across the aisle, over 80% of the applications received by the CRA are approved, allowing for more than 700,000 Canadians to claim disability tax credit on their annual tax return. Mr. Speaker, I have provided my honourable colleague with this particular information on countless occasions. In fact, I was here last night to answer a question that was almost identical to the one before us tonight. I therefore thought I would end by telling my colleague about other ways that CRA is working to better improve services to Canadians. The File My Return service will allow eligible Canadians, particularly those with the low and fixed income, to file their returns by answering a few questions over the phone. CRA has also made it easier for paper tax filers to do their taxes by mailing their T1 forms to them directly. Additionally, the CRA and Service Canada are working together to ensure Indigenous communities across Canada receive the benefits to which they are entitled. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, a lot has been done, and I look forward to bringing a lot more good news to this House very soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, late show is a lot like question period. You ask a question, you get unrelated information back and not an answer, and absolutely no acknowledgement of the issue that was at hand then and continues. You would think that we didn't go through a whole period of months while the department was denying the fact that they were excluding type 1 diabetics from the disability tax credit. And a little humility goes a long way in politics, and a simple apology from the minister would probably put this to rest, and we could move on to other things. But Mr. Speaker, I'm quite sure that hubris and arrogance will be this government's undoing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, let me be absolutely clear. Our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians with disabilities receive their credits and benefits to which they're entitled to. Mr. Speaker, as I said, Canada is at its best when all society benefits, when everyone is included. That is why we're committed to ensuring greater accessibility and opportunities for Canadians with disabilities in their communities and their workplaces. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely hope that I've been able to answer my colleague's question this evening. However, I would be happy to answer it once again tomorrow if you would like to hear more about the services improvements coming into CRA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In October, I rose to speak about the precarious circumstances that thousands of Canadians are currently living under. The most recent data shows that 1 in 7 Canadians continues to live in poverty, and that's unacceptable. The situation is very worrisome, Mr. Speaker, because according to the last report of Campaign 2000, almost 5 million of our fellow Canadians are living in precariousness. I'm thinking of the thousands of families who are struggling with debt. Canadian households now have an average debt of $162,000, according to StatsCan, and that's the greatest increase among G7 countries. We cannot accept this situation for much longer, families going further into debt with every passing year. For every dollar earned, the average family owes $1.53. That's not sustainable. In the NDP, we believe that it's high time to offer these families a more affordable standard of living and that we reduce the burden on them. So I call on the government to snap out of its stupor and immediately do something to put an end to this situation. I would encourage the government to become aware of the economic policies that it has implemented since 2015 and that the results are not as positive as the Liberals would have us believe. In fact, the inequalities between the wealthy and the poor have never been as great. Just a few weeks ago, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives published a report showing that the wealthiest CEOs in Canada earn about 200 times more than the average worker. That's unfair. It's unfair to workers. It's unfair to families. It's unfair to us all. The NDP is focused on proposing solutions to make our country more fair and just. A country where the privileged and cronies of those in power do their fair share and Canadians get the services they need. This situation is worrisome and should sound an alarm bell on the government side. They should be more aware of the difficult reality that too many of us experience in our ridings. Household debt and growing inequality are not the only things I'm concerned about. As a matter of fact, I think it's particularly concerning that this government is doing nothing to support seniors who still don't automatically get the guaranteed income supplement and they're living in precarious circumstances. I'd like to commend the work of the Quebec Federation of Senior Citizens in my region who condemn this injustice and call on the government to do something about it. Their demands are similar to ours, and they can count on my support and that of the NDP caucus to represent them. I would once again remind everyone that this government promised to help thousands of seniors rise out of poverty, but they're letting them down. It's completely unacceptable. The solution is simple. The GIS should be made automatically available to all. That's why the NDP for a long time has been calling for all eligible seniors to get the GIS, because we believe it's impossible for people to live with less than $10,000 a year. Can they finally be guaranteed a decent income and be given the GIS that they're entitled to? I don't think that's asking for too much. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Minister of Families, Children's and Social Development.
Well, thanks very much for the opportunity to respond. On the issue of the GIS, let me be very clear. We made it automatic enrollment a month ago. That's been done, and we did it for a very good reason. We care about seniors, and we know that seniors, particularly in rural communities, and those that have linguistic challenges and perhaps come from different cultures where their access to government services is at times inhibited, we knew that in order to help seniors, we needed to make that enrollment automatic, and so we have done that. We did it without being asked by the NDP. On the other issues that were raised, I have no problem being pushed to do more for low-income Canadians and for Canadians who fall below the poverty line. I support the NDP, and I've worked with the colleagues across the House to make sure that poverty is sustained as a critical focus of this government. And so let me tell you what we've done without being asked and what we intend to do before we're asked. Fundamentally, the most important thing we've done in this term of government is the Canada Child Benefit. The Canada Child Benefit supports children in this country by supporting their families. 65% of the families who receive the maximum CCB benefit are households led by single parents. Part of the reason we brought in gender-based budgeting and gender-based analysis to our economic policies was to make sure that when we made expenditures, not only do we help the intended targets of support, but we broadened that support to make sure that women were also helped simultaneously. We do more than one thing with these sorts of investments. We don't just lift children out of poverty, we lift women in this country out of poverty, and with them the families that they often lead as single parents. That single government policy has lifted 40% of the children in this country out of poverty. Again, we didn't wait to be asked how to do this. We did it. Another initiative that I think is critical to what's gone on in terms of our approach to dealing with poverty was the reform of CPP, the enhancements to GIS. What you're slowly starting to see are a series of programs that not only target low-income Canadians, but also make sure we understand the impact that poverty has on racialized communities, poverty, the role that anti-black racism has on poverty in this country, the role that gender has on poverty in this country, and our programs not only deal with poverty as a general issue, but we target specific groups in specific ways to make sure those hardest hit by poverty are lifted out of poverty the quickest. We have more work to be done. And as I said, I have no problem being pushed to be more proactive, more progressive, and more successful in alleviating poverty. I have no problem. But be told we're not doing things is just to be willfully partisan and to not acknowledge where great steps have been made. I'll give you another example, the National Housing Strategy. It's been criticized because it's too long. The only way to get into a systemic transformation of the housing policy in this country is not to do 1- and 2-year programs as promised by the party opposite during their campaign platform, a short 4-year program. The only way to do it, and the way every municipality, every housing activist, every homeless person, every single person in the sector says is the right way to do it, is to do a multi-year program. And as you build a multi-year program, you, by sheer force of nature, as you add new housing, the program must go. We've heard a criticism that the program is back-end loaded. Of course it's back-end loaded. If I build 100 new houses in your riding this year, and 100 the year after that, and 100 the year after that, after 3 years, I don't have 300 units of housing. I have 100, then 200, then 300. I have 600 units of housing. You build housing systems in a back-end loaded multi-year way. That's exactly what we've done. But we've done something else as part of this process. We've also proposed for the first time ever, as part of the first National Housing Strategy, a Canada Housing Benefit. And if the party opposite wants to know what the next big move to eliminate poverty in this country is, it's the Canada Housing Benefit, which will subsidize people and give them choices to where they live and help subsidize them out of core housing need and put them in a position where they can choose to locate near school, jobs and family.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Mr. Speaker, seniors deserve better than half-truths. What this government's not saying is that automatic enrollment for the GIS is only for seniors who turn 65 starting January 1st. The minister himself did a press conference and said that according to their data, 56,000 seniors were not enrolled for the GIS benefits automatically. 56,000, according to their own data, according to what the minister said, they're not getting that benefit. One person not getting the GIS is unacceptable. But imagine 56,000, because this step only affects those who turn 65 as of January 1st. 56,000 seniors are living with under $10,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. That's unacceptable. Income inequality is the most blatant injustice in our society.
As I said, I have no hesitation in welcoming to be pushed by the party opposite. 56,000 people in poverty is 56,000 people too many. But the reality is it's very hard to retroactively fix programs. You have to proactively project them into the future and start fixing problems systemically. Otherwise, they reoccur and reoccur again. One of the challenges we have with two methods that we're using to alleviate poverty, the child benefit and the GIS, is that they're tied to the income tax system. They need to be because of the way in which they're calculated. But we also have put in place other programs, the CPP enhancement, the new Canada Housing Benefit, that attempt to get at different populations outside the Income Tax Act as a way of supporting our anti-poverty initiatives, because that's the way to do it. Is there room for improvement? The Prime Minister will tell you every single time he's asked that better is always possible. But this government takes poverty reduction seriously. Our campaign to create new and innovative ways to support people, regardless of what stage they are in their life, regardless of what part of the country they live in, is first.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again to describe the abandoned vessel that sank in Ladysmith Harbour, the 90-foot, 100-year-old Anapaia. It was on Transport Canada's vessel inventory of concern since 2014. It had been identified as a risk to sink. And when it went down, after being overwhelmed by rain, the bilge pumps could not keep up. The Coast Guard, bless them, did take action, boomed the wreck, contained the oil spill, so important for Ladysmith Harbour because we've got shellfish jobs at risk from even the smallest oil spill. So the Coast Guard did act, which we're very grateful for. And then they lifted this 90-foot long, beautiful old wooden boat off the bottom of the harbour, with everybody saying the whole way along it would have been much easier to have prevented the boat from sinking in the first place. And so a significant takeaway for me afterwards was that the previous owners, and in fact the people who had been living on the Anapaia, they knew that she was nearing the end of her life, and they said afterwards, I mean, she was an abandoned boat by the time that she sank, but the previous owners said if there had been somewhere we could have taken that boat, we didn't have the economic means to prevent her from sinking, but if we could have had a vessel turn-in program, the same way that Oregon State and Washington State have very successfully used to get at the backlog of abandoned vessels and to prevent them from sinking and becoming a problem in the first place. This was a significant element of my abandoned vessel legislation, C-352, which famously was blocked in this House the first time this has ever happened to a bill, and we went through all the appeals. We're told that it was the Liberal majority that squashed it in the end. But the interesting thing is, now that we're studying the Transport Minister's bill, C-64, at committee, I've been able to ask all kinds of witnesses, don't they wish that a vessel turn-in program was still part of the legislative offer that Canadians had? I mean, and it makes sense. It had been proposed by local governments in British Columbia for many, many years, and it was on that basis that I included it in my legislation, C-352. So just in the last few days even, we've had testimony from Troy Wood, the manager of the Derelict Vessel Removal Program in Washington State, saying that for them, the vessel turn-in program was their prevention arm of their very successful derelict vessel removal program. Sarah Angel, the president of the National Marine Manufacturers Association, also said, there isn't a place to take the boats before they become a hazard. For her industry, which is significantly made up of vessel manufacturers, but also marina operators, they said they would really welcome the opportunity to create a viable recycling program, and there needs to be a place to take them. We also heard from Kyle Murphy from Washington State, from Peter Luckham, chair of Islands Trust Council, and Anna Johnson from West Coast Environmental Law. And Georgia Strait Alliance had said very clearly that in the Transport Minister's bill, they are left wondering about the absence of a voluntary turn-in program which could deal with this backlog and help vessel owners who don't have the means to dispose of them responsibly to do the right thing. So I ask through you, Mr. Speaker, to the government, why did they not include a vessel turn-in program in their legislation to solve abandoned vessels?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question and for her concern for her and many other coastal communities. I'm proud to be here today to talk about the actions this government has taken to address the important issue of abandoned and wrecked vessels, an issue affecting many communities across Canada. Our government has been looking at the best practices on the issue of abandoned and wrecked vessels. We have considered these carefully and have adopted the elements that make the most sense for Canada into a national strategy on abandoned and wrecked vessels. The strategy was announced as part of our unprecedented $1.5 billion Ocean Protection Plan in November of 2016. In May and September of 2017, 2 funding programs for the removal and disposal of small priority boats were launched, including one with a public education component and a vessel recycling and design research component. We worked with other levels of government to identify options to improve vessel ownership, identification systems, and initiated a study on identifying gaps in our vessel registration systems for large vessels. We've worked with the Canadian Coast Guard to develop a national inventory of abandoned and wrecked vessels and a methodology to assess the risk associated with these vessels. We've also been engaging Canadians in discussions on options, how to create a robust polluter pay approach for future vessel cleanup with owner-financed funds. And very importantly, on October 30th, 2017, our government tabled Bill C-64, the Wrecked, Abandoned or Hazardous Vessels Act, the key legislative component of our plan. Bill C-64 is extremely comprehensive in its approach to tackling the issue of wrecked, abandoned or hazardous vessels. The proposed legislation would bring the Nairobi International Convention on the Removal of Wrecks into Canadian law and strengthen vessel owner liability. It would address irresponsible vessel management, including a prohibition on abandonment, and it would enhance federal powers to take proactive action on problem vessels. We will continue to collaborate with provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, Indigenous groups, and coastal communities to implement our comprehensive national strategy on abandoned and wrecked vessels, and we look forward to all members' support of Bill C-64 as it goes through the parliamentary process to implement this important legislation that will help protect our coasts and shores. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think maybe my friend opposite didn't hear my first 4 minutes of my speech. There is lots to support in the Transport Minister's Bill C-64, but it's missing the entire program that I've just described, and I haven't heard any rationale from the government about why they're leaving it out. It was described by the Washington State Derelict Vessel Removal Program, which has been in operation 15 years, as now an integral part of their prevention program. Knowing that there's nothing in the Transport Minister's bill to deal with the backlog of abandoned vessels, why will will the government accept the amendment that I'm going to propose in committee to introduce a voluntary turn-in program for abandoned vessels to deal with the backlog?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has heard the concerns of Canadians, asking for a more robust and comprehensive approach to address the issue of wrecked, abandoned, or hazardous vessels. On October 30th, we did introduce the Wrecked, Abandoned, or Hazardous Vessel Act, or Bill C-64. The legislation is intended to protect coastal and shoreline communities, the environment, and infrastructure. The proposed legislation will fill gaps within our legislative system by making owners legally responsible for their vessels that reach end of life. Ultimately, it's about prevention, helping to reduce future occurrences of wrecked, abandoned, and hazardous vessels and the impacts of those that do occur. We invite all members to support this innovative and important bill as it goes through the parliamentary process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre
The motion for the House to adjourn is now deemed adopted.
tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.